Oh, sorry about that, guys. I was muted. I really was. Appreciate that, Dr. T. I thought I was muted on my mic, but for some reason I was muted inside this for some reason. Been sitting here talking this whole time, dude. I'm such a goober. All good now? Yeah. All right. Anyways, yeah, this is hurricane footage. So the Hurricane Helene that I was shooting down in Florida, and so I'm putting together a presentation for disaster relief, and so this is a lot of the footage. So I'm just trying to put this together in kind of like a little montage. Doing work stuff. Yeah, so Silent Hill, I was looking at it right here. So we got 11 hours. Refresh, see if that updated. Yeah, it's 11 hours. So it'll be 11 p.m. tonight. Yeah, Florida got hit hard, man. Yeah, it's sad. Real sad. But yeah, Silent Hill tonight. At least for as long as I can. For as long as I can, I'm gonna try some of that Silent Hill 2. If I'm not able to beat it this weekend, we'll beat it next weekend. A little shaky cam always looks kind of good. Let's shorten this. Problem is, I don't know how long I'm going to end up making these. Like, this is like... That's my only issue is I haven't yet decided how long I'm going to make this. I mean... I guess I can just throw this all together. Just see what I get. So there's this one. I still need to work. I don't know how I'll hop on Tarkov. You're streaming a couple hours. Keep up the good work. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, all good, man. Yeah, you have a good day at work. Give what you need to. Appreciate you coming through, Dr. T. It's nice to see you again, man. Yeah, I think I'm just going to make some of these like short. Like this one, I already know. What is it? Oh, this is that house that came off the. So we can start here. Show the foundation. Yeah, that's a good spot to cut at. We'll cut there, bring this here, get to the next one. Oh, dude, it was terrible. It was so terrible. Yeah, this place got ripped up, man. I need to find some music. Maybe some solemn music. Do I have like some? Let me see if I got some. I know I have some on my other. I guess I probably don't need music actually, because it's just gonna be playing on a TV on a loop. Let's do right here. Now look at this car that's in the. Yeah, that's a good shot. Let's do this camera, man. Looks so good. Throw a warp on it. It's a little shakier than I want. Throw a warp on that. You can bro, do what you got to do for real. Always been brute force of hurricanes, dude. They got hit. Damn dude, yeah, it's like this thing got ripped, man. I don't even know. Something's... Yeah, it's pretty bad. This place got destroyed, man. Let's see. There's something here that... Did I pan? I might have panned here. Yeah. I mean, that's ripped up off the foundation, but I don't know if you can really tell. Probably won't use that one. I got so much. We'll just move on. Boat over here in the trees. We need to bring up the exposure on it, though. Yeah, that boat got thrown in the trees, man. That's crazy. We'll go with about right there. Cut there. What we got here? Oh, this is that. Let's see what this looks like. I wonder what a warp would look like on that. Yeah, it was... Dude. I wasn't there for it. But, I mean, just seeing the footage, you can imagine. Yeah, just seeing the footage, I mean, you can imagine. I mean, look at this house, dude. Probably cut right here. So warp on that too. And we'll leave this one out. What's my time at right now? So we are at a minute and a half long right now. This is their local grocery store. Bring the shadows up a little bit. Maybe it might save some of the exposure. Let's see, maybe. Cut there. Oh, I finished watching the Terrifier, by the way. Finished watching that. It was, dude, how did he come back alive? So sad. These people just are cleaning this up. Yeah, like how, like the lights just start. No, so I gotta watch that one now. Yeah, I gotta watch Terrifier 2 now. I've just seen Terrifier 1. I seen the ending, the blinking lights, all that, and it was good though. It was good. It wasn't as like gory as I thought it would be. I mean, it was gory, but like I'm going to say this, it's so over the top, you know what I mean? Like it's not that bad. It's pretty over the top. Like some of the stuff you can just tell is pretty fake. I seen that. I seen that the people were leaving the theater. I did see that. The opening scene's super gruesome. That's what it sounds like. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Sounds like it's pretty bad of an opening scene. Yeah, people were throwing up in the theater and stuff. Like, dang, bro. Kind of crazy. This is why they didn't have power right here. Just on those lines, man. Uh, some creepy stuff happens in Terrifier 2. Shit, I went to the Bahamas right before they got hit by a Cat 4 and saw in the news that there was a giant tree that landed on a building right where my dad and I were standing just a few days prior. Storm lingered over the Bahamas for like 3 days. Dang, that's crazy, bro. What do you mean? Like, what happens that's creepy in Terrifier 2? Like, what kind of creepy? Like, demonic creepy crap? I don't like that stuff. Hmm. Like, I feel like Terrifier 2 probably is going to be a little more realistic because of the budget they've had. Is that not the case? Is it still got that, like, campy feel to it? I mean, I'm not saying that makes it bad or anything. I'm just saying it does have a campy feel to it, which is fine. It's a good movie. I, like, genuinely enjoyed. I mean, I didn't. How do I say this? I thought it was a good horror movie. I mean, that's not something you got to watch it with like a select audience. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just watch it with anybody. But it was not poorly done. It was actually pretty well produced. And I love the filter, like the LUT they put on it. See, like that's what I work with a lot. Like, so you'll see, like, this is not how I shot it. I shoot flat. See, this is what I'm seeing through my camera. And I come in and I put a LUT on it. I love doing color correcting. Like, and then, but like you can see, like that movie, what they did is they did something like this. Whoever does their color correcting in Terrifier, like I can see it from an artistic point of view. That's kind of the way that whenever I'm watching movies like that, I see it from the artistic filmmaker point of view. Analyze. 1 second. But like, say like this here, we could go. Where was that shot at? Scolometry. Boom, boom. Like this shot here. I have that LUT on it. But let's go over here and we could add. Let's see. Maybe some earth tones. Like. Okay. Maybe not so much that red. I want a blue. Ooh. I like how that. See? You see how that washes it out a little bit? Looks really good. Like that's kind of like a really earthy dark tone right there. Terrifier like uses like kind of like a lot of dark reds and purples. They don't use like earthy tones. And all, see, here's the problem is I get to doing this and these all look good. This guy and his son was like, I'll bring down the exposure on that. But like, look how grim this looks now. Look how grim like this. Just like you're looking. This is, hey, this is informational. Now this is emotional. Like that's like eerie, you know. Let's analyze that one. Analyze this one. How they got the money for Terrifier 1? A guy literally asked his friend for a loan to make it. Really? So I did see the Terrifier girl. I seen that. So she's not real. She's like in a hallucination for him. Oh, dude, yeah. Yeah, the color just like totally changes the vibe, man. What's crazy is I do need to keep in mind that my gamma is, I always do this on this computer. Let me see here. Because I game at a higher gamma, so I'm going to have to keep that in mind when I'm color correcting here. I did this last time. Yeah, there's my gamma. So let's just restore to defaults. This is how a normal computer would look. You see how dark that is now? I'm going to have to adjust the gamma. Or what we do is we go to this. We bring down, let's bring the opacity. Honestly, I think like 10% does the job. Might need to boost some of the brightness. I mean, maybe, let's see. Let's go here. Don't want to so much. This one's only. See that? I like that look sometimes, but I don't think the washout look's going to be right here. Boost this contrast, exposure just a little bit. The only problem is, oh yeah, this looks good. Actually, we could probably even come back over here and do this at let's try 50. I think let's see 70. Yeah, let's see. All right, 70. And then we can kind of dude, yeah, that's like not even all of it, man. This whole thing is like, it's a lot. Like, and then I got to get through this. Like, look at this church underneath water, man. Yeah, it's pretty bad, man. Like these people, their cars broke down and they were working on it. And I asked the guy if I could take some video while his kid was playing in the water, and he was like, "Yeah, go ahead." All right, let's go there. Yeah. Saw my lady in tears because she had gotten her house fixed from the last hurricane. Her house was completely flooded. Dang, man. Yeah, it's like some of these people, like it's like they just keep on getting hit with this. Like, look at this. Like, this is ripped up by the root, dog. Oh my god. That tree is ripped up by the root. We'll go back and color correct that one here in a little bit. I just want to get a bunch of these in, and then we'll go through and go through it more time. This is just a line. I don't know. You think that one? You think this is worth showing? Should I get a close up? Let me see if I do like a pan from this one to that one. Yeah, I do. Okay. Well, maybe I didn't. Yeah. Yeah, it's floor is a different place, man. Different place. Oh man, come on, load. I don't think I'm going to show that one. I think we're going to get out of that. I think this is all good. We're good there. Let's show this one. Even though this one's just a little shaky, I like it. This one's really good. I talked to this family. They were super devastated. I mean, they weren't devastated. They were like super disappointed. But like one guy had like the owner had like a really good like lookout. He was like, "Man, what can you do? You know, it happens, but what can you do? You just roll with the punches." Type thing is what he was saying. I was like, "Well, yeah, it's a good point." That's a crazy shot there. That's a crazy shot though. Actually, we'll use that one and then. Dude. Yeah, man, a tree? Hmm. Oh. I guess I should ask. Alright. Let's move on. Uh, but on some good news, a fan animation for Zerk I thought was canceled. It actually isn't canceled, and they're going to continue work, and I'm super hyped. Dude, you know, I was like, I know this is not what you're talking about, but I'm going to use it as a segue. This whole Bloodborne thing has got me really upset. Like, dude, I'm like really sad that we're not going to be getting this Bloodborne that I thought we were going to be getting. I know, right? They said they're releasing it when they went back on their word, bro. I know. And so now it's like now we're all just from what the rumors are, and I think you've probably heard the rumors too, is they're going to force us to buy the next PlayStation and make that like a selling point for the next PlayStation, which is some major BS. Sony, dude, does some crazy scummy stuff, man. Like, from a business perspective, okay, I get it. But like Sony does some wild stuff. I mean, look what they did to Hellraisers or Hellrisers. They like destroyed that game because they wanted people to sign up on their PSN accounts. You wouldn't be able to play Hellrisers unless you signed up on on a PSN account, and it killed the game. Like, that's like just one thing. Yo, what's up, BR? How you doing? Yeah, and they did that like after the game like was, yeah, it was really bad. That pissed a lot of people off. I don't know if you know who uh Pirate Software is. He's like a streamer on Twitch. He's a cool dude. But he was saying how like he will never work with Sony. After seeing them do that, he said I will never work with Sony ever. I was like, dang, man's fed up because he like really liked Helldivers apparently. Yeah, it was like out 5 months, and then they did some of like that shady crap. Did that shady crap, man. Look at this. My lens, when I got there, the humidity was so bad because like my camera equipment, I was in the AC in my car. I get out, the humidity was so bad it instantly fogged up my camera. I've had that only happen in Florida, and I've only had that happen at a football game in the winter. So like, usually I would keep like if I knew I was gonna be in those kind of conditions, I keep a hair dryer. But it finally cleared up. See, these guys are hardworking guys, man. So like, what they're doing right now to kind of give you an idea is they're going to all these different points. So the water tower is not getting any water. It's not feeding any water into the water tower. So there's a leak somewhere, there's an issue somewhere, and so they're going to every point within this town trying to find leaks, trying to find issues with the flow of the water, and then just working it out. You know what I mean? And so these guys are literally some of the unsung heroes of America, man. Like doing some amazing work to get people like, look at this. Yeah, like I mean, look, see, he's trying to figure out what valves to turn, how they can get. Yeah, I mean, it's these guys are unsung heroes, man. I like before even starting to work with these guys, I didn't even realize, what all it takes to get water going, to get water coming into your tap, man. Oh shit, this is much better shot. I was like, why did I not rack focus here? Knowing me, I did though. Look at this rack focus. Boom. Boom. Actually, that's good because it looks like he's on his phone, but he's actually logging. So that's actually good. That's a good shot. This is a better shot, though. I wish I would have rack focused off of that with him looking. Did I? I don't think I did. Let's see. No, I didn't. Let's just go back. That's good. We'll do that. I like this palette. I was like just playing around with it, and this palette ended up looking really good. Oh, dude, there's some terrible people in the world, but no, like I'm in the same boat. Like I've gotten to the point like seeing all this, like this guy like started crying. One of these guys, I won't say which one, but one of these guys started crying. He was just like when they finally got the water back going, and I was just like, man, like it means a lot to people. Like that they're able to get that going and get things happening for people and be able to do stuff like that and be able to make a difference. It means a lot to people. And there's like, yeah, there's some like really nasty people out there, but then, you know, it's honestly like it's like a balance thing. Like if you really want to think about it, like, you know, for every good person, I mean, for every bad person, there's a good person. And for every good person, there's a bad person, I guess, in a sense, if you want to think about it in a way like that. Like, there's some really good people doing really good things, keeping things going and helping people who need help. And then there's just some people that, like, are selfish and want to watch the world burn. And there's people that, you know, that invest in other people, care about other people. Like, it's out there. It's out there. And honestly, it's a perception thing. Like, if you're around nothing, like, and I grew up that way because I grew up around people that were very selfish and manipulative. And I had to grow out of that myself, you know, to use that as a point to say, this is not the type of life that I want to be around. And it sucks, you know, because some of those people are your family members, you know, some of those people you love. But, you know, for your own benefit, or for your own mental health, you have to know where to draw the line, because some people are just like that. But then there's like people that aren't your blood, that aren't, you know, your immediate family, and they'll do things for you and be there for you, you know, more than anybody else. So sometimes, you know, they say blood is thicker than water, and I think that's bullshit, because sometimes you find family. Sometimes you can choose your family, and they're sometimes better than your own blood. And then you get some blood that's just like they're like, it's like, you know, the thing that that boils down when it comes to, like, for instance, like if you're talking to somebody about why their marriage lasts so long, you know what I mean? Like, talk to those people that have been together 60 years. The only key ingredient to the whole thing is they don't give up on each other. And so, like, there's an element to that. Like, don't give up on, you don't give up on the people that you believe in. You don't give up on the people that care about you. You don't give up on, you know, your work. You don't give up on making sure that people, you know, I mean, in this case, have reliable water. You know, that he knows that these people know that there's going to be families in this place that are going to need water. You know, you don't give up on it. It's hard, and it's a big, one of the things that I like to refer to is like, everything in life that's hard is like a tree. You know what I mean? And you just got to cut it down one swing at a time. And that's kind of, in this case, kind of essentially what these guys are having to do, is just one swing at a time. You know, do what we can now and see how, and we're going to get somewhere. You know what I mean? I really don't talk to certain family because I know they aren't good people, but I feel they needed me, I would still help because they're family. Yeah, and that's this. You know, that's the thing, is like, you know, somebody calls. That's the type of people that, you know, good people are. Good people are like that. you know, quick to forgive. Hey, you did me wrong, but you need me. I'm here for you. You know what I mean? And good people are quick to forgive and quick to see the bigger picture and quick to help, you know, not holding grudges. And there's a lot of people like that. And then there's a lot of people that aren't like that, you know? But it's just, it's unfortunate. It really is. But I will say, like, after my speech here, I will say that I've in the last few years, last year alone, have gotten a good perspective on a lot of people that care about, I mean, they care about America. They care about their they care about their cities. They care about uh their people, you know? It's really a beautiful thing, man. It's scary, but it to see like how selfish people can be. It's scary, but it's also beautiful to see how selfless a lot of people are. It's really cool. Communication success. Yeah, exactly. Like me just rambling on here. Like, you know, nothing ever gets resolved without communication or without sharing your experiences. You know what I mean? Like, you never know who it can benefit. You never know who could be helped by just a little bit of honesty or a little bit of care or a little bit of just a little bit of work, you know? At the end of the day, just putting the work in. That's why, like, I get super discouraged, like, with how far I've been on this stream. Like, I've been streaming, but I'm not, like, super committed to it. So I look at it, like, that way, too. Like, hey, man, just one day at a time. You never know. I never know. Like, I just do this as a fun hobby. I enjoy making friends. I enjoy talking to people like I'm doing right now with you. And, you know, I never know. I never know what tomorrow could bring. You never know. You just keep swinging your axe at the fence, at the tree, and we'll see what when it falls. But, I mean, look, since I've got back to streaming more regularly, look, I met you. I met a bunch of cool friends. I got some I made some really awesome friends streaming. Some really, really awesome friends. Okay, that's none of those I want. Don't really. Yeah, dude, for real. For real. And resilience. You know what I mean? Because you got to be resilient. Because, yeah, it's like this. Things like this happen. And this isn't like somebody made this happen. You know? Sometimes it does happen in that sense. Like you get, you know, people who are just mean and evil. But in this sense, like what these people are dealing with, like, I mean, I was in Missouri and a homeless man had a sign that said, God bless and have a great day. I had extra drinks and asked if he was thirsty, and I gave him the large body armor I had, and he was super grateful. He wasn't begging for money or asking for anything, but kindness makes a huge difference. Yeah, for real, man. Like you might have made that guy's day, you know? You probably did make that guy's day. This is like coming. I think there's like some that was shot. I'm gonna have to go through and I might have to color correct by section because these are coming out really blue, and then those are not. Making pretty good progress on it though. I think this is overall a good. long is this right now? Yeah, this is coming together. I want some music, though. I might throw up a YouTube video. 20 minutes? Yeah, that's good. That's more than enough. We'll do 20 minutes there. Let me see if I can... this is what we're going to do. I'm going to do... Yeah, my goal is so what we're going to do is I have an emergency response training. And so, like, I'm not taking the training or anything like that. I'm, like, giving a presentation there. But this is all going to be on a TV that's, like, in the area we're at. And we're just going to play it, and it's just going to loop all day. So this is just going to be something that people are going to watch. You know? I'll be like, oh, dang, look at that. Look at that. Like, it's not going to be somebody's going to sit there and watch, like, the whole 20 minutes, but it's just going to be looping. So they might see something new, you know? So I want to make sure all the shots look good, but I also, like, that I'm not doing any heavy editing. I'm just montaging it, essentially. Yeah, it's like essentially a slideshow. Like, essentially a sideshow. I wonder if there's, like... What could I do here? Let's see here. Let's do this. Let's do a window capture. On watch party. Okay. Let's see. I need something in the background. Fit to screen. Okay. Let's do this. There we go. I'm going to throw this up here in the corner. And then let's find something on YouTube to watch. Let's see here. Zasmagold's got anything? Let's see what Lupo's up to.
It's okay though.
Alright, let's go see what Asmongold's got. I do like Asmongold. True story. Space Marines, no. Life Ruin. See, there's none of this I really want to see. No. See, like, I watched, like, his Elden Ring stuff a lot, but... I actually kind of want to watch this.
I don't want them to do fact checking. Please don't fact check. There's two women. It's over for Vance.
Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance tonight meeting for the first time.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed.
Can they hit each other?
At one candidate who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
Thank
CBS
God.
News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started.
All right, here we
Tonight,
go.
Our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war.
Is that
Americans
the chick?
are suffering
Is
from
she
the
the chick
catastrophic
from,
impact of Hurricane Helene.
Is that
and
the
now a
chick
labor
from,
strike as
Star Wars?
25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing.
I think she played
We're going to begin
Thor,
tonight
too.
with
Is that
the
her?
Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action.
Thank
President
God.
Biden has deployed more than
I
40,000
don't
U.S.
know.
military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Damn.
Well, thank you, and thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took
They did.
prisoners.
That was bad.
Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies
So we're going to blow up Iran or not?
When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate.
You're welcome.
I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are.
That's right.
I was raised in a working-class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable.
That's true.
I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again.
Why wasn't
now, to
it
answer
for
this
the years
particular
he was
question,
there?
we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world.
Do we blow up
now,
Iran?
You asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
The bad guys.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles—
That was the one in caps lock, wasn't it?
Near U.S. troops, and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump, who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years, and the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Damn.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record.
The bomb to hurricane.
More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane, because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today, actually, a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible. And then, of course, after afterwards to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's
it's
just
a
say
mistake
that's
to
true.
create a hypothetical.
Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to
Most people are too stupid to understand hypotheticals
as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane, and my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together to all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris
So his strategy is to try to make Donald Trump look bad.
Is we've seen this investment.
That's what he's going to try and do.
Massive investments, the biggest in
Yep.
global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy.
No, I agree.
So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country.
That's a good point he's
exactly
making.
What this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years.
Senator.
Natural gas, we got to invest more in it.
This guy's cooking.
Has done the opposite.
I think Vance is doing great.
And also meant that we're doing
Senator,
more.
your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing
he is? Yeah,
more
I think he's
oil,
doing
but
really
folks
well.
know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our #1 export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks.
This is the cats and dogs, guys.
For American voters.
Remember?
Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil?
That's a good question.
You have 2 minutes.
Great question.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do. So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
And he's lost his kids.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, incling that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history. 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state, a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this. And that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the
crowd
legislature.
size.
You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this.
Yeah.
Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this, and he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling him what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules. And it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look,
that's a lot.
We fix this issue with a bill that is
Get
necessary.
them out.
But the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this. And Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield.
Yeah.
The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Lankford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our border czar, Kamala Harris, has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look,
the cats
in Springfield,
and dogs.
Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed, you've got hospitals that are overwhelmed, you've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim, and I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making it less affordable. But it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. Look, I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans.
Well, they're not
they
us.
Simply want order to it. This
That's
bill
the problem.
it's funded, it's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn out of the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP-1 app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own leadership.
Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The CBP-1 app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mic's
Yeah, they can.
We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process.
Yeah, they can.
Nora.
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan, so let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion.
That's a
How
lot.
would you
9
pay for
hours.
that without ballooning
If you
the
got the
deficit?
digital
Governor, I'll give you
deluxe
2 minutes.
edition, which I
thank you.
did.
And Kamala Harris and I
9
do
hours
believe in the
from
middle
now.
class
So
because
what
that's
is
where we
that? It's
come
gonna be,
from. We
what,
both
10
grew up in
o'clock?
that. We understand. So those of you
We're
out there
at 10
listening
p.m.
tonight, you're hearing a
tonight.
lot of stuff back and
10
forth, and it's
p.m.
good. It's
tonight.
healthy. That's what this
We
is
don't
supposed
got
to
a
happen.
pre-download,
You should
so
be
we're gonna have to
listening how this is going
download
to
it. It
impact
looks
me.
like I
The
don't have
bold
a-
forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is
Yeah, no
one is talking about
pre-download.
this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more
What
than
are you
just
up to,
an
Tyler?
asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness
Yeah,
in that.
I'm
Look,
hyped
the
to play it
$35
too, but I'm
insulin is
also
a good thing,
Yep.
but it costs $5
Biden
to
did do
get
that.
started. They were
This
charging
guy's gonna freak me
$800
out.
before this law went into
Yep.
effect.
This is a
As
scary
far as
game.
the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis. Prices
yeah,
went down
Jordan.
on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax
get
cuts
off? You gonna
go to
play
the
it
middle
tonight?
class. $6,000 child tax credit. We have one in Minnesota. Reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago. He said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in.
It's going to be
Everyone
good.
agrees,
I've
including
seen, like,
businesses,
some
it would be
leaked gameplay. It looks
destabilizing it. It would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going?
Nice.
Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you.
Asmongold's
How do you pay
facial
for all that
expressions
without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's
looks
what
like,
you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies.
Yeah, that's a good one.
If you got an Uncle Steve who smokes a lot of weed in a shed.
By 25%.
Like,
drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%. Open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris had such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense, and they don't have wisdom. Because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off. And they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop. And we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
If you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit.
My man Vance looks like he's wearing an eyeliner, dog.
Venture capital in some cases,
that man
putting
looks like
money
he's
into companies that were overseas.
Always.
We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics show that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you've simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
He did
Senator,
just say you got to play
Thank you, Margaret. We have a lot to get to ahead,
he said, you're having
gentlemen,
a difficult
on many
job
topics.
here. You got to
but
play
right now, I want to talk
whack-a-mole.
about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of
I've seen this part.
1989.
Actually, I watched. I
Minnesota
think it's when I
Public
started
Radio
watching.
and
That
other
didn't happen,
media
by the
outlets
way.
are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, guys, it
well,
didn't
the
happen.
folks out there didn't get at the top of this. Look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that.
Rode my
service.
bike with my
I joined
buddies till the
National Guard at
streetlights come
17,
on.
Worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at.
97 was a good year.
Look, I will be the first to tell
so
you, I
funny.
have poured my heart into my community. I've tried
Somebody's
to do the best
comment
I
on
can,
his,
but I've not been
on his
perfect. And I'm a
YouTube.
knucklehead at times.
97
but
was a
it's
good
always been
year.
about that. Those
He
same
gets
people
asked this question. He goes,
elected me to
97 was a
Congress
good year.
for 12 years. And in Congress,
So he
I was
said
one of
he
the most
bullshitted it?
bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising
I know
Xi
this is supposed to be
Jinping
serious, but
about
it's supposed to be
COVID.
a comedy
And I
show.
guarantee
Dude, that's
you
the
he wouldn't
thing.
start a
It's like,
trade war that he ends
these
up
last few
losing.
debates are
So
just
this is
like-
about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to
The thing
do
is,
the best
is
you
what-
can for
what he like the American people are smart. We are smart. You know what I mean? We can tell when someone's trying to manipulate she asked the question, and he is trying to gaslight his way out of answering it, and as vaguely as he can get through it without taking an L. You know what I mean? It's evident what he's doing, and everybody who has a brain in sociology and psychology, I mean, even just like core mechanics of internet or of human interaction, you can tell that this dude is just bullshitting his way out of it. And it's like a common thing, like you know, and even, I mean, you see it on both sides. You know what I mean? You see it on both sides. You see, like, some tactics are better than others, but like what he's doing here is so evident that it's cringe. And that's what sucks, is like Donald Trump's way better at it. Like, he can gaslight so well because he flips it on its head by making it funny. So sometimes it's like, it's captivating. Something he says is captivating, but you're like, oh yeah, no, he definitely dodged that. But like, this is so cringely evident that he's dodging it, and he's doing the whole thing where it's like, I grew up in small America. Like, you start off with that. Like, I mean, dude, come on. Like, just answer the question. People will respect you more if you bite the bullet and just say, hey, man, I misspoke. I screwed up. I mean, say a cuss word in there. People, you know what I mean? Bro dodging like Neon in the Matrix. Dude, I mean, or Neo, yeah, no, he's dodging like Neo in the Matrix, bro, but he's not even being successful. Like, it's like, bro, like, we see what you're doing. I can see what you're trying to do here. It's not working. Yeah, just say it, dude. Just say, I fucked up, man. Like, I mean, I think you would get more votes. I think if we had like a politician that was just like, hey, man, I'm going to be honest with you. I fucked up. I was like, I meant to say something. It was taken out of context a little bit, but I just said the wrong shit. I had brain fog or something. I said some dumb shit. Sorry about that. Like, can we move on? And then, like, what are the moderators going to say then? They're like, oh, he just apologized. He said he fucked up. Like, let's just move on. You know what I mean? And then people are going to respect it so much more. But politicians will never fucking do that. If they did that, dude, could you imagine, could you imagine him calling, like, so you lied about going to China? Yeah, I kind of fucked up on that one. It's my bad. It wasn't like I was lying about it, but I was just like, you know, I mean, it came out wrong, you know, and I'm sorry for the American people for the confusion. Like, what are they going to say to that? You know what I mean? How do you follow up to that? Yeah, it's just cringe deflecting. That's the thing, is like, okay.
For your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching.
But I'm not a professional politician. So you can tell I probably wouldn't make it as a professional politician. But like, at the end of the day, you're trying to get votes from the people. So relate to people. Relate to people. You're trying to get votes from people. You're trying to get people to vote for you. Relate to them. People are not stupid. We are fucking smart. It's like, even people with like common like educations can see what the fuck you're doing. You know what I mean? We're so much smarter than this. Life is not a movie. You know, I mean, some of us are smart, some of us are stupid, and some of us are smarter than others, yes. But, like, my point being is, like, I think that if you're looking at it from what he's doing is evident to about 60% of people, it's pretty fucking evident what he's doing. And I think to about 60% of people, it's kind of cringe. I would say that. I mean, I think that's fair. I think 60%. Yeah, I think it's pretty common sense what he's doing. He does relate. He bullshits. I bullshit. Yes, he does relate. Yeah, I mean, I bullshitted myself out of a speeding ticket before. I mean, we've been there. We've been there. Like, we've been there. You know, I was speeding, but you see, I got to get to the hospital. Well, no, I got to get to my grandma's house. She fell. Oh, sir, I'm sorry. You better get to your grandma. Do you want me to police escort? No, I think I can get there. I'll just go the speed limit the rest of the way. No, sir. No, sir. I'll lead you there to grandma's house. We'll get you there. And then you're following this cop to grandma's house, and you're like, shit. Call grandma. You're like, hey, grandma, I need you to pretend like you fell. I need you to be laying in I need the full thing, grandma. I need you to go outside, front yard, by the garden, holding the water pitcher. You were out there watering the plants, and you went down. I need the whole thing. We're on the way. We're on the way. Okay, thanks, grandma. And you pull up, and there's grandma laying there, like doing the full spill for you. You know, hey, you know, sometimes it's a team effort. Sometimes it's a team effort. You know what I mean? Hey, but you save $300 on the speeding ticket. It's a team effort sometimes. I need the full package, Grandma. We got a trailer. The cop is on my ass right now, Grandma. I need the full package. I need the full fall down package right now. I'll take you to bingo tonight and give you my credit card. Trust me, we'll be good. Like, I need the package, Grandma. Credit card, bingo, tonight.
Which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So trying to do the best you can for your community, and then it's putting yourself out there and letting your
and then it's putting yourself out there and doing the best you can for your community.
Folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Vance is like, okay.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said.
So
I was in
Hong Kong
in China during the democracy protest went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016...
So what you said isn't what you said, okay? Hold up. That shit was so funny, man. So what you said isn't what you said?
Follow up on that. The question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So
if he would have led with that, if you would have led with that instead of giving us this full story that nobody gives a shit about.
That's what I've said.
So
I was in
what you said
in
wasn't
China
true.
during the democracy protest went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate, Donald Trump, unfit for the nation's highest office. And you said he could follow up on that. The question was...
So I was in Hong Kong in China during the democracy protest went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate, Donald Trump, unfit for the nation's highest office. And you said he could be America's Hitler. And you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism.
Where we're at, but
you're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. Oh. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out to messages from 2020.
Dude,
Margaret, I've been extremely consistent, but I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration in the first round if Congress.
No, that, like he said, what he's talking about, what we were just talking about. You got to be honest. You got to say when you screw up. He's like, I screwed up. He's like, I might change my opinion. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, charisma on, dude, yeah.
Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe that I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Oh, shit.
Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely
you guys think
fine.
The vignettes too much?
Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what.
Y'all think this vignette's too much here? We're gonna go through this footage just here again. I'm gonna render it one more time. First, I would need to. What y'all think? Is the vignette too much? Is it too much? Sometimes it adds like a good emotional level. Let's see if I can. So let's do this. And then do. There we go. Can you see it better? No or yes? 1 or 2? 1 being the vignette, 2 being no vignette. I could even actually bring the opacity down. Make it even lighter. I think that's actually fine. Do 50. It's like a little slight vignette. Okay, let's save and render, and we're going to watch this, and then I'll go through and edit this one more time, and then I think it'll be done. We're at 19 minutes. I think that's perfect. Let's render this thing one more time. Give me the full package, or you're going to the...
on everyone.
And not just like going to a regular home. You're going to the one that Ben Stiller takes care of. Tad heavy. I think the lighter one you're using is fine though now. Do you think it's too much in general? I mean, honestly, I'm not sold on it. Let's cancel. I think you're right. Maybe just removing it is. Like, I don't know if it's needed. Like, I don't know if it's needed. Kind of like it on that shot, though. That shot needs to be lightened up. These are going to need to be lightened up. That's why I want to get this done and go through there. Let's see. Ooh, let's see how this looks here. Ooh, yeah. See, that does give a nice depth. I think we keep this. We keep it with that lighter. I think we keep it. Let's save, render, and then let's go back to this shit show of a vice president debate. It's not that bad, actually. Like, I mean, there's some goofy shit that's being said in here, but it's mostly by this guy, by Waltz. I think Vance is actually doing really well. I mean, but the thing is like, Waltz is the governor of Michigan, isn't he? Is it Michigan? I'm not a politics person. Minnesota, sorry. Not Michigan, Minnesota. So I'm not a big politics person, but
it's mine.
He's just like coming off like he looks like a train's about to hit him. Like, look at this guy's face, man. Like, he looks like, I mean, and this is the whole time. Like, he looks like there's like a train coming for him. Like, what is this? Like, why does he look so damn scared? He looks scared, and then he's like just like BSing his way through everything. Like, I mean, it's the only way that I can describe what we're watching right now with it comes to him is cringe. I'm like, this dude is so cringe. I hate that for him because, I mean, he's a governor. He's got to be a good dude. But, like, a lot of the stuff he's got going on is just cringe, man. Like, even the whole thing, like, the stolen valor thing that he's got going on with him right now. Like, bro, why are you doing all this extra shit?
Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or
I agree with
Kentucky,
Tim Wolf on this, by the way.
Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said, two wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business. But those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is well, I mean, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right.
I mean, Eileen, dude, the whole thing is like, the whole thing with this is, I think that, yeah, they should probably have the right to do it, but that's not my decision. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I think, here, let me say this. This is, like, really general, but this is a good way to think of it. I think seatbelts are one of the biggest, like, infringements on people's rights, right? And this is generally speaking, but it kind of applies to it. You'll get what I'm trying to say here. I think, like, people can have a choice to put the seatbelt on. You know what I mean? If you want to put the seatbelt on, you put the seatbelt on. But, like, you know what I'm saying? It's going to help you, but you don't have to wear it. Like, it sucks that what's happening and the whole Roe versus Wade thing, that sucks. Because ultimately, like, it's a free country. That's your decision. You know what I mean? If you want to make that decision, that's your decision. But it's not forced on people. You know what I mean? Like, that shouldn't be forced on people. I don't know. So I'm kind of in the middle there. But I'm also, like, I'm a Christian. So I'm also on the side of, what's his name said it, has a comedy thing about it, but it's a good point. He's like, I think that you have the right to make your decision, but at the end of the day, you're killing a baby. You know what I mean? And I'm like, there's no better way to put it. Like, yeah, I think it's still what's being done is being done. We're not going to sugarcoat it. We're not going to sugarcoat it. What's being done is what you're doing is what you're doing. You're killing a baby. But he made a good point. He made a good point about, he's like, if I'm baking a cake, right, I get all the ingredients together and I put it in the oven for 1 minute, and you come by, open the oven, and he throw throw it all over the floor, and I'm like, you just fucking ruined my cake. I'm not gonna say you ruined my batter, you ruined my flour, my eggs, and my mixture, I ruined it because it wasn't a cake yet. But it was a cake. It was gonna be a cake if you came and ruined it. I think that's a good point. But on the other side too, that's not my decision to make. I think if you have to make that decision, then that's your decision. I have no right to tell you. Like, I know somebody very personally who had an abortion and they regret it. And it wasn't like a line of the situation that they had the abortion because there was complications. They just had abortion because they weren't ready for kids. They didn't feel like they were going to be good parents. Not good parents, but not ready to be parents is what I meant to say. And they regret it. It actually destroyed their marriage, and they ended up not being together. And it's incredibly a sad story. And I mean, it really. And then the guy, the father, lives in regret about it to this day. I talked to him about that. It's super sad. But having said that, I mean, I still care for that person. You know what I mean? I still empathize with that person that they have that regret. But see, I never would have made that. I wouldn't have made that decision. You see what I'm saying? But he had the right to make that decision. See, the thing is like where it goes is like legally, the people are starting to draw the lines between legalities and morals. And I think that you can't make laws against morals. Like, people just need to have the right to make their decisions. You know what I mean? Like, it's the whole body, my choice thing, it's a good, I don't know. But see, I don't know enough about it. I don't know. I'm not a politics person, but at the same time, like, that's not my decision to make, So if somebody makes that decision, that's their decision, and they deal with the consequences themselves for their own purposes and how they needed to cope with it. Like, it sucks. The whole situation sucks, but I don't know what the right answer is. I'm not a fucking politician. But I think that there are a lot of more, like, everybody has their own morality. So you can't, like, block off somebody else's, say, okay, your morals. For instance, like, something that's really, like, profound is, like, there was, like, a guy that was talking about actually, it was Jelly Roll. I fucking love Jelly Roll, the musician. He made a good statement. He's like, if Jesus was around today, he wouldn't be where a lot of people built him up to be. He wouldn't be, like, in a golden synagogue, in a golden church, talking to everybody, to only the higher class people. Some of these snooty-nosed Christians don't get in the dirt and have empathy towards people that are actually struggling. Jesus would actually probably be at a bar. I could see Jesus at a bar talking to people at bars. Some of the people in the Bible that he helped, like, Jesus was for the streets, dude. That's 100%. That's a great way to say it. He was in the streets. He was literally in the streets. He was washing the feet of prostitutes. He was washing their feet. He was giving bread to. He was, a lady that was married like, what was she married like 6 times, and he healed her blindness. Like he wasn't doing work for the profound. He was doing work for the hurt. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of people forget that shit. Like, yeah. And then, if you go back and you read the Bible, and I love the Bible, some of the worst people in history, some of the worst people in history were used to do. I mean, look at Saul. Saul changed his name to Paul. And Saul did some terrible shit. Terrible guy. But he changed his name, to Paul. And there's another Paul, but it's not Saul. But the Saul that went to be Paul was like he was not a good dude. He was not a good dude. But God used him. There's a way that people can change, people can be forgiven, and people make mistakes. But those are their mistakes to be made. And that's my point. Is like, if that's your mistake, make your mistake. Or if that's your sin, make your, that's your journey. It's not mine. It's not my job to judge you, but it's my job to empathize with you. Maybe give you some guidance, hey, share with you, this is what maybe that you might, share. You might regret that. You might regret doing that. You might regret doing that, or, I'm not a politician, but that's the way I feel. I am a Christian, though, and I do believe in faith, and I do believe in forgiveness, and I do believe in the power of God. I do believe in Jesus, man. And so it's like, on the other side too, there's people like, there's like a preacher that was his mom was a prostitute rape victim, and he's a preacher. So like, just because God blooms beauty out of evil, just because you come from just the absolute worst circumstances doesn't mean you can't be used. Doesn't mean you can't be used, doesn't mean you don't have a purpose, So just because your life you come from generational curses, you can break those easily. Those can be broken. You can move past that. But at the end of the day, I still think that, I mean, you are playing God. I don't know, dude. It's like, dude, you see how like sticky it is? It's like you're playing God when you make the decision, but still at the end of the day, that's your decision. You know what I mean? You made that decision, you made your bed, and now you have to, because here's the deal. God is not, he's the clockmaker, right? He ain't sitting here saying, like forcing our hands to do things. We have free will. So if you look at it from God's perspective, you have free will. You make your own decision, but you're gonna have to pay the price for your decisions. I think that's a good way to look at it. But at the end of the day, man, it just sucks that that's the world we live in, that people have to make these decisions. It really does suck. It really does suck.
For Washington.
I don't know why I just went on a tangent about that, but it's like been really, I don't know. Like I said, I have a friend who's dealt with this, and I think that this is not something that's a lighthearted decision, and I think that's what a lot of people, when they're talking about this, when these politicians are talking about this shit, like they're talking about it like it's a lighthearted decision. Even Donald Trump, it's like they're killing the babies it's not a lighthearted decision. Like, but I mean, to some people, there are some people who are like, there are some people that I think that there is like habitual abortionists. I think there's people that have had multiple abortions, and I think at that point they just like are doing it just to do it. They don't really. There's some people that lack that. There are some people in this world that lack emotional judgment or moral judgment. There are some people that lack that as a quality, or lack that overall. But when you're looking at it from a point, like, I think sometimes when these politicians, like, are talking about, like, doing this or doing that, they're not understanding that these are hard decisions that each individual person has to make. But I think that there should be more education on it. You know what I mean? I don't think there should be, like, abortion clinics, you know. I think there should be more funding put into education of what abortion is and what it does. And I think more people should share that have had abortions should share the toll that it's had on their lives. Do they regret having it? Did it help them? You know, ultimately, did you having the abortion, did it make your life better? You know, like, or why are these not the things that are done? Like, why are people not talking to people? Like, people need to be informing people of what their decisions have done. Like, you know, like, if you take somebody who's in prison for robbing, like, that's something that's really good. Scared Straight, that's a great show, you know, like, but I think it's, like, a little too dramatized. But how much, you know, if the first time, like, somebody gets in trouble for stealing a car, you know, like, which is a huge thing, but let's say they get one chance to go and talk to somebody who steals cars in prison and then try to hear and talk to them from a perspective to, like, this is where I'm at now. Do you want to be there? These actions are going to get you to where I'm at right now. Do you want to take them? And then I think that, like, that's a Scared Straight opportunity, but it's also an educational opportunity, you know? But, like, at the same time, like, people helping people is never a bad thing. You know, people telling, well, in some cases, but you know what I'm saying. My point being that I think that that's something is like, yeah, I agree. School systems need to rework too, man. Yeah, no, that's the thing, is educating people on what their decisions can have, you know? Like, if you do this, this is what can happen. Or if you do, this is somebody else that went through this, you know? And I think that's something that some churches are really good about doing, is like not like hurting, like not like putting somebody in a corner because they've done something. Like, let's say you have a divorced family, right? Okay, well, before you just consider going through a divorce, you should go and listen to this family and see how that's made an impact on them, you know, or on the other case, you know, like, and that's kind of going back to what I was saying, is like, I think that's something, some people are just wanting to write off, like, oh, you know, what a piece of shit, they're just wanting to get an abortion, what a piece of shit, get it. But these are real people making real decisions that are hard, you know, these are hard decisions. And I would say, you know, we're 80% of people, you know, these are just people who have had something happen, and they just don't, and they're in fear, you know, and this isn't a way out for them. And it's sad, but at the end of the day, I think it's like, dude, I need to shut up.
That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world.
That's bad.
This is about healthcare. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in healthcare for a reason. We trust women. We trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the
That's a
governor's
great
claim?
answer.
Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
But Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about
pretty good answer. Honestly, it's a pretty good answer.
Question got asked
I mean, they're both good answers.
Made the accusation
Honestly,
it wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education.
You said people don't agree with me, so I gave up.
And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making child care more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is. I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance, but Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education.
You said people don't agree with me, so I gave up.
We have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making child care more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor,
so this is a little dark,
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think,
That's
whether you're pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience.
What the
we
fuck?
can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their health care decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this.
You made your
Trying to
answer
distort
simple,
the way a law is
but it's
written
not something
to try and make a point. That's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me. What was I wrong about?
That's what I say.
Look, I've about their health care decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point. That's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me. What was I wrong?
That's what I say.
Look, I've given
But
this.
how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been miswritten. It was fact-checked.
Oh,
at the last
shit.
debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. That's been miswritten.
Freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their health care decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me. What was I wrong about?
That's what I say.
Look, I've given
But
this.
how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been miswritten. It was fact-checked.
Oh,
at the last
shit.
debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter
Oh, thank
and
God
sentenced
for that.
to 10 years in
Yep.
prison. Do you think
Yep.
holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions.
Yeah,
I think in
they
some
made the
cases,
right
the
call.
answer is going to be yes, and in some cases, the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous.
Good point.
But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with
Kevlar
such
backpack.
hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90%, and some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball.
Yeah,
Those things don't leave you.
As
As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded.
The thing is like you're saying, it's easy to get an illegal gun. Like, oh yeah, you can 3D print them. If somebody wants, I think when it comes to this issue, my big thing is mental health. Is like, I think there needs to be, like, honestly, that sounds like a good position, like a government job that, like, would be good. I think could be funded is having somebody that's, I mean, even like if you take a counselor of a school, right? And I've thought about this before, is you take a counselor of a school, but you fund them in a way to where you get somebody who's very good psychology, has a psychology degree. And I mean, honestly, psychology people are looking for jobs too. So this, coming out of college, that's one of the hardest jobs to find a job, is psychology or sociology, like majors. Because, I mean, it's therapists and stuff like that. But you get somebody who can be, like, really good at eyeing a mentally disturbed child. Like, they need to be picked out. Like, and that's the problem is, like, you got people, like, and I even witnessed this when I was in high school. You got people that are just ignoring people. And that goes from students to teachers to faculty. They are ignoring people. You get, certain kids that are just like teachers' favorites. You get certain kids that are just like, they are part of the faculty's kids. They come from money or something like that. They dress better. They have better charisma. They're more charismatic. So there's kids that are being focused on, and then there's kids that are being focused on, and there's kids that are being ignored. And the problem is those ignored kids and those kids that, that aren't very good at expressing themselves, they're quiet, they don't talk a lot. They end up getting heavily weighed down by their mental issues, Like, they are heavily weighed down by their mental issues. Because they're inside themselves. They don't have a way to express themselves. You see a lot of those type of kids go and be artists, They end up expressing themselves as art, and that's their venture of getting out. You do see that. But that's the problem, is like that we don't have a problem of school shootings. Like he even said, like, it's not an epidemic. It's a very rare situation. But I think, like, the way to get rid of that or lower the probability that would happen is we do not ignore kids. I think that's the problem. If there was a position that was funded, I remember one of the biggest things, and I was blessed to have this, was a school counselor who helped me apply for college tuition. Like, she helped me, like, as much as, like, anybody else. So I actually had a lot of help to be able to go to college where I wouldn't have had that help because of her care and her initiative to do that. There needs to be more people that care and more people that are not ignoring different people. And she did that for me and for others. But I think that that's the problem that we're really having is there's just kids that are being ignored. There's kids that are just being told to shut up. They are having a terrible experience at school, and then they leave school and they're coming home and they're having a terrible experience at home. And it's piling up, and I think that they're, that they snap, and it's sad to see, but I think these are very extreme cases, very, very different cases. But it's happening. And I think that the way that you bring that down is you find a way to care about these shunned kids, and that's the thing. It's sad, but not everybody is a football star. And that's the problem with America is people get so focused in schools and high schools, oh yeah, oh, that's Johnny. Johnny's he's the quarterback, and he's the quarterback, and he's great at this and he's great at that, and oh, he's doing this and he's doing that. But you got somebody who could be something like that if they were just listened to, or if they were given a chance, or if they were acknowledged, or if they were talked to, but oh, that kid's kind of weird. Let's not he ain't sitting with us. Or, oh, that kid is kind of strange. I don't really like talking to him, and that's coming from a teacher, a teacher who's I'm not talking, that's the thing. There's a lack of empathy right now in this country. And that's the epidemic, is the lack of empathy, people not caring about other people and not caring about what other people are going through. And that's the core problem that we're dealing with America, is a lack of empathy. There's a lack of empathy in the schools. There's a lack of empathy in the workplace. There's a lack of empathy, on your personal levels. People just don't give a shit about people because they're worried about themselves so much. And I think that's the epidemic that's happening. There's just people that just do not give a shit about each other. But there's a lot of people that do give a shit about each other. And I think that those people need to be, we should have a problem with people giving too much a shit about each other. And that's the thing, is there's so many people that give a shit, and there's so many people that care, that I think they need the opportunities to be able to be in those positions, to be somebody for somebody that they needed, and that's something that, paying it forward, be who you needed when you were a kid. Do you see what I'm saying? I can go back to my childhood and I can think to myself, man, I really needed somebody at this moment. I needed somebody at that moment. Be who you needed when you were a kid. I do that, I do that for my cousin Tyler all the time. I'm always, there for him. I'm always trying to help him, because I was the first person who graduated college from my family, and he sees that as an example, and he asked me for advice. And he's a great kid. Yeah, I give him a lot of shit, but he's a great kid. And I think he's doing a lot better than I am. He's going to be doing really well, because that's the thing, is you got to be who you needed when you were younger. And I think that's something that we just lack right now. Not overall, but yeah, man, little did I know, I found out recently people thought I was a school shooter type of kid in high school. Bro, I wasn't, though. I was just a stoner minded in my own business. I found out from a close friend that told me what he had heard from others. That's sad, man. I hate that for you. But but that's a personality thing. It's some people have a lot more charisma. They're a lot more open. There's a lot more closed people. There's a lot more people that aren't expressive. But the thing is if you talk to somebody and you give them time and you give them care, that's the thing, is you swing that, get to, that's the thing, is those kids that probably thought that about you just didn't even give you the light of day to talk to you. Give you the light of day to give you a chance, or talk to you, or give you a chance to even, be a friend. And that's the problem, is there's just so many people that just aren't listening to each other. And then it's getting lost in the echo chambers type of thing. I hate that, though. I hate that you had to, but let's be honest, about 90% of people, high school sucked for me too, I didn't like high school. Nobody really likes high school. If there's a few people that liked it, and then there's a few people that didn't. And then, to be quite honest, you're not, you're going to only talk to probably maybe 5 or 6 people that you had to go to school with. going through your life. You know what I mean? Yeah, but see, like, you had your own, like, you know, like, that was the way I was. I was like, you know, I was a skater. I kept to myself, but I also had, like, the friends that I did have knew me. Like, the friends that I did have knew that I was outgoing, knew that I was charismatic, and knew that I was fun, but I wasn't going around and being that for everybody. You know what I mean? I was just me. I was me for who appreciated me, if that makes sense. So that was kind of like, I think that's something that is just, but like, I will say, I wouldn't be here where I am today if it wasn't for the people that gave a shit. I mean, maybe I'm pretty stubborn, and I got a strong will, and I got a strong, like, if am I going to do something, it's very hard for me to, I don't have a lot of quit in me, if that makes sense. So the thing is like, that type of stuff, I probably would have overcame, maybe, but I had some great help from some people that I think that if other people had those opportunities, that would help them even more, you know? So.
Anyways, dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall.
I'm making this way more serious than this needs to be.
And they were asking us to do something.
I don't know why.
And look, I'm a hunter.
But I
own firearms. The vice president is. We understand.
These are the type of conversations that need to be had. I think people need to have these conversations. You know, this is good to talk about. I mean, this is the only way that, like, we move forward is we talk about shit. I don't agree with this. You don't agree with that. That's fine. But the only way we're going to ever understand why we're going to is you got to talk, you know?
Understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted
how are you going to figure
enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and I here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills.
You can't compare to Finland.
They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and
he's being empathetic towards Waltz. I think that is, like, these two, like, I love the way that they're debating, because they're not debating in a sense where it's just like, I hate you, I don't agree with nothing you say. They're actually working together. They're coming they're coming, like, it together in a sense, you know? And, like, I agree with you. Hey, I agree. I don't agree with that, but, you know, I can appreciate your thought. Like, I think this is a really good debate. I think this is a pretty good debate. I think that there's some, like, jokery, but I think it's
Finland
pretty good debate.
Okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health
I'm gonna be
abuse.
honest though. I think Vance set that tone. I think he's been empathetic. He's been empathetic. He's been apologetic, and he's been understanding. And I think because of Waltz came out really hard, like Donald Trump's the Antichrist type shit, and I think Vance really reeled that in and was like really kind of more positive. He was like, man, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I think you got a hard job here, Waltz. Like, you gotta go against Trump. You got to make him Satan pretty much, you know? So I think that Vance set that tone for this debate, and this debate is as good as it is because of Vance's efforts to set that tone. I will say that.
Or mental health, substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety.
There we go.
We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get.
You see this on Twitter.
Because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about
what I
more
like
security.
about him is
Senator,
how
thank you,
open-minded
Governor.
he
You
is. He's a
previously
lot like
opposed
me.
an
He's
assault
very
weapons ban, but only
Like, I'm
later
not
in your
sitting here
political
listening to
career
this and I'm
did you
like,
change
oh,
your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those San Diego parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety.
This is the part.
Ban, but only
What the
later
hell did
in your
he just
political
say?
career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those San Diego parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where
He became friends with them.
my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today.
He just misspoke.
And several things I want to mention on this.
He just
Talking
misspoke.
about cities and where it's at.
He had to.
The number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural
It's a big
suicides.
fuck up, but
And we
it's
have
so
an epidemic
obvious.
of children getting
it's pretty
guns and
obvious, I
shooting
think.
themselves.
I think Aslan's
And so
right. It's pretty
we
obvious
have,
in
and we
this
should look at all of the issues. Making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns, and there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that
it's not just the guns. See, that's the thing, is that they're all saying is like it's the guns. If somebody wants to do something like that, that's why we need to focus on the mental health issue, because if somebody wants to do something like that, it's not a gun that's going to do it. They're going to find another way to do it. If it's not, I mean, we've all seen Halloween. The early signs of somebody like that is somebody who's like cutting open a rat, hurting animals, things like that. Those are signs that you get from people that want to do like these horrendous acts. Some of them snap, because of like bullying, yes, but if they're going to snap, like you're going to snap, right? I don't think that you can make it to where it's harder for them to get a gun, but what's stopping them from getting a knife? And I mean, they sell a knife at every Walmart. You got huge butcher knives at every Walmart. What's going to stop somebody from snapping to take a pencil and stab somebody? We're going to ban pencils? Like, that's the thing is like, guns don't kill people, people kill people. And that's the truth. I mean, and yes, I mean, the overall use of a gun is to kill. That is its purpose. So, I mean, I can see how it can be, like, labeled in that way. It is a tool that makes it easier to commit the act, I guess, is the only way that I can, like, kind of understand where they're coming from. But this whole, like, it's so layered, because I don't think that the reason there's if you ban guns to stop school shootings, which is a small percentage of what's happening, if you do that, who's hurt more by these laws? Common gun owners, common people who have the Second Amendment right. And then what is something that can come of that? Tyranny. Tyranny can come from that, and that is the reason why it's put in there, is a preventative thing for tyranny. Why has this country not ever been invaded? And that is the reason, is because there's a gun about there's what, like 3 guns per city block, or five guns per city block, or something like that. That right there is why this country is. Do you think that anybody is gonna want to come and step foot? A country's going to want to invade into America? No, because of what we have establish to prevent that? You know what I mean? As a country, like, we're a very strong country, but our rights is what makes us strong. And kind of like we were talking about earlier, even if you go so far back as to the abortion, it's your right, you know? Our rights is what makes us strong. We are not a tyrannical, everybody has rights. You have the right to make your own mistakes. Yeah, dude. I mean, it's like 5 guns per city block on average or something like that. And that's even in the places where it's low. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of guns. Like, I mean, so we're going to put a ban on people buying guns. I mean, where does your policy take effect? Where does your policy do any good for what you're trying to do? Like, you know what I mean? That's the thing, is you put a ban on on gun. The only thing you can put a ban on is gun purchasing. Or, like Kamala is saying, this buyback program where they force people to sell their guns. People don't want to sell you their grandpa's gun, you know? Like, their gun that their grandpa gave them and they inherited from their family. Like, nobody is going to do a buyback program. And if they do, then why? Nobody really is going to take into that. And if they do take into that, they might sell you 4 and keep 2. They might sell you 5 and keep 4. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the accessibility issue that they're trying to combat with this is just not common sense. It's impossible. It's not possible. You can't combat it that way. You got to combat the problem at the source. The problem at the source is not the gun. The problem at the source is people are killing people because they're upset. At a very general thing, people are killing people because they're upset about something. That's it. Why are you upset? Why are you upset? You know, there's so many things to that, but on a very general thing, people are killing people with guns or with whatever they can find because they're upset. So let's try to, like, minimize how many people are upset. You got a Civil War musket, come get it. Hey, man, you got to load that thing with the black powder, dude. You got to, like, light it. I was watching Pocahontas this morning, and he has that big-ass string whenever he's, like, you know, the scene at the waterfall, and he sees Pocahontas, and he lights that thing, and you see this big, long string that's, like, just igniting, and you're, like, sitting there. Like, can you imagine being in war, and you got this... Or, no, imagine being, like, in a Terrifier movie. You're talking about the Terrifier. Imagine being in the Terrifier, and you got this, I gotta light it, and it's like, all right, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you, man. Like, dude, yeah, 2-minute reload time, bro. But it's cool to have. It's cool to have. We got one in our family, too. They're cool. They're historic, but, yeah, no, like, I mean, it's just so funny, man. Like, and that's what they're saying. That's another argument, is that when the Second Amendment was written, they wouldn't have imagined the type of weaponry and technology we have in weaponry now. And I see that point because that's what they had back then. But still, at the end of the day, like, yeah, no. I mean, I think, like, people could own cannons, right? Like, I don't know.
This is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent.
Ooh.
There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. First, let me say this. This issue of housing and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity.
It
can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family.
Yeah.
We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, one of the, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back.
I didn't even know that.
You're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in. And we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find.
This is a good point he's making here.
But we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks.
All right, I'm going to pause this for a second. I'm going to use the bathroom. We'll be right back. Dude, Godspeed.
And cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising? And what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's
plans to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens? If you lower energy prices, as Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill, one of the biggest drivers of housing costs aside from illegal immigration is, think about it, if a truck driver is paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But, Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in
Well, of course, that's not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we
that's
talk
a huge problem.
regulations,
I wish they would talk about that more.
Get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, I have concepts of a plan. Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course. We're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. It's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done, but when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better health care policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley.
I was there.
3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand
3,000 years ago.
It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher. And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works.
It's not that. That's not what they asked.
About this of young people, or whatever. That's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail, saying, "Well, Americans should be free to do this." Well, then what happens? So you think
the individual mandate's a good idea?
You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there.
The mandate was the bad part.
When we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret?
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret?
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you've said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns?
That's a great question.
2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress works. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family medical leave. One is, I think,
18
they're
years.
moral, and they think it's a good thing. But it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, we stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota, and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue, those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some places, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn?
They're not going to give an answer.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of child care model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with child care. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide child care in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote child care because, look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this.
It's a lot of money.
Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal.
He does say it weird.
And I think what President Trump is saying is that
he
when
does.
we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families. Because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this.
Not enough.
Because
yeah,
we got
he's
out
right.
of an imbalance
That's a
on
good
this.
point.
We thought we were going to get by not paying people.
Yeah.
I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results.
Oh, yeah.
Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud.
Stop the steal.
Governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies.
Good, because the past was
make
fucking
housing
retarded.
affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that
shit was
there were
so
problems in
stupid.
2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president, Donald Trump left the White House, and now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens, and it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by...
Yeah, the whole thing where they're saying that you do not have a right to misinformation, that pissed me off. When I heard them say that genuinely pissed me off. Because, I mean, everybody is misinformed. Everything you say is misinformed. Everything's misinformed to some degree. Slightly, majorly, extremely. To some degree, we are slightly misinformed. Everybody can benefit from learning a little more about every subject or about anything in general. There's experts, but even experts are constantly learning. You see what I'm saying? Just because you're an expert in something doesn't mean that you're immune to learning and finding things out. I think the only way we get there is by open conversations like this. Censoring people to say anything, just because saying misinformation is not covered by the Second Amendment is dangerous. That is absolutely dangerous, because what is not misinformation? Who gets to justify what misinformation is and what is not misinformation? Because the experts that are saying what is misinformation and what is not misinformation are not experts in all of those subjects. So they don't know what qualifies as information or misinformation. So that's not right. You can't, what are we going to have, a board that's going to be saying, oh, that's misinformation, that's not, and then that has an opportunity to be tainted? No. The only way is everybody can say what they want, when they want, and how they want, and be free to speak their mind and say what they need to say. And in the process, fuck up. Say something wrong and learn from what you said and move forward. That's the only way we move forward.
By two lifelong blue-collar Democrats to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues, and that to me is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here, and I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision.
String him up.
Senator,
I remember that.
Adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Right.
Margaret?
No, I agree with him.
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
True.
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that
he's right about this too,
the results of the election, I'm on board.
Yeah.
But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand
Democrats
how
started
we got
it,
to
but
this point.
Trump made it way worse.
The issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement, but this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
I totally agree with Vance on this, by the way.
Please.
I think he's totally right.
Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this, I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
It is now time for the closing statements. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are
Since when is an endorsement from Dick Cheney a good thing?
They believe in a positive future of this country, and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage, and then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will
see here. This has been nice. I think this video is pretty much done. All I gotta do is get through these last few clips. But I think I'm making really good progress on this. I mean, I think it looks good right now. What do you think? I think looks pretty good. Like, look how good that looks. Like, I don't like, it's like I want to go in and bring the shadows up a little bit. But there's part of me that likes that. Like, I kind of like how dark it is. Like, can you still visually see? Oh, shit. Can you still, like, so, like, see right here. This is, like, a fine line. But, see, I like this, right? And I think this is... I don't know. I think that's good, honestly. But, I mean, I would leave it dark. I could have left it a little darker. Let's go with that. Let's see. Let's get to this one. I mean, this damage is crazy. So this is like, just like for layers. This is with the vignette. Or this is the vibrance. We added vibrance. We added a vignette. We added a LUT that makes it kind of like darker and green. Kind of gives it this like ominous view. And then that's the LUT, the final contrasting LUT. All these layers make what we are seeing right here. So we take all that off. This was the original footage. This was my original flat footage. We added this, little vibrance, a little vignette, that, and boom. Yeah, it's like kind of like yeah, I like it. I like it. Kind of like, yeah, kind of cloudy, like, hey, this is, it's not happy gloomy, you know what I mean? Like, and I think like this is more like informational right here. This is informational, but I think this is more emotional. We're looking at like an emotional scenery right now. This is like the walkway. Look how tore up that is, dude. Look at that sunset. Like when I shot this, I was like, man, this is beautiful. But like taking off this LUT here, like that is a vibe. You know what I mean? It gives it a vibe. Look at this shot. I really like this shot too. This gate. This gate has like... Like, see, this gate has debris all over it from the hurricane. Yeah, no, right? Like, this is like... Yeah, see, like how it's... This is all... This is like a gate to the pier, right? But look at all the debris that's on it. And then this is an apartment that's like across the street. This is inside the apartment. You can see like inside everything's like tossed, right? go with that. Warp stabilize. I think all these could benefit from a warp stabilizer. Like, that's the thing. I love shaky cam, but like just a slight stabilizer just kind of brings it to that next level. Like, this is dark, but I still think it's good. See, like, this can be lightened up, and I think that it's not going to take away any of the, like, the artistic aspect of it. I think we lighten it up right about here. Maybe a little exposure. Not much, though, not much. Back that up a little bit. I think right here is good. Yeah. Let me throw that on there. See what this offers. Okay, this is me going across the street, but dang, that was a good shot. Why did I move? Why did I move? What am I doing? Okay, let's start here. Okay, hold there, delete. What am I doing? No, no, no. What just happened? I have no idea what just happened there. It's like the computer like started like lagging or some stupid shit. It just started lagging and then I accidentally moved something that I didn't want to move. Some bullshit. It's just like sometimes Premiere does that. Premiere is goofy. We can bring up this. Shadow right there. I don't know if I'll be able to use this. This might be. I knew when I shot this, it was like getting really dark. It's getting dark outside. Hey, that's still salvageable though. Hey, actually. Oh, wait, what did I do here? Oh, dang, I had a LUT on it. Let's go with that. Okay, I was able to salvage this then. I had an ND filter on it, and I took it off. Still warp on this. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 shots to go. Let's save, and then I'm going to render, and then we'll finish this thing up. And I think we're looking pretty good. We actually shortened it quite a bit. Ooh, I do have my phone footage, but do I want to use the phone footage? I'm at 10 minutes. I don't think I need the phone footage. I don't think I need all the phone footage. I think some of it could be good. Let's see. See, all my phone footage is like decent, but be honest, I don't really feel like going through all of it. I'm already at 10 minutes on this.
Stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night, and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl, and that too has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are just 35 days until Election Day. Please get out and vote. And for all of us here at CBS News, thank you and good night.
A handshake, and that's the end. Tim Walz, J.D. Vance squaring off for about 90 minutes in the heart of Midtown Manhattan, the CBS News studios, as their families come out to greet them after what was really a quite civilized debate. And
I mean, that was a shock. I'm gonna be honest, like, that's been crazy. Like, we haven't had a debate like this since like
with me in New York City.
Like Romney and fucking Obama. It's been a long time. Yeah, it's like honestly kind of shocking.
You know,
that's crazy.
But it was earnest. And there were
that was nuts. Like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, like I didn't even know what to think. Like, I was like surprised. I was like, because you know how it's been, right? It's been crazy. And like, you know, there was no talk of horse cum. There's no couch fucking or anything like that. It was a very civil and refreshing debate, and I think it was great. I do. I think it went so much better than a presidential debate. And I'd say after that debate, I'd be more willing to vote for either of them than either of Kamala or Trump. To be totally honest, like very, very easily, I would rather vote for both of them than either one of the candidates for president.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Vance did a great job. Yeah, I think he did. I think he did a really good job. There's a couple of things, like I think that there's like a Cold War that's going on with like you know, Democrats not acknowledging censorship and Republicans not acknowledging that they lost the 2020 election. I don't like that. I think that really both things are true. And it's a disservice to everybody that we can't act like both things happened. But overall, I think it did pretty well. We don't care. Yeah. I mean, that's the way I see it, right? And Vance won the 3v1. I think that Vance came out looking better than Tim Walz. I do think so. But I think that's also another reason because a lot of people had a more negative opinion of Vance. And I think that he repaired that image better than I would say Tim Walz did. I think Tim Walz like pretty much did, like he did fine, really. Poll? You guys want a poll? Yeah, that's fine. And don't listen to me. Like I'll do a poll and you guys can vote in it. Who do you think came out ahead or improved your opinion of them? Okay, and we've got the poll. Let me go ahead and link it to you guys, and then we'll take a look at the results. A lot of people are saying both. I think that makes sense. Yeah, a lot of people pretty much JD Vance.
Yeah, pretty much JD Vance. That was good. That was good. Good commentary. That got us through. Let's see here. What's something that we could watch? Yeah, no, for real. And that's good.
Tarkov cheaters. Apparently, half of this video is just an interview. We're going to watch the first half of it, okay? Of the thing about the cheating. Here we go. Let's watch this.
Hey there, buds. Some people claim that there's a cheater in every single lobby, and others declare they've never been killed by a cheater. The truth is most likely somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
But how can you know? If the game developer knew, they'd ban them. And if
if the game developer knew, they'd have to spend money to ban them, and that's why they don't get banned, at least with WoW.
The game doesn't have a replay system, which Escape from Tarkov does not have.
And PUBG.
How does a player know how bad it is? So I came up with a plan to answer this question once and for all.
Okay.
The plan. Number 1, we will find a cheater. This should not be difficult. This is Escape from Tarkov we're talking about here. Number 2, we will spectate said cheater, and we will observe their gameplay using their ESP. Number 3,
We will find the cheater overlord and we will destroy them.
well,
Fuck 'em.
easy, Tiger. I got a little overzealous there.
I like
Number
that.
3, we will figure out how many cheaters there are in every Tarkov raid using the cheater's ESP knowledge.
Okay, got it.
Let's go do it. Before we get into the footage, I want to throw this disclaimer in here. And I'm not being hyperbolic when I say that if you watch this video, it will change the way you look at first-person shooters, especially games like Escape from Tarkov.
No, it will not for me. PUBG added in the replay feature for whenever somebody shot you, and that already happened. Whenever I saw somebody walking over a fucking hill, and then I went within a 50-meter radius of them, and then they pointed over to my character while my character was behind a fucking hill, the second my head pops up over the hill, they go whack-a-mole, and I'm fucking dead. I don't even know what happened. Yeah, I've already had this happen, so this isn't going to be shattering any delusions for me.
Tarkov forever. If you enjoy playing Escape from Tarkov and you're having a great time, keep playing the game.
Turn
And
this
it
video
may
off.
not be a bad idea
Yeah.
just to not watch this video. But
Yeah.
if you're frustrated with the cheating situation and you want to know how bad it is, this is the video for you. The game developers are most
Apparently
likely
it's
going
like
to
on a
copyright
rise
strike
right
and
now.
try to
This
take down
video
this
is like,
video.
what, a year
If that
old
occurs,
now? Yeah,
I have a
it's a
video
year
ready
old.
to go.
I've
Doesn't
seen
contain
this
any
video.
game
I did a
footage.
reaction of this
And
video
I will put it up
too,
immediately.
but
And if this
on
video
my
is still up
channel.
on YouTube, you can try to make a copy of it and download it. I'm not going to go into details there. I'm sure you know how to use Google. Now back to the video. Step 1, we need to find a cheater. This was not
Apparently
hard.
it's gotten really bad again.
How to cheat
Just
in
look at these metrics.
Tarkov.
There are over 1,000 people online right now.
Oh my god. And look at this guy, Colonel Smoothbrain. Yeah, I fucking bet cheating in a video game, you pussy bitch. Are you kidding me?
On this Discord. And you don't even need to be
easy,
in the
yeah.
Discord to get the cheats. They have sales. And check out this. In early February, they had 4,000 concurrent users connecting to the servers at one time.
Oh my
And this is just
God.
one cheat developer of many. And while there are plenty of cheaters in these Discords, I need to find someone that I actually
That's 4K
trust.
concurrence.
Do you remember Evoker? He was the cheater I interviewed and shadowed in my video Messy Truth about hacking in video games. He
I
has
didn't
some pretty
see that.
fancy cheats that would be very useful to collect the information I needed. And even though I vowed to keep him anonymous, he knew that the cheat devs could figure out if he was the one who leaked the footage. Evoker was more worried about getting caught by the cheat developer than the game developer. Let that sink in. The cheat developers are more careful and restrictive with their software than the game developer. Evoker was out.
Well, yeah, because he's making money with them.
So I took matters
That
into my
makes
own
sense.
hands and installed some cheats. And 5 minutes later, I was a real hacker. Okay.
Oh shit.
That was easy. But before we go on this cheater catching rampage, we need to set some ground rules.
Okay.
Number 1,
Ground rule 1.
fresh account. I'm not playing on my main account. Number 2,
Got it.
no killing PMCs, even if I think they're cheating. Number 3,
What's a PMC? Is that just somebody playing the game?
Yeah.
That's what I'm guessing.
Yes.
A player? Okay, yeah.
no transferring of loot, no boosting, and no playing with anyone else.
All right, got it.
And number 4, after a few days of testing, reset the account. So this is the start of a normal match in Escape from Tarkov. It's a night raid, so it's harder to spot players.
Yeah.
Unless you flip on ESP. You can see the players love.
He's right there. He's right fucking there. We got him.
Kill to death ratio, their distance,
Damn.
what gun they have out, how much ammo they have, their hitbox or skeleton, everything with this cheat. And this isn't even a really good one. In addition to that, you have radar down in the bottom right-hand corner. It
Oh,
shows
that's
everything,
helpful.
including the AI bots. This is going to be really nice when we're seeing if another player is tracking us through walls. Because you can see what direction they're looking with the little arrows.
Oh. So he's using the cheaters to find that he's using the cheats to find the cheaters. So what he's doing is he's saying, okay, if this player, because you can detect their movements, and if their movements are indicative of cheating, then there you fucking go.
Witness a player with a high KD drop someone on the way in.
He used the
Plan
cheats
creep
to
up and just
destroy
see
the
what he
cheats.
does. And while I creep up, this other player surprises me. Yes, even with ESP and radar, you can still get surprised. I follow my rule and let the PMC kill me. I can't tell you how many raids this happened in. Was the guy cheating? I have no evidence whatsoever. As far as I can tell,
he getting
this
your
was
ass.
just a normal raid.
That's a dead ass, yep.
In this next raid, I decided to investigate this big team fight that was going down. A few players had already died. That's what that white default inventory text is. I gave them several opportunities to get spooked. I even jumped up in this tree to really test them. And nothing. A player scav rolled up, and I decided to have a little fun. And yeah, I'm using a voice changer. On the first day of testing, I actually thought I was going to come back to Tarkov, and I didn't want to get recognized in game. More on that later.
Don't shoot, okay? We cool? Come over to the tree. Come over to the tree.
Yeah, I see you. I see you.
Yeah, there's two.
Okay.
It's painfully clear that these two Chads are legit. How refreshing.
Whoa, don't shoot!
I'm sure they'll get killed
interaction
soon.
and we go our separate ways.
I saw you looting. You guys were standing still. I could have popped you in the head. I made a pact not to kill PMCs. I'm kind of doing a quest.
Okay. So you guys don't want to loot Crack House, right? You guys can just pass through. How about that?
There's a place called Crack House?
Hey, don't flank me. Just leave me alone.
A player scav? Why are you teaming up with a player scav?
Listen, man. I'm not telling you what to do with your life.
I thought maybe things aren't that bad.
Yeah.
However, I didn't really have a
not too
solid
bad.
plan to determine if someone was cheating or not. How can you know? I load into a night raid and I look around the map and I decide.
I think it's pretty easy to tell. I think that if you look at how somebody is playing, especially over multiple games, like if you only have one frame of reference, then yeah, it's hard to say. But if you have multiple frames of reference, you can figure it out. Yeah, that's thunder in the background.
I had to check out this low-level, high KD player. I roll up, glance down at the radar, and he locks onto my position.
See
he lies
that?
down. Is this my first cheater? Did I find one? No. He's literally just AFK.
Oh.
Raid after raid, nothing. It honestly was pretty boring. But then I discovered a secret weapon, the Wiggle. And the Wiggle was all I needed.
What?
I can't believe it. Two legit players showed up, and I watched the cheater destroy them. I went to the roof to see what he would do, and he was stuck in a healing animation.
I'm like spazzing out right now.
Oh, like, can you use your gun?
Even cheaters can get Tarkoved.
No.
Another player rolled up, and I died to him. And if you
Okay.
question if that Wiggle was completely random, he sent me a message in game after the fact. Cheaters change their names all the time. The next day, he had already changed his. What's so brilliant about the Wiggle is that it shows
Oh, so he's changing his name back and forth so people don't know how to... Yeah, that's smart.
the other hacker that I cheat. If they respond to it by wiggling back, it confirms that they have ESP. And that's what I wanted. I wanted them to show their hand. In the hacking community, a wiggle is a form of a truce, a peace offering. Armed with this...
That's crazy. That's crazy. Every time I hear that, it gets crazier and crazier.
So it's like a secret... Okay, so the idea is that cheaters don't kill cheaters because they're on the same side. It's like saying Hail Hydra. They're like, oh, okay, we're good. It's a secret handshake, something like that.
New information, I went back into raid to track down another cheater. The ESP tells you who is on a team, and here we have Team 1 and Team 2. And I figured I could find out if the winner was legit or not.
Okay.
Team 1 gets third party, but handles the threat quickly. Killed them. The Team 2 guys, look how much they backed off. They're not even fighting over their friends' bodies anymore. They're just
wonder
back
why.
here sitting in the gas station. What are they doing?
It's so bizarre. You see that happen. You've seen it happen a few times, right?
That's why for the channel,
That's
Kel
crazy.
you're hearing. She plays Tarkov as well. We speculated it was possible that both teams might have someone who's not legit.
Uh-huh.
When the ESP turns red, it means there is a direct line of sight to the target. I tested Team 1 several times, and this guy's not watching his ESP if he is hacking. I was pretty confident they're not cheating. I needed to stay close to keep the pressure on. They can't jump this wall right here and kill me if they...
I was gonna say you get so
Suspect me of
close
it.
up in this stuff.
Team 2 loses another player in the fight, and the last man surviving heads to the extract, which was a wise move. The dust settles, and I try the wiggle. Oh, he's wiggling, look. See that?
Yep. Does that mean the whole
He took
team?
out his rebel. He took out his right rebel.
Does that mean the whole team is cheating if he's doing that?
Let's see what happens when I come over.
Oh my fucking god!
This guy takes a few pot shots at me, and I let the cheaters take care of him.
Wait, the cheaters are. Oh my god! It's actually fucking Hydra. This is amazing. It's a secret fucking society.
Oh my god.
That scav up there looking
Rat
up.
family.
Your voice changer.
Oh, that's Scab?
Yeah, dude. Up on the hill. He lit. Unless what you shot at me, I don't think you did.
Oh my god.
No, we were shooting at that Scab up there, if that's him.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
he
yeah,
shot me
for
through
sure.
The barbed wire.
He's just a better player, you know?
Yeah.
I'll be careful. You need anything?
Nah, man, I'm good.
And you know him say he's just a Blair player, you know? And it's like, yeah, bro, I know. Oh, I know what it is. Holy fuck, it's so good.
That was very difficult.
And the best thing is, like, he knows that the other guy knows, and he also knows that the other guy knows that he knows. So it's like, yeah.
Figure out that those guys were hacked.
Yeah, they're aware.
He took out his red rebel the second I took out my knife.
Yep. That whole team.
100% cheating.
That whole team.
That whole team. Sometimes I would just antagonize a cheater with the wiggle to get them to rage hack on me, and it works.
He's just running directly at him.
I know this guy's getting so annoyed.
Uh-oh. Because that's the thing, he's fucking pissed because he knows that you're cheating. 19.2 KDA. Well, it's just like the other guy. It's just a better player. I mean, that's all it is to it. Yeah, it's just another better player.
Getting so annoyed. He's trying to avoid me.
Because he's like, how's he going to report that guy for cheating? You know?
Hello there, sir. Hello there, sir.
He's trying to shoot him and tell him to leave him alone. He's like, bro, we're on the same team. Same team, man. Come on, same team.
He just deleted that level 52.
I wonder how that happened.
Oh, okay.
Damn, bro. This guy is not playing around.
Hey there, bro.
Just another better...
Wow.
Wait,
found
he
it
just
quite
hacked
common that
and killed
cheaters
them?
ran in groups.
Oh my...
Their KDs are extremely
Look
high.
at that 10.79. Dude, this is better than pro players. What the
In the top
fuck?
1%.
Just a better player. Yep.
And after this guy gets this insane nade kill, I sneak up on their position.
Mm-hmm.
It should be noted that I am not overweight, and I make sure to silent crouch walk, not hitting bushes, etc. It makes no sense that he would lock onto my position here. He sidesteps left and right, and I track him to show them that I'm watching.
Well, I bet he won't
He
shoot
knows
him.
I have ESP, and he doesn't like it.
I bet he won't shoot him.
What are you gonna do?
Bro, we're on the
Show
same
me your
team. Man. What are you
hand.
doing, man? We're on the same
His
team.
buddy's moving in to help him out. They assume I'm gonna just like aimbot him, I bet. He must have the Grenadier task or something because he's looking for nades to throw at me. And before I make any noise, they just start talking.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. I have a starting pistol out.
Like, hey, what's up, man? Yo. Hey, welcome to the fucking party. This is fun, isn't it?
Oh my god.
How do you do, fellow cheaters?
I don't have any ammo. You got, whoa.
I set my sights on this very high KD
I guess
player.
not.
He had just dropped somebody. I approach carefully.
That's crazy.
He notices I'm getting close, and look how precise his lock is on the radar.
Damn, bro.
Sometimes I'd run into a cheater on the
That
way to
guy's not
another
playing games, bro. Guys, he's in it to win it.
cheater. He snaps
Some
to me
Chris
as I get
Kyle
close.
shit. Uh-oh. Just barely got out of that.
He closes the door and the wiggle. It surprises me every time. And once I developed this strategy and started investigating more people in every single raid,
Hail Hydra.
The cheaters were everywhere. The KD of 2 is good, but it's not that good. This has got to be so annoying from their perspective. They don't want to react, but they have to.
Yep.
I keep pestering with the wiggle. They know I cheat. They know I have ESP now. If you're not familiar with how Escape from Tarkov works, you don't make sound when you silent crouch walk underweight like this. This is the most lawyer reaction a cheater can have. It's like he's saying, I know, but I'm not going to let it be known that I know. There's literally no reason for him to be standing over here looking at my exact angle.
Jesus Christ. It's so obvious.
Dude.
Oh my God. Yeah, there's wizards everywhere. Covert wizards. This is nuts.
Wizards.
I hadn't made any noise. This weird standoff continued for a while.
All right, man. Well, good luck.
I try to leave and he sort of holds me up. I gotta give the guy credit though. He's being a lot more subtle than most people in this video.
Right. Yeah, you don't want to give away your cover.
I was expecting
Hail
to die
Hydra.
right here. But maybe he's like me and he just has ESP and no aimbot.
Hail Hydra.
I had no idea what this guy was gonna do next.
Whoa, bro. Hey, man. I'm backing off, Drew. I have a knife. What's up?
I have a knife, but you already know that. Wait, hey, yo, this guy's got TTV in his fucking name. Oh my God. Look at this. He's got TTV. Who does?
And who are you fooling with the fake TTV name?
All right, cool. Listen, dude, I'm not trying to, like, fuck with you. I just was saying hi. Just doing the wiggle, you know? If you're saying anything, I can't hear you. Just letting you know. Is your buddy cool? Whoa. We're cool. You want me to leave or hang out?
Leave, man.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, cool.
Yeah, because, like, they don't know what to do. Like, they probably never had somebody figure them out like this. And it's like, is this a dev? Is it a GM? Like, am I getting, like, fucking recorded? Like, what's happening?
I'd been pestering this guy for about 3 minutes, slowly creeping up.
Oh my God.
And I finally pushed him to his limit.
TTV.
Is he gonna do it?
Man.
And don't forget about Radar. Just look at how locked on he is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, but I'd already gotten these guys to wiggle,
shit.
but I wasn't recording.
Dude, he's better
You gotta
than
give me a break though,
Shroud.
man. I've had a bad cold.
Holy shit.
I cannot believe I wasn't recording.
Oh, no.
I'm usually good about it, but I went to go get a drink while I was loading in, and I usually hit the recording.
Messed up your flow.
Hey guys, what's up?
Fighting or be friendly?
Oh, dude, I'm friendly.
So Zaya, I'm editing on a video right now. This is some disaster footage I got while I was in Florida. So I'm just going through and editing it for a slideshow. So whenever I'm done with that, I'll hop into some games. But I'm editing this video, gonna finish it up, probably add some graphics here whenever it's done, and then we're just kind of watching some YouTube videos, kind of hanging out in the meantime. But this is a video. This is called The Wiggle That Killed Tarkov. I did a reaction to it on my YouTube a year ago when it first came, but this is Asmongold's reaction to it, and it's gold, dude. It's so gold. It's so gold. We already watched Asmongold's reaction to the vice president debate, too, so buckle in, baby.
Not friendly. You got
No, bro, we on same team, bro. Same team. Me, you, we on the same team. We doing the same thing, same team. Uh-huh. Yep. We boys.
I respect the wiggle, dude. Hell yeah, man.
What you got going on, man? Why are you just hanging out with a knife?
And I wonder how they know I have my knife out.
Just a better player.
Himself away on that.
You know what I
Why are they
mean?
missing this much?
Because they're not good at the game. That's why they have the download cheats.
That was not appreciated.
The problem is
Yeah, just come around to the garage.
this is a funny video, right? But it's sad because she makes a good point. That's why they have to download, because the thing about Escape from Tarkov that makes it such a great game, right? it is like there's a horror aspect to it. Like it's spooky. It's like got the color palette. The color palette is spooky. It's like kind of like it's very post apocalyptic. It's got that vibe to it. And so like when you're going, and the sound quality is amazing. So when you're going into a fight, you can hear a lot of what your enemies are doing. So you can really hear what they're doing and get a good idea of it. And so like there's this layer to Escape from Tarkov about the whole like vibe to it is kind of like the color palettes. It is though, but I mean it's got a vibe to it, man. It's got a vibe to it. So like I don't know, you're playing Escape from Tarkov, and when you're in a fight with them, you're like trying to figure out, there's this layer where you're like, okay, is this a 3-man? Is this a 2-man? Oh, okay, he's moving over here. Okay, is he in the bathroom? Is he over here? So there's these like mental things that you're like puzzling together in this battle. Like cheating takes away the whole magic of Escape from Tarkov. Like honestly, I feel sorry for these people that cheat in Escape from Tarkov and that they have to cheat to enjoy Escape from Tarkov, because like the whole thing about Escape from Tarkov is, I mean, that experience of it, you're taking it away, such an important aspect of the experience of the game when you're doing this type of shit,
I feel like you're gonna kill me.
Not in a position to negotiate.
Like at what point does it not become fun anymore? Like why are you playing the game? You're cheating. Why are you playing the game? You took away all the fun that was in it. You took away all the fun that you had to be got. Like it's all gone. It's now like, what is it? You're doing it for a business to sell more cheats. Okay. Now it's just work, but that's what they're doing. You don't have aimbot or are able to see through walls in real life. Exactly. So, I mean, like there's always that layer of, of trying to figure out what you're dealing with. And that is literally ruined when you're cheating. Like you are not, the whole layer of trying to fit. That's the problem with Call of Duty right now, is even with watching like some of these big streamers, is you're watching them and you're like, that's a big problem that the Call of Duty community has right now, is like people questioning who's cheating in Call of Duty, like accusing people of cheating, and it's a very toxic environment to be a streamer in, because people are constantly like Nadia, like people are constantly accusing you of cheating, and some of them are, but it's pretty evident, like especially like when somebody's brain, you just like, I like watching players like Iron's really good, and you can tell he's legit because of the level of like thinking that goes into when he's gaming. He's thinking through things like, oh, okay, I'm in this 1v1, where's this guy at? Or or like, I can do this, I can do that, this is a way I can win, like puzzling together a strategy, whereas like cheaters just turn their brain off, smooth brain, like Lumpy? No, I don't know who that is. I don't know who a Lumpy is. I did see that Bobby Poff recently got banned on Call of Duty, and they're saying that he was paying somebody to unlock his gun, and that person might have used an unlock tool, and that is why he's banned. So I don't know. See, there's that side of it too. Like when is there the point of having these nice gun skins if you're just paying to have somebody get it for you? It's just crazy, man. It's super crazy that this is where we're at, like gaming wise. Like that's crazy, dude. It's so wild. I like that this is a little dark. I honestly like that this is a little dark. Yeah. Like, that's why they make earned skins and they make paid skins. Buy a skin if you want a skin. Like, support the game if you want to buy shit. That's cool. But, like, bro, I don't know. cheating really pisses me off. I can't. I like lose. I had a friend that he was pretty good at the game. I'm not gonna say who it is because it's not my job to expose him. But he was cheating. I ended up finding out that he was a cheater and he was cheating, and it was like really disheartening because I always thought he was really good. I was like, oh, this guy's good, you know? And so it was really disheartening to find out that he was cheating, because now it's like, okay, a lot of things are making sense now, but I just didn't see you in that way. And so it's disappointing, because that's what it, like, let's say, let's all find out, what if it was exposed that Shroud was a cheater? There would be so many people disappointed. You know what I mean? Like, that would be just such a disappointment. Like, FPS, that's whenever I only cheat in games don't matter, like Cyberpunk, to enhance gameplay. Like, well, I mean, but here's the thing is, like, that's, yeah, that, like, what I'm talking about mostly when I'm talking about cheating is FPS competitive experiences. Like, if something is labeled an FPS, first person shooter, there's a competitive element to it, and it doesn't have to be major. I'm not talking about like CS:GO versus Valorant. You know, CS:GO and Valorant, obviously there's a competitive nature to it. There's a ranked mode, so there's a competitive nature to it that's a much higher level than like a Call of Duty or an Escape from Tarkov. But there is a competitive layer to it, right? Shit, we all had Game Sharks back in the day getting the best Pokemon on the Game Boy Advance. I mean, but shit, that's something like I'm going back to earlier. That's a decision you make that doesn't really affect anybody else. You know, this is your own game. This is your game. You've got a Game Shark and you're unlocking shit. You're just hindering your own experience, you know, but you're just having fun doing what you want to do. Is it killing the experience of the game? Absolutely, because that's not intended. It's like doing, I mean, shit, I still have, look, this is going to bring some memories. R2, L1, R2, left down, right up, left down, right up. R2, L1, R2, left down, right up, left down, right up. Fucking Grand Theft Auto 3 cheat. I don't even remember if that was the health cheat, if that was the weapon cheat, the ammo cheat. I cannot remember what that cheat was for, but I fucking remember it. R2, L1, R2, left down, right up, left down, right up. That is literally... Is that what that is? That's the invincibility cheat? Dude, I don't even remember. I just remember it. R1, L1, R1, left down, right up, left down, right up. I still have that shit memorized, bro. Like, come on. What are we talking about? Of course. We all did it on Grand Theft Auto 3. But, yes, Zaya, your point is perfect. When you're ruining the experience for other people, it's bullshit. Everybody fucking did modding. That's technically what that is. That's modding a game. That's what you're doing. You're just modding a game. But whenever whenever there is even like the smallest aspect of competitiveness, RuneScape, there's a competitive nature to it, small amount. When you're, you know, if there's anything that when it's a public mixture, I won't even say competitive. Let's just say there's a public mixture. If there is a public mixture, if it's at all anyways, you know, public, you know, if there's two people, it'd be like Among Us. Even Among Us, what if you were cheating in Among Us to where you could see who the imposter was? I mean, that would take all the fun out of it. How are you gonna have fun? But that's still bullshit. Now you are fucking ruining the experience for other people. Like, it's still bullshit. Among Us, okay, like, small, it's still competitive. It's a party game. Dead by Daylight, fucking, what if there's like some people that on Dead by Daylight have cheated. It's been exposed that they can make themselves 0.15% faster. That means they're making that vault just a little bit quicker, you know? So there's like these like slight cheating survivors that are just slightly speed boosting. Very slightly. Not to be able to get caught. But they're making vaults quicker. They're running killers easier. Like, that right there is bullshit. And that is honestly, like, you're literally, like, ruining somebody's time who sat down. You know, I'm a dad with very limited time. Between kids getting sick, between kids getting sick or, work or, like, I mean, I got to fly out Monday. I'm not going to be back till Thursday. I have a very short amount of time that I get to sit down, hang out with people in my community. I get very short amount of time where I can stream. I'm very limited on time I can game stream, what have you. Like, so when I can, it's a very special moment for me. I enjoy it a lot. And so, I'm not as big as Shroud or any of these guys. Or shit, I'm not even 1/100th as big as Shroud. But, like, it's still an important time to me. And so whenever I get on, if I want to mod a game, then that's my choice. And for content of my community, I'm not harming anybody. But whenever I'm getting on and I'm deciding to play Escape from Tarkov, I'm robbing you guys if I was cheating. Could you imagine that? Like, you guys are coming and y'all want to see me. Could you imagine? What if I was playing Dead by Daylight? Now, it's obvious that I am not fucking cheating because I fucking suck. I have my good moments, but I suck. I try to get cracked out, but I still am not. I don't play enough to be good, dude. And nobody thinks I'm cheating. But let's say I was, right? That would be fucking robbing you guys. Because, like, that would be robbing you guys of the content I provide for you. Because then there's a facade of that I'm really good, but I'm not. So now it's like, oh, dude, I got this sweet clip of, you guys got to see this sweet clip of Suave when he ran this killer. It's so funny. But now that wasn't my skill. Like, what if that comes out that I was cheating then? So now that clip is discredited. Your experience, you watching me, is discredited. You have been lied to. You're in a facade. Like, that's bullshit. That is bullshit. And the streamer that does that, like, and they holding up a facade trying to be #1 best streamer or whatever type of facade that is, it's bullshit. And it's a fucking disgrace. Like, honestly, it really is, because people tune in to watch, like, let's say, like Shroud. I go and watch Shroud when I'm trying to get better at a game, because I like to see how he thinks. I like to see how he does stuff, so I like to go and watch him and try to get better. When he plays Valorant, I like to watch him. There's a few other people that, like, I go and watch them when I can, while I'm at work, and see, like, how they, if I'm getting into Call of Duty, right, I go and watch these guys what do they do? What kind of tips and tricks can I get from them to be better myself? Yeah, and so, man, that sniper headshot in COD a bit sus, JK, by the way. No, yeah, but hey, it was real because that shit don't happen all the time. So when it happens, it's really special. You know what I mean? But it's cool at that point. Streaming has ruined video games. I think yes, to a degree. I think streaming, so there's an aspect of that I agree with, and there's an aspect that I don't agree with. I think streaming has ruined gaming because of, and it's just the nature of the beast. Like, you're going to have people that ruin stuff. You could say, like, grocery stores ruin farming, because in a sense, like, it did. You know what I mean? Like, processing food now instead of getting it straight from there, and now it's like mass production. Yeah, but I think the thing is it's just the nature. Like, yeah, people want to stream so bad and get good gameplay that they cheat to provide it, and that's the problem. People are not good. You're not good at gameplay. They don't have a personality, and they're desperate to make content. So they're willing to do what I'm saying, lie to their community, make a facade to do something, right? And shit, that's just not ever been who I am, because I have a personality, and I know that one day I'm going to get my shot because I have a personality, and I make friends. I'm good at making friends. I'm good at connecting with people, and I'm real, and I'm not bullshitting. I'm not lying to nobody. I'm me. This is who I am. you get what you pay for, and that's why I think I have such long supporting friends that support my stream and people that believe in my dream, because it's not something that's like. But now my reasoning, I invest into this because I enjoy it and I truly love it, and I think it's a lot of fun, and I think it's a great time, and I love meeting people. I genuinely, that's my personality. I have that. But some people do not have that. You go and watch a streamer, he's cracked out on Call of Duty, and he doesn't even read his fucking chat, and he's just like zoned in the whole time. Never reads chat. Like, could you imagine? It pisses me off when I see that, because I go and I'm watching streamers, and dude, I'm just like, man, if I had this guy's chat, like if I just had this guy's chat, you know what I mean? Like if it was moving like that, where I could sit here, talk to somebody. Like I got 2 people right now that I'm talking to. This is awesome. What if we had like 10 people that I'm sitting here, we're all having different like intermingling conversations, and everybody's kind of just like talking, voicing their opinions. Like we always have the best time in this stream, I feel like, when we have a lot of people talking. And Zay has been there for that. Like when we would do like my birthday stream, and we just got like 10, 15 people in here just talking shit the whole time. You know, and I'm having to eat like a gross jelly bean or something. You know what I mean? Like, or I'm having to eat like I used to do these challenges, which I am going to start back up now that we're back on Twitch. So if you guys got suggestions, let me know. I'll make some paw challenges again, because I know that there's still a lot of people out there that have paws racked up. But yeah, no, I agree with that. I do agree with that. People want to be streamers so bad, get good play, they cheat to provide it. And in the ultimate case, they ruin gaming. They ruin a game. Like Tarkov went through like this really bad phase like 6 months ago where they literally almost ruined the fucking game. They ruined it. It was so close to being ruined. And so like, because of how bad cheating was. And the cheaters want to be good at the game so bad. Some of them aren't streaming. Some of them just want to be good at the game. Some of them want to sit down from work and they want to rage hack and ruin other people's day because they got like some twisted in their head, you know. But hey, everybody has their own thing they enjoy, I guess. But I mean, mental health is a problem. We talked about that earlier. But the thing is like that's an aspect of it. But now it's like, you know, I think streaming has ruined game. It's also helped gaming. Like YouTube, look at this. This is exposing cheaters. Now the wiggle that this video was so huge. Look at now like what we know because of that. So I mean, it's kind of has its checks and balances in a sense that you're looking at it from a point of view like, okay, yeah, it has ruined gaming. It's exposed cheating. But could you imagine if streaming or videos never had, and there would still be people cheating, right? So now we just wouldn't know. I literally turned into this channel by chance one day, looked at Elden Ring stuff on Kick, and look, now you're one of my favorite streamers. Dude, that's really nice. That means a lot. That means a lot, dude. That does mean a lot. Zaya's like one of my best friends, dude. I would really consider him one of my best friends. And we met back in when Modern Warfare 19 came out, and I was on Mixer streaming. And the team I was playing with was running these shitty shotguns, like cheesy ass shotguns, and I was running an Uzi because I didn't want to run that shotgun. I was running an Uzi. And the Uzi was like, you were at a disadvantage if we were running the Uzi, but I liked it. I thought it was a cool gun. And so that's the way if I'm going to win my way. You know what I mean? I don't need to use the meta. I don't need that advantage. It's fun sometimes, but anyways, point being, so Zaya and his friends came in to talk mad shit because they beat the shit out of us. We lost that S&D match so bad. And they came in to talk shit, and Zay ended up sticking around. He's like, yeah, you're actually a cool dude. So that's how me and Zay have become good friends. And that was literally from streaming. And that's literally... And I've met a lot... And actually, I was going to ask you that at one point, Jax. Like, what made you click on the stream? And, you know, that was... I thought that was kind of interesting because, yeah, like I was playing Elden Ring and, dude, you've been here since then. Like, that was awesome. That was awesome. Streaming has helped me find great people, and it's exposed me to, like, making friends, like good friends. Yeah, I got like 60 paws. Yeah, dude, I mean, we need to do something with them. I gotta figure out, maybe do the hot chip, the new hot. There's another hot chip. I've already done 2 hot chip challenges and 3 of the hot gummy bears. I don't know if we do something hot, but we do something. Yeah, bro, I'm happy to be here too, man. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. It's really nice. It was really nice. That means a lot. Yeah, I you know, and that's what the thing is like, one at a time, you know? One swing at the, what was I talking about a tree? That's ironic that a tree's on here, but that's, you know, progress. One swing at a time. One person at a time. I make one more friend. If I keep just making one more friend, who knows how many people we'll have in here eventually. You know, you never lose when you're investing in people, you know? You never lose when you're investing in people. Like, genuinely. You know what I mean? Like, genuine people that you can lose investing in some people. But, like, you can't lose investing in good people. I'm about to switch back to Twitch. I don't mind ads, but YouTube has gotten so bad with it lately. YouTube ads? Really? I didn't know. I do have if you go switch back to Twitch, well, you're a sub on Twitch, so it don't matter. But I do have the ad thing boosted on Twitch right now. So if you do get ads on there, let me know, and you want to watch over there, I'll drop it. I'll drop it down. But you're a sub, so you won't get ads on Twitch. But, like, I can go in and I can adjust all that myself. But I have it to where it's pretty high. So when I get stream snipers, and, like, I know I'm getting a stream sniper. Like, that one day I was playing Tarkov, and that guy's like, I'm about to stream snipe you. And I was like, no, you're not. Or Dead by Daylight. And I, like, hit him with 3. He's like, I'm going to stream snipe you. I was like, no, you're not. And I hit him with 3 minutes of ads. Dude, I fucking love that shit. But I keep TTV on everything. So if somebody wants to find out about me, they, like, if I'm playing a game and they're like, oh, this guy's this guy's streaming, they go and check me out. And they're like, oh, this guy's cool. Oh, I'm getting hit with ads, though. And then they'll go and they can look me up on another. So that way I can kind of, like, meet people and still run the TTV, but also protect myself from the fucking stream snipers. Because that's the one thing that pisses me off about running TTV on my name, is the damn stream snipers. And some of them be, like, fucking subtle about it, dude. They won't tell you they're stream sniping, but they fucking are. YouTube gives ads when you pause videos now. Oh, really? Oh. If you want to stream snipe, I got YouTube Premium. Dude, and that's like, hey, if you want to stream snipe me, get Twitch Turbo, I guess, or fucking... Oh, dude, and then the motherfucker pulled up a second account. I was like, yeah, get hit with ads, dude. There's 3 minutes of ads. You ain't stream sniping shit. And then this fool, he's like, in another fucking account, goes, I'm about to stream snipe you. I'm like, dude, did you really just log into your second fucking account? This guy. But, I mean, you know, if somebody's, like, wanting to be, you know, watch the stream like that, they'll be a sub already anyways, so I think I have it turned off to where subs do not get ads. And that is something that is controlled by the streamers. So if you ever have a streamer tell you, oh, well, you're a sub, but you're still getting ads, that's bullshit. Let's see here. Where is it? It's somewhere in here. No. There's somewhere in here. Is it advanced settings? Where is it? There's somewhere in here where you can make it to where subs... I don't know. I'll have to find it. I'll find it later. But you can turn it off.
Sounds like you're not doing so good.
But let me know if you switch back over.
And this
to Twitch,
doesn't break the rule, but this is the closest thing I did to killing a player. Sounds like you don't have much time, brother.
No, I
should have that off.
You better hurry.
Yeah, I bet you feel really good.
No, come over here. And I'll give you heals, but you're the one that's not coming over here. I'm not even the one that shot at you.
And there is that
I can't control anything on Twitch. I mean, on YouTube.
Fucking idiot.
I felt bad for this guy, but I needed to stay undercover. You gotta get in here, brother.
Oh, yes.
Oh my God,
okay,
his health
so
is.
it is off.
He's not
Hold
gonna
up,
make
I'll
it.
show you guys.
Come on in. Come on in.
I had to go and let's see. Here we go. Ad-free viewing. Allow subscribers to watch your content on your channel ad-free. Checking it on. So if any fucking streamer says that that there's nothing you can do about it, they need to check that shit on right there. Oh, I added some badges too, I think. No, I need to. Oh, look, we got 5 years up. Dude, I need to go add some of these. Wait, do I? Hold up one second. Hold up. Wait. Hold up one second. All right, check this out. I'm about to do something cool. Let's do this. Go back to playing this.
Come on in.
He's having him run away and then he's gonna die, isn't he?
What's his health at?
4, 3. Get over here. Get over here. Get the cover. Get the cover.
He's just
I'm gonna
hiding
drop it on the
him.
ground for you. See that? I was watching his health tick down, and I was
come
like,
here,
he's
man.
not
Come
gonna
here.
make it. This is gonna be so funny.
I got you.
There we go.
See, I've earned these guys' trust. You know?
This shit is funny.
Listen,
I should
wasn't
play
gonna
the
kill this
game.
guy, and he could have just
Holy
popped me right there. Most hackers won't wiggle back, but it doesn't matter. The wiggle still works.
Yeah.
They know I have ESP.
Oh my God.
Don't forget to check the radar in the bottom right during this interaction.
Uh-huh.
The video's too loud.
For the VoIP.
Is that better?
VoIP can be awesome. This is amazing. I love this.
Even though I have my knife out, he's worried about me.
Uh-oh.
He's tracking me this whole
Let's
area.
see.
Uh-oh.
When you're playing against
Let's
normal
just do that.
players,
Bro,
they
look
don't
at him. He
ever
is
look at you
locked
like this
in.
on the radar.
He's aiming right at him.
Damn.
Up
That's
until
crazy.
this point, you could argue some of this could just be chance.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
he thought he saw something at my location,
All right, let's
and
see
he's
here.
watching like a hawk.
So
But it's starting to become
nice.
very
Let's
obvious.
do this.
And I want to seal the deal in this interaction. Are you back, Travis?
Oh shit.
This guy's 100% cheating. He won't wiggle at me, but he's doing everything.
Oh, 2.5.
Just basically tracked me in a big circle.
So let's do
Like he's turning back looking
2.5.
directly at me. Look at this.
Yeah.
That's my friend Travis. He was watching me record some of these raids live. He's been in several
Which
of my
one should
shorts.
be
He's looking
first?
directly
I'm
at
gonna
him.
get him to rage on me. Just pop me in the head like he's gonna pop me in the head the second I show anything. You ready? Called it. Let's watch this back in slow motion. He shot me through the bush without an actual
It's gonna let
sideline.
me.
The server had a bit of lag and placed the death behind solid cover. In this raid, I was tracking down a
Oh man.
It's just a better player. I mean, that's all there is to it. It's just a better player.
rager, and en route to his position, he was dead. It turns out he got killed by a different hacker.
Well, that guy's got a 9
A legit
KD.
player rolls through, and the
I'm
cheater
gonna have to go
is
through and
holding
do
an
this.
angle.
I need to add more, but I think what I'm gonna do
Geez,
is
I
I'm
wonder
gonna
who's
do
gonna win
this. I'm
this
gonna
fight.
do like, what do you think of this?
The
We do the
2 KD or
2.5
this guy
as
who's a 9?
Ghosty,
Oh, bro, now you
3
see just a better
Terrifier,
player.
and then
Hey.
3
Let's see if
Mikey,
they'll respond to the wiggle.
and then I'll like go through and add more later.
Looks my way.
Oh,
Wiggle
yeah.
Confirmation.
Hail Hydra.
I got my knife out. Peace.
We should be coming. I don't
Just
think
say peace.
anybody's
Nice
has
go.
anybody
I
hit the
don't know why he
2-year
told him
mark
nice
yet. I'll have to look into it.
Yeah.
You got that guy with like that guy earlier. What was
But it's
his
not
name?
letting me upload,
Oh shit!
sadly.
I'm always trying to get them to verbally confirm that they're cheating.
Huh?
What was that other guy's? That guy was raging. The other guy, right?
It was like 15, bro.
Dude.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's high too, but I gotta know it.
Admitting it.
Yeah. It's all good either way. So is a cherry on top when you get the verbal confirmation of cheating.
Yeah, he's got to. The thing is, the reason why he's got to lower it is so it doesn't look as, as suspicious.
Admitted to knowing the KD of the guy he killed. There's a single bot follower scav still alive. That means a rare boss spawned on the map and there's only one guard left. You ever wonder why it's so hard to get boss kills sometimes? The cheaters will get to them first, and they don't want you near it. Oh, this guy's raging. Jesus
bro, he's not
Christ,
playing
that guy
around.
was raging.
He out for
radar
blood.
really seals the deal in this clip. Check this out.
There's a tree between us.
15. 14.80 or 96. That's 96. Nuclear cowboy.
This kind of works out.
Oh, that might go all
You
the way up to
can't
15.
argue with the wiggle. It's the closest thing to 100% confirmation. And I got better at identifying the cheaters.
Oh, yeah.
I would sometimes find them in back-to-back raids. One night, I ran into cheaters 5 raids in a row. I would love to share some stats with you. In my 125 raids, I never ran into a fly hacker. I had 0 raids.
And also, like, keep in mind, you're going to have people that are playing with cheats but don't show it. So, like, him saying that he ran into that many people, that is the absolute minimum.
With the stinky leg invincibility hack. I never ran into anyone speed hacking, and it was actually quite rare that I got aimbot or rage hacked. There were obvious cheaters and about 60%.
Yeah, exactly. Like, most people that cheat in these games don't cheat as in, I'm invincible, I have aimbot, and I can see where everybody is on the map, and that's it. Usually they use one thing that increases their awareness in one way or another, and then that's it.
Percent of my raids, the best predictor that a cheater would be in your raid is one simple thing: the number of people in the lobby. If a lobby had more people or was near full, it is almost guaranteed that a cheater is in your raid.
Jesus.
Sometimes players would just avoid me and I couldn't really test them. I only reached level 13, so it's not like I was able to outrun and catch up to anybody who really wanted to evade me. The time of day matters. At nighttime, I encountered more cheaters than early morning or midday. It's reasonable to assume that I missed many closet ESPers. I was only able to investigate a handful of people in every single raid. Often I would die to a PMC or a sniper scav would give me away or something.
And then there's also people that might be using the an aimbot, but they're not using a... Let's go back. I don't know what that was. Here we go.
Time I encountered more cheaters than early morning or midday. It's reasonable to assume that I missed many closet ESPers.
Oh, no doubt.
I was only able to investigate a handful of people in every single raid. Often I would die to a PMC or a sniper scav would give me away or something would happen that would prevent me from investigating more people in the raid. So while I would try to get around and check out as many people as I could, it's just impossible. Even though I literally confirmed 60% of my raids had a cheater in them, the actual number has to be higher.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, this is what I was saying. Is like 100%. The 60% number is the most conservative possible.
A lot more that I'd like to cover in this video. All of the various discoveries I made about how cheaters act, some of the sussy interactions that I couldn't 100% validate as a cheater, including someone who was streaming live, and much more, such as the difficulty of getting past the stream-proof feature of the ESP. Very difficult to actually record the footage. And what's the actual solution to the problem? And why is it so bad recently? And I'd love to do a follow-up answering all these questions.
Well, the reason why is because Tarkov is getting more popular, and the more popular a game gets, the more people want to cheat in it, because the more being good at the game matters. It's literally that simple. That's the way every game goes. The more people play it, the more people cheat. That's just how it is. Because being good at Tarkov means that you can make money on Twitch. So like if you say you have a 15 KD, people are going to want to watch you because they're like, wow, that's super good. And then you just play normally and then you go back and you cheat off stream to keep the number up.
I was responding to the comments and the feedback that I'm inevitably going to get. I'm going to end this video with an interview. I hope you enjoy. This is Luke. You may know him as the co-founder of Linus Media Group and the current COO of Floatplane Media. And he's an avid Tarkov player. And I showed him most of these clips before the release of this video. There was this gasp of just, oh my God. This happened to me when I came across the.
We'll leave the interview. I just wanted to watch the actual the gameplay. You guys can watch this yourselves. I'll link you guys the video. But look, guys, the cheating in this is just like, I mean, every FPS has this shit. Like whether it's Apex, PUBG, Valorant, etc. It's only a matter of how much and how much the developers are doing to stop it. Like for Counter-Strike, isn't it so bad that people are using Faceit? They have to download this special app just so they can be able to play the game without any fucking cheaters. It's crazy, man. Great video.
First
Yeah,
cheater.
it is.
It happened.
Like for FPS, this is why cheating is so corrosive for FPS. Because before there's a cheating scandal in the game, there's never the question of was somebody cheating. But after you know that cheating is rampant in the game, every time you get killed by a better player, you ask yourself the question, were they cheating?
Yep.
So it completely devalues the entire progression of the game of seeing a better player, playing against a better player, and then wanting to get on that level. Like if you've ever been killed on somebody by somebody and then you're just like, what the fuck, that guy is so good. But
Zaya
whenever
with the
you're playing games that have
resub,
cheating scandals, you
29
never think
months.
that.
Fuck
All you
YouTube.
think is, man, what the fuck, that guy's cheating.
Oh, shit.
And that's what happens with these games that have cheaters in them.
I don't
and that's why
know.
it's so bad. I am very much a
Hold up, let me see here. It should have read it. Dude, I don't understand why I have such a hard time with alerts. Getting... Hey, but let's go. Appreciate that, Zaya. Appreciate the love, man. Appreciate that. 29 months. Holy shit. Say something on Twitch so that I can see the badge. I want to see what badge you got. Oh, he has the Founders badge. That's right. He's got the Founders badge. Well, I appreciate the support, man. Good to have you back on Twitch. The point of subbing if I don't do shit. What's the point of subbing if I don't do shit? WZA, sorry if I butchered the name. Yeah, it's on the bottom screen, you can see. Yeah, no, that's the thing, and that's like the W with Twitch, is at least like if you sub to somebody, you don't have to get... Yeah, I don't know. That's the problem with YouTube, is what's the point of fucking subbing? That is a problem. But that's why we're on everything, you know? Like, some people are going to prefer to watch it on YouTube, you know? And YouTube is a good experience. The ads... I wish there was a way that I could turn it off on YouTube to where, like, you shouldn't... Because that's the truth. You should not be getting... You should not be getting ads as a sub on YouTube. And I'm sorry about that. I wish there was a way to change that, but if there is, let me know. I don't know about it. I mean, I sub to support, but it's also nice to sub so you don't get 500 ads. Absolutely. I mean, it's a perk of it, you know? I ended up getting YouTube Premium as well. I got YouTube Premium for music, though. Like, I got YouTube Premium because of the music. I like to go and listen to music, and I got tired of the ads. And then I was like, oh my God, this makes YouTube so much better. You can see, like, we haven't got an ad this whole time since we've been watching this video.
like not...
Yeah, I got YouTube Premium for that. But the thing is like, I also have Twitch Turbo. Because I don't sub to people on Twitch Turbo. I just don't sub to people on YouTube. I do have a Prime sub, and I do throw that around, but I don't go and sub to people on Twitch. But I do pay for Twitch Turbo because I watch a lot of Twitch, and it takes away all the ads. But the cool thing is if you do that, like if you watch multiple streamers other than me, you can support, or if you just don't want ads, do Twitch Turbo, and then I think we get, I know I do, actually, I get ad revenue off of Twitch Turbo. So, like, watch time, it's not as much as a sub, obviously, but that is an option too. Like, you know, if you want a different viewer experience, Twitch Turbo is not bad, and it does. They do give back in that sense. I did it because of ads, because I use YouTube literally for everything. Yeah, I mean that's there. I don't know if there's a way. I'll have to look into it, but if there is, let's see. Export this as PNG. Yeah, if you're sub or yeah, well, I mean that makes sense because I mean like Kick is like you know, I mean like I think I've told you before, and as you guys probably already know, is I get 100% of the ad revenue on Kick, or the revenue on Kick for subs, but Kick doesn't bombard you with fucking ads, so you don't even have to be a sub unless you just want to support. So, like, if you want to gift some subs and make sure that it all goes to the streamer, that's the place to do it. But, like, at the end of the day, where you want, how you want to support somebody and how you want to show support, anybody that tells you one way is better than another, I mean, of course, there's always one way is better than another, but any way you support is support, and anybody should just be happy for that. But yeah, on when you do I get 100% of what you gift on Kick, and I appreciate that when you guys decide to do that. When you sub on Twitch, I'm glad you guys do that too. I'm glad you guys watch on Twitch because I do get ad revenue from that. But I do bump the ads up on Twitch, so I'm sorry if you do not want to sub on Twitch. Just come watch me on Kick. You know, that's just like to somebody else. Because Zaya's been so, but I think like the thing is like I think that you should not be getting ads if you're a sub, and that's the bullshit of YouTube. I don't understand why they do that. Actually, let me go and look. I feel like I don't want to say something stupid and I didn't know. All I had to do was Google it. So let me see. How to eliminate curse? I have YouTube Premium. Why am I getting ads? Yeah, no. Let me see here. I sub to a streamer on YouTube. Can I not get ads? Why am I getting these pop-up ads on something I've streamed to? Being a subscriber doesn't automatically remove ads from channel. That's up to the streamer. Many do remove ads for subs. That is not required. Wait, okay. So you can do that? Oh, this is up for Twitch. Yeah, that's Twitch. You can remove it on Twitch. Let me see. Is there a setting in YouTube? I mean, I've been in all the settings.
Music. Excitement. Da, da.
Oh my gosh, I'm so extra. Let's go to YouTube Studio. I am so extra. It's not even funny. Let's see. On my video, the moment Landmark quit Tarkov is popping off. Let's see here. Let's see here. Would it be under this? Memberships. Yeah, see, I don't have membership offers. Let me see, levels. Yeah, see, there's nothing here that allows me to... loyalty badge, photos, early access, member shout out. Yeah, so there's not a perk I can add. There should be a perk I could add that would be like ad-free viewing, but it's not. So stupid. No, man.
Playtime's over. Ready up!
Yeah, it's just stupid. Like, why is that a thing? Why is that a thing? I don't get it. Why is that a thing? Why would subs pay on YouTube? I honestly haven't thought about that. You're subbing on YouTube and you're still getting ads. I don't get that. Well, anyways, my man, dude, Twitch is, yeah, I guess Twitch is the best place. So if you're gonna sub for like a better viewing quality, it's gonna be Twitch. I'll say this: Twitch's entire like aspect is like streamer wise, like editing videos,
workflow inside of Honeybook so that they
what
can
the
see
fuck, like me being able to edit videos, go in and mod videos to make other content is so much better on Twitch, because I can do like a highlight, download that highlight, edit it, and throw it up. So I'm gonna tell you, like, as soon as Twitch gets 1440p, I am going, and I'm gonna main Twitch. Like, I'm not gonna, like, let me say this in the right way. I am not gonna quit YouTube streaming at all. I'm not gonna quit it, but I'm saying like the better quality streams, because right now YouTube is where, if you want to go watch me in 1440p 4K, I am streaming mainly to Twitch, and then to YouTube, and then everything is a restream. So like Twitch, Kick, X, all that. That's a restream. So the highest quality you're gonna get is gonna be on, but still the quality is like negligible. It's still pretty damn good on Twitch. It's actually really good. Yeah, it's still really good. It's just if you want 1440p, but it's just negligible. But when we get to that point, when Twitch gets to the point where they allow 1440p, we're making a jump. They allow 1440p and then a higher bit rate, like 10,000, 20,000 bit rate. We are pumping quality into Twitch. So that's what we're going to be doing. Like, I don't like a lot of the shit Twitch does, but I mean, that's something they got it right. They got it right with that. Here's an old one. It's over 9,000. Dude, I love my emotes. I got some good emotes. Yeah, I've done a lot, man. I've done a lot. I make emotes, do a lot. I put a lot into this thing. I love it. If my mic would like stop, dude. This thing's like angry. This thing is angry. Like, it comes back. Oh no, maybe maybe I do start dumping it into Twitch. Because, like, if the quality is negligible, like, I want to see here. Let's see. Best quality stream on Twitch. Let's see, 1440p Twitch. Oh, you can. So they got 1440p on Twitch? We might be doing 1440p on Twitch. Well, well, well. What do you know? Look at that. Well, well, well. I'm trying to think through how I would do that. I mean, I can't. The problem is Kick. The highest that they allow is 1920, so I can't do it on Kick. But if I can do 1440p on Twitch, that would make my editing life so much easier. Cause I could go in and highlight videos. That'd make my life so much easier. Highlight, download, done.
An advocate of like very, very hard, like, anti-cheat stuff and things like that, because it's just awful. Like, it ruins the entire game. It makes it to where every single time you lose, you always have that question in the back of your mind, is this legit or not? And the answer, for a lot of regards, is no. I played PUBG, and I quit the game, because it was just like, you would play against some guy with like a Chinese name, and he would aimbot you through a tree. And then on top of that, they had massive lag. Fuck this. I don't want to do this. This is awful. It's not fun at all. So yeah, not a cheating enjoyer. Yeah. No, I'm going to play Tarkov at some point. I don't know when it's going to happen, but I do want to try the game out and see what it's like. I have some friends that play the game, and eventually one day that will happen. I'll have to say it's probably like number 7 or 8 on my list of games right now, but it will happen eventually. What if it gets a gotcha system? Oh, then I'll play it immediately. Well, anyway, this video is fucking phenomenal. Like, this is fucking so good. I cannot wait to watch his follow-up video about why exactly cheating happens. Yeah, it's so fucking bad. I'm not surprised at all. When are you playing Undertale? I don't know. Probably like, I'm trying to think when that would even be. Maybe in like a couple of weeks or so. Let me see here. SQC needs you. Okay, I get it now. Yeah, because he just DM'd me on Discord, and I'm like, wait, how the fuck do you guys... Am I leaking my Discord? Okay, he must have said so. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. What is this? What part of the MSQ am I at in Final Fantasy? I'm like halfway through Stormblood. Okay. All right, yeah. I'll probably, maybe I'll try Destiny. I mean, I don't know. There's like a new raid that comes out. I might try it out. I've wanted to for like kind of just, I've wanted to play a lot of games, a lot of new games, right? Just to try it out, see what it's like. That's it. I just want to see what these new games are like, because I feel like the more games I play, the more games I will like understand, and the more I will understand about games. It's been like a big thing for me to try and start doing this stuff. Yeah, did you play Blue Protocol yesterday? Yes, I did. I absolutely fucking did. The Pale Beyond is really good. I need to play that one too. Like, there's so many games for me to play, man. It's great. Finish Witcher, goddammit. I'm trying to finish the Elden Ring randomizer thing. That's been my main focus recently. But yeah, this video is fucking great. Yeah, have you played slots? No, I never have. I mean, I see a lot of people playing poker nowadays. I'd be okay with playing poker or something like that. That's fine. But no fucking way am I going to play against something that's programmed for me to lose against. No shot. I know how these numbers work. Absolutely.
Keeping this really simple. Keeping this really simple. Okay.
Pain is inevitable. Suffering is optional. It says that down at the bottom, like right here.
Looks clean. What do we do? He'll die here. No time. Get him to the car. Hey, can you hear me?
It looks like your pupils are responding and your hearing is intact. How are you feeling?
Why can't you have that hairstyle in game?
When we found you, you had lost a lot of blood.
Oh.
I don't usually believe in miracles, so I assume that
This game, like,
is
dude.
the result of incredible fortitude. Oh,
One of those games.
By the way, welcome to Woodbury. I think this is the first time we've ever seen you here. So you're probably not from around these parts. But don't worry, make yourself at home. So, can you get up? Try to get off the bed.
Spacebar. I can't jump. I can't do anything. Oh shit, this is me. Oh wow. Okay. Let me make sure I've got everything set up. Okay, video and... Okay. Everything else is good. I don't think I really care about shadows. Game, controls, mouse sensitivity. I'm gonna go ahead and just do it down to there. Okay, good.
Which shot should I do?
I'll change it later on.
It's like the title.
Actually, is this even
opener.
changing? Turn it all the way down. Yeah, it's better. Okay. Yeah, I'll just keep it like this. All right.
Great. I'm really glad to see you recovering so quickly.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
We've saved people from the outside before, but we practically pulled you back from the brink of death.
Oh, that's good.
My name
Thanks.
is Leonard, Woodbury's doctor. And you are?
My name is Asmongold.
All right. Your speech organs seem fine. Nice to meet you. Well, I'm sure you have a lot of questions.
Nope,
Our
I don't.
reporters will fill you in on everything better than I can.
Nope.
So, if you're feeling okay already, you can grab your bag and go take a look around. Don't worry. Everyone in Woodbury already knows we have a newcomer.
What happened to me?
We found you not far from Woodbury, bleeding and unconscious.
That's bad.
Your car was nearby, overturned, and it looked like you'd been fighting with a large group of infected.
Oh, it's zombies.
It's a good thing we found you.
That's
in
right.
time. Well, anything else? I'm sure Chris will tell you more than I can.
Uh-huh. I'll go.
Take care, and get well soon. After you talk to Chris, you can always find me at the infirmary.
Yes. Goodbye.
I didn't even get to play it, man.
Don't forget to take your belongings.
All right. How do I
They're
pick
in the
up
bag
stuff?
by the door.
Oh, okay. All right. Take water. Okay, so what did I get? So we have water, canned food, oh, that's an energy drink. It's also battery. Pretty much the same thing. Let's see here. Medium first aid. This is like one of those like expensive things you buy at the store. These are like $6. It's like a can of store brand. I think it's like Walmart store brand beets. Baked beans. Yeah, beans. Yeah, I thought so. And more food here. Spaghetti. That's not even a good spaghetti either. But that's okay. I mean, it is the apocalypse after all. So we'll go ahead and I've got the backpack too. Can I loot anything that this guy has? Can I steal anything from the doctor? No, looks like I can't. That's disappointing. Okay. Oh, I need to drink water. Okay, so how do I do that? Drink. Okay, space. Right, okay, got it.
You must have been thirsty. If you go out again, don't forget to replenish your food and water supplies at Rob's bar.
Got it. So this is like stamina? Okay.
Phew, it's been a hard day, huh?
Can I open the door? Oh.
I need this reverse.
So now what?
This to go.
Ah, shit, here we go again.
All right. So I'm basically in an abandoned Cabela's. That's fine. Damn, look at all those guys. Oh, I talked to that guy. It's cool how they show actual players in this. I like this. Buy food, okay. The doctor, all right. The gym, okay. Maintain, wait, I want to go to the gym. In game. The sauna to relax, to restore. What the fuck? You have to go to the sauna to get your health back? Didn't Ziz die in the sauna? Yeah, I don't know if this is a good idea. Yeah, what the fuck? Hold left, okay. Alright, so I'm sprinting. Okay, so this is like another player. It's a female character. Alright, not bad. Pretty good, actually, okay. Inform Chris that you have regained consciousness. Okay, so this is like my bank. Alrighty. And who the fuck is Chris? I guess we'll go talk to him. Oh, I see.
I like it. I think that looks pretty good.
I want to talk to this guy, the gun guy.
Always stock up.
Yeah, who's this guy?
You can, buddy. Weapons, ammunition, armor. I have everything.
I know. Trade.
It seems you're still not on the list of residents.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. We gotta go through their bullshit quest.
This place is genuine civilization, buddy. And I'm so glad.
So this is like a player hub, I guess. Fight for your dreams. Please do not take supplies from the shelves. They are intended for the elderly and for children.
Keep it up.
I can't take anything. Okay. Who's this? Just a random girl. Okay. Can I talk to her? No. Wait, oh, what the fuck's down here? Oh, shit. The fuck is this? Oh, it's a sauna. I get it.
Keep up the good work.
Oh, there's the gem? Okay, well, let's go talk to the guy first.
I think I'm happy with this.
And where is Chris?
I think I'm happy with it. What do y'all think?
What's up, bitch? Oh, well, I can't jump on this? Oh, I can. Okay, all right, cool. Nice. Okay, let's talk to this guy.
Hello, you're the survivor we rescued a couple of days ago.
All right, let me do
aren't you?
that.
We were all praying for your speedy recovery. It's good to see you're okay.
I know I am.
Render it.
Thank you for saving me.
Play a little
We always
Tarkov,
try to help
and
those in
then
trouble.
I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do for
Otherwise,
dinner.
bear with
Jeez,
me
man,
if
I
we
really
didn't
ate
show
up the whole
humanity
day
to each
doing
other.
this.
Definitely.
I was like, I thought I'd.
My name is
True,
Chris.
brother.
I thought I would.
True.
I went ahead and logged in this.
Here,
Yeah,
we
dude.
have gathered all
I
the remaining survivors from New Fortune City.
yeah,
and the
I
surrounding
really
suburbs.
thought that this was only gonna take
In
me an hour or
Woodbury,
two.
we all work
We sat
together
here for
towards
like 5
rebuilding our
hours,
society, and
talking,
any
watching
help would greatly
videos, and
appreciate it.
Okay.
it's been a good time.
Each of us
It's
would
been a good
like to
time. I
live
think
in a
this is.
better
I might
world.
do this
Oh,
more
okay.
often,
A
where
world
I just
our
edit
children can
something
play
and then we
freely on the
talk and hang
streets,
out.
where we won't have to live every day in uncertainty and fear of death.
Right. Yeah.
This dream is what unites all of us.
Yeah, right.
Get to know the members of our close-knit team to see how everything is organized here.
That's a good point.
Talk to the weapons trader, Edit, the storage keeper,
Okay,
Adam,
I gotta talk to the guys.
bartender, Rob, and Dr. Leonard. After you're done talking, come back to me, and in the meantime, I'll register you.
Goodbye. Okay, let's talk to Eduardo. I like the amount of American flags.
Mm-hmm.
A good purchase can lift your spirits.
We're gonna let
You
that
know,
render.
like,
I'll be right
this is
back.
really this is good. Yep.
Take care of yourself, all right?
We gotta go talk to this guy in here. I think this is the gun dude. Ooh, ammunition store. So far, the game doesn't seem bad.
Scratched by an infected. I was terrified. Thought I was going to die. I see you finally recovered. Let me introduce myself. I'm Eddard, the weapons trader.
I would have never guessed.
It's my guys who found you almost dead out there. We don't leave people in distress here in Woodbury. Quite the opposite, actually. Here, I've got something for you.
A Molot Hunter. The power of a weapon depends on its class, tier, attachments, and ammunition type. When the weapon's durability is fully depletion, it will become unusable. So it needs to be repaired at a time and weapon. Oh wow, repairing a weapon. That sounds fun.
This is the Molot Hunter. An
Okay.
excellent rifle. Just needs to be assembled at the workbench.
Uh-huh.
Once you assemble it, you can have it for yourself. It's a gift.
Thanks, man.
With it, you'll have a better chance of making it back home on your own 2 feet, rather than on a stretcher like last time.
True.
No need to thank me. The important thing is that you're alive. The rest doesn't matter. Well, I wish you luck, buddy. If you ever want to buy top-notch weapons and ammunition, or if you want to sell anything you don't need, feel free to come to me.
Okay. Well. Let's make that fucking gun.
See you, buddy.
More workmanship.
Hey, this place is genuine simple. Glad to see you, buddy.
So I gotta buy a gun one place, I gotta put it there in another fucking place. You tell me I gotta fucking walk all the way over here? All right. Okay. This seems like a pretty decent gun. You know, let's select this weapon. And handguard, receiver, magazine. Ooh. Ooh, what does that do? Okay. Ooh. Vertical recoil. I know how that is. Close workbench. Okay, got it. Talk to Abby. Oh, I got my gun. Damn, this really is a Cabela's. Okay.
What was it about? No.
If you knew how amazing the
Who's
corn
this?
was on our farm. It won the Best in State award at the annual... Hey there. You're the survivor everyone's been talking about lately, right?
Yep,
Glad
that's
to
me.
see you're okay. I'm Abby, the storage room keeper. It's the safest place in Woodbury, so people use it to store their personal belongings. I can see your backpack is pretty full. Leave the things you don't need right now with me.
Alright.
It'll make it easier for you to move
What I
around.
like about Asmongold
Don't worry. They'll be
is how
perfectly
much
safe
she eats on stream. I love that shit.
I don't think she's wearing
I
a
was
bra.
told by a
For you,
by
there
a
will
fellow
always be a place in the storage room.
a fellow creator who I no longer
Okay.
associate
Is that it?
with.
Okay, I just put those 3 things
That
away.
Great.
he came
That's
into
the
my
way to
stream
go.
one time,
The
and
storage room
I
is
was like,
available
"Dude, this is."
completely free of charge for all
But
Woodbury
he was like,
residents.
I just want you to
Chris
know that it's
registered you,
super
didn't he?
unprofessional that you're
Yes.
eating
Please
on
talk to him
stream.
if-
Okay, so fatal injury, open world, you lose all your items in your
What?
backpack. To prevent losing valuable items, save
Anyways.
them in the storage.
Asmongold.
Okay,
Eat
wow,
on
that's
stream.
bad.
Everybody eats on stream. I'm saying Shroud eat on stream.
Where's Leonard? Oh, he's over this way? Okay.
Hey, take care.
Yeah, dude was a dick. He was just a dick. That wasn't
He
the line in
He
the
waiting for
sand.
that
There was
shit.
other things that he did, but I was just like, dude, this is
Okay,
just-
and
like,
let's
really?
see. So this is like kind of a
That's your pet peeve. That's
random ass
what
area.
you lose sleep over.
Just
huh?
2 dudes.
Anyways, I'm making
two
food right
guys
now,
being
so
dudes.
let me know. Do you want me to run this video or find another video? Let me see. I'm gonna make some food and then I am gonna eat. It's not your career. Why the fuck does it matter, dude? Exactly. Like, I mean, like I could see eating on a podcast. Ooh, Bethesda is cooked. What's this? Here, we'll throw this on. We'll throw this on. This will be a good one to have running. Yeah, I mean, oh, wow. This one's new. It just came out.
Starfield
30
DLC,
minutes.
have me worried for
Doesn't give
Elder
me
Scrolls
time
6?
to eat.
Bro, if
and
you're not
everything.
worried about
yeah,
Elder
it's not my
Scrolls
fucking
6, I
career.
think
That's true.
you're crazy.
But like, I could see like, but like, let's say this. Like, what about Hot Ones over here
Wow.
eating
Back when
wings the whole
Starfield came
time?
out, I
You
wanted
know,
to make a
or what
review
about
why I feel like Bethesda
like if
clearly
Joe
missed the
Rogan,
mark with
like
this game.
if
But
they
I did
brought
play
had
the
some
new Shattered Space
Joe's like, I
DLC,
haven't ate
and
yet.
again,
Hey, we're
I
gonna
was
have some
very
chicken wings.
disappointed.
Like, who's
So,
gonna
let's share
tune
my
off
thoughts
because of
about
that?
this
Like,
expansion. Because sadly, this is not what I expect from Bethesda, and it's just more of the same like the base game. I was
Really? What the hell did you expect? Because here's what I would expect from the new expansion. A couple new weapons, a new boring story, a few new characters, and a few other worlds with maybe a handful of new assets. Am I right? Seems about right.
hoping they will
Less?
take more of the feedback into consideration regarding their story,
Jesus.
writing, characters, and quest design. But sadly, it didn't look great at all. I'm gonna tell you a little bit about the story without spoiling too much.
Okay.
Okay, so you arrive on a new planet and you already become some sort of chosen one within 5 minutes. But nobody trusts you until you complete a 10-minute trial that is, and then they suddenly all do. The main
Wow.
quest after the first dungeon is full of boring yapping with the same bad voice direction. The characters talk way too much without actually saying anything, and you just have to
This is
follow
one of the things I don't like about gacha games sometimes, is like there'll be so much dialogue for nothing.
along and understand it, even though you know nothing of this planet, its people, and how things work around here. Because the characters just stand there talking without emotion, and they ignore the classic rule of show don't tell.
Yeah.
Because here they only tell without actually showing anything.
I would expect
so
that.
personally, I'm a big fan of Cyberpunk 2077. And say what you will about the
No. Oh no. Yeah.
and how it launched, it's fair, but they eventually fixed it and the people saw how great the game was that was lying underneath it all.
Right.
And I'll just show you the difference in how these two games handle it.
My
I want to see
apologies.
something super unprofessional.
Please, Malibor.
Out the KFC
Do go
bucket, dude. I'm about to eat out of the fucking bucket, bro. We're about to eat out the bucket, boy.
I really hope
Call me a
that
bucket boy, because I'm about to eat out the bucket.
I think Bethesda should replace their writing team with
Only got a few
ChatGPT.
pieces of chicken left, so
I think it would have more edge to it. I feel like everything with Bethesda,
this is unprofessional.
like at least recently, has been so just
Out the
fucking
fucking
bland.
bucket, boy. Let's just
Like it's just
dig on in here,
like
see
the
what's
most
kinda-
flaccid
what Santa has in
vanilla
his
milk
bag.
toast, like just slop. Like it's just awful.
Not the
I
fucking
don't know how,
bucket,
like,
boy.
and it's so weird how how a
Dude,
company like that can have any fans. Like, how can you possibly like this? Like, what's wrong? Like, what's wrong with you? What are you doing? Look at Rockstar. Yes, it's upsetting.
What I missed?
This is when you're leaving Arasaka. Yeah.
Technology too.
And keep in mind, that scene is after 5 other hours of content. And then they don't even show the title of the game until you finish that entire situation.
We make direct contact with the Great Serpent, similar to Jinan Varun's initial meeting.
And then something went wrong.
Oh, he's comparing Cyberpunk.
Okay, but let's talk a little bit
Starfield?
about side quests. Because the first side quest you stumble
it's just
upon,
night
and
and
I
day.
kid you not, this is serious.
Yeah.
This is about 2 brothers bickering they want to kill each other because one stole their mother's urn while he was drunk.
What?
And yes, I am not joking, this is serious. And the solution and choice for this quest is giving you the option which drink you want to drug before they're going to duel and kill each other. You can drug one of them, neither, or both. If this is the first side quest they deliberately want to show you, I am not sure what to think anymore. What happened to Bethesda's writing?
You woke up. That's what happened. You woke up. The thing is that if all you ever eat is dog shit, you're never going to understand that you're eating dog shit.
Yeah, yeah.
But if somebody gives you a steak, ain't no way you want to go back to that dog shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, bro, like this, he was in the Matrix.
KFC is definitely not dog shit.
Yep. He was totally in the Matrix. And finally,
Flavor-wise, probably
Cyberpunk
health-wise,
2077 unplugged him. And he realized that
Bro, fuck up
this,
fried chicken.
just everything, it just makes me mad. There's almost nothing, like, I actually can't even verbalize how much I hate these stories in
My
these games.
God, that sounds so good.
I can't
Cheddar
even...
and jalapeno toast.
It's like every
bagel
story
with
in like
salami
one
and
of these
cheddar
games,
sliced
like for
cheese.
Bethesda, it's like
Can you
they're
email
being
me some of
told,
that?
and there's an HR representative who's standing in their room with like a notepad, ready to write down anything wrong that they say.
I'm really like.
It's just.
I have
so-
almost like no
Oh my God.
excitement for Elder
It's-
Scrolls, and let me
It's
tell you why.
Everything I hate at the same time.
It ain't what he's saying. So on another note,
Anyway,
Yeah.
how did this get approved? Like,
Elder Scrolls
okay.
Online.
Please let me know in the comments.
I
down
bought
below
that shit
if
and played it for
anyone of
5
you
minutes. That
played
shit was
this quest
trash.
And thought this was great writing. Please,
That's
because
why.
I really
And
want
I bought
to know.
Starfield,
Okay, but on to the main
played
quest,
it, didn't
because
beat
they
it. It
definitely
wasn't
had
that
some
bad,
great
but-
missions and ideas in between. But it doesn't blend
I mean,
that
to this
well
video's
together.
point-
Because in my opinion, the missions you get from the houses are mostly boring, with again too much pointless talking and
Cyberpunk
boring lore dumps.
was so
But
good.
then
That's what got me
After
to stop.
the DLC,
like,
of course, but
So the day that Starfield came out, and also, by the way, do you remember when the first announcement of Starfield came out? And I said that I thought the game was going to be boring because Todd Howard said it was going to have over 100 planets. And I was like, there's no way this is going to be interesting. Remember that? And people got mad at me. How about that? How about that? Wasn't that over 10 years ago?
Yeah, scoop of this mashed potatoes.
There are some great missions sprinkled in between, and I eventually got surprised a little bit because the final mission from this
Archie,
DLC
my dog is on
quite
standby right
cool,
now because he
but
knows I'm about to
then
drop some of this.
completely falls flat again.
He's
in
like,
the
dude,
end.
you eating
It
out the
gets an
bucket, bro?
anticlimactic ending where your choice
I
doesn't
know
matter
crumbs
at
are
all
coming
and
over
doesn't
here.
make sense at all. This again made me feel very mixed about
Little
this
does he know.
expansion. Well, I hope to feel excited
actually is
after
holding
beating
in
it.
more.
And the only thing I wonder after all of this
bucket
is
is the-
where is the old
the
Bethesda?
strap.
I enjoyed
chicken.
Skyrim, Oblivion, Fallout 4, even though it was a little flawed. I enjoyed those games so much. Like,
nobody knows how to write a good story anymore. I think the best way that I can describe it is that I think that if you look at a lot of journalism nowadays that kind of follows the same problem, is that a lot of writing nowadays, and I think the reason why this happens is because it's done by committee. So you have so many people that are involved in the writing process for a lot of stories that the language in the writing process gets diluted and it loses the original voice of having like one like unified one unified voice or author or writer to it. And I think also this happens a lot with journalism, where I feel like a lot of writing in journalism is actually incredibly bad. Because a lot of people think that writing...
I agree with everything you said.
This is going to sound stupid. Writing is an art. And a lot of people use it, and so there's, oh Jesus, this is like a fucking, like a Russian nesting doll of problems. So writing is an art, but at the same time, some people that are theater kids that are 33 that treat it like they're artists and they're super just so fucking obnoxious about it that it's like, I wish it wasn't an art. So a lot of people, and I think that also in both cases, the writing does not take into account thinking about how the user is going to feel reading what you're saying. Most writing nowadays doesn't have a voice to it. It could have been written by anybody. And I think that's really the weakness that a lot of content like this has. So poetry is not art. The issue is that, well, like, I think that a lot of people like view like journalism or something like that, they view it differently than poetry, for example. But my point is that people don't know how to communicate in a way that is compelling. And I think that in the absence of not being able to communicate in a way that's compelling, people communicate in a way that is, like, I don't know, fulfilling maybe? Like, I'm trying to think like the best way to describe it. Like, they're not communicating in a way that is authentic. And it feels very flat and forced, and it's almost like you're basically, it's like TTS almost. It's meme communication. Yeah, it's just awful. It's simple because Zoomers have severe ADD. I actually think that Zoomers are better at writing than a lot of millennials are. I think this is a millennial problem. This is a problem with people that are around my age. I think that the reason why is that a lot of people that are around my age are like, there's like a fucking, like an unholy alliance between trying to be politically correct and then also being painfully boring. And I think that millennials, like, oftentimes with writing, you have that fucking intersection and it's so bad. Feels like a placeholder? Yeah. And I think also, again, it's not really a generational thing, but like right now you're seeing a lot of millennial style writing like that. It's an industry culture problem, in my opinion. I think it probably is too.
you have no idea how Oblivion made me feel as a child while I played it. It definitely has its flaws, but overall, it's such a great game. It grips you within the world and... oh, it's so good. But Starfield... man. Anyway, I'll get to that point later. I'm going off script. So, the DLC...
Oblivion was okay, but I never really thought it was that great either, honestly. Like, I just never really did think so. It's my opinion.
Is also very short, because you can beat it in a couple of hours and it doesn't add much besides these new quests. There are almost no new weapons, armor sets. I heard some people say there are new companions, but I didn't find them. No new gameplay features, no new ship parts, etc.
Damn.
When you ask 30 euros or dollars for an expansion, I do expect way more content than this. Or it would
Well,
have
you
been
could have said that about the base game.
better idea to price its expansion about like 15
I hate the
euros
grain
or
on that
$1.
one, but it
Now
was
let's
shot at night, so what the hell are you gonna do about it?
compare it again to Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty. Phantom Liberty, in my opinion, is really good, and you get so much content for the same price. But it's an entirely different game. But what I used to love about Bethesda Game Studios isn't here anymore. It isn't in Fallout 76, it isn't in Starfield, it isn't in this expansion.
The Elder Scrolls is going to have this same
This is just
problem.
gonna be on a loop, so I like this text
I
up
think
on the
people
top
overrate
right.
older
just
Bethesda
like,
games
this is
too much.
Hurricane
Yeah, I
Helene
think that they're not
footage.
very good either. Like if I go back and I think of like, did these stories act like did they actually have good stories? No, I don't think so. Yeah, Bethesda hasn't aged well. I mean, I'll tell you this, like I don't think it ever aged very well, right? I mean, like even back in the day, I thought it was bad even then. They had a lot more soul to them. See, like I just they had soul to them. I never really felt that way.
I can agree with that. Elder Scrolls really didn't have much soul to it.
I didn't get that
But, like,
vibe. I'm sorry.
The
I really
thing
just
is
didn't.
about that, though, is
And
that
I
your investment in the game gave it soul. You know what I mean? You would tell your own story. It was kind of like just a big sandbox, but it was soulless in a sense. Like, that's the thing is, like, that I think that's why those games, like, resonated so well with people, is they could make it their own game and tell it their own story. It's kind of like D&D, you know? Like, D&D, at its core, the content it provides is soulless. What you put into it is what makes it an experience.
I also think that I am the exact opposite audience for something like a Bethesda game. Like, I've never been able to, like, get it. I don't get
The
it.
last couple of years, I didn't experience it at all from them. You have to understand, Elder Scrolls is my
it's a good
favorite
time.
franchise of all time. I usually cover Baldur's Gate 3 on this channel, but my biggest love is from Bethesda Game Studios. It's Oblivion and Skyrim.
Poor guy.
I used to discover the world and discover these great stories, locations, and side quests. And it just isn't Elder Scrolls, because I felt the same in Fallout 3 and even in Fallout 4, even though it was a little flawed. But
I'm just doing some
I'm just afraid
reassuring,
Bethesda lost their
making
magic,
sure I
and
like
I'm
this
I'm
LUT
afraid
as
for
much as
Elder
I
Scrolls
think I
6,
do,
because
and I do.
it
I
isn't
like
just the
this a
planets
lot.
that you explore that feel empty, right? Because there is handcrafted content in Starfield, but it doesn't feel the same.
It's bad. Because they can't write a good story. They can't make a good game. You can't give a dog a calculator and then expect him to make a cake with it. You're expecting too much. It's not going to happen. Just stop it. Like, there's no way. This is the way I felt like with Blizzard. I'm going to be honest. I feel this way about Blizzard right now. I feel like there is a 0% chance that Blizzard can write a story that's actually good. I don't think that they can do it. And I don't think that they have the insight into what makes a good story anymore. I'm looking forward to being proven wrong. But so far, I haven't been. And it's like, I didn't even realize how bad it was until I went back and I watched the Diablo 2 cinematics. Oh my God. No wonder I played these games all day, every day. It was unbelievable. Like, I couldn't even, like, it was just insane. You have to actually pay for talent? I don't know what to say. It was old cinematics went so hard. Yes, they were incredible. I don't think that we can, I don't know if we're ever going to get back to that. I know I sound like kind of a doomer saying that, but that's really the way that I feel.
Can't give a
Planet
dog a
is also
calculator and
handcrafted,
expect
but
for it to make a cake.
Exploring it feels boring, pointless.
Because the game's boring and
it doesn't
pointless.
There's
it's
one hell of a
like that
quote.
spark of discovery that you that
I'm gonna
you
tweet
used to
that right
have
now.
in
Copying
Morrowind,
this and
Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout 3, Fallout 4. It's gone. This handcrafted planet just feels like an empty, barren area just serving as a long travel to get to my next pointless destination. With no fun or interesting landmarks to discover in between. And like I said, I'm not trying to hate on this game. My favorite games come from this studio.
This poor guy.
I wanted Starfield to be good. I wanted this expansion to be good. I want Elder Scrolls 6 to be good.
Oh.
But I'm afraid it isn't going to be. I'm afraid Bethesda lost their magic. And there are some things they have improved in general, but somehow still not enough.
What?
The game and some characters do look better overall, but the random citizens in...
But they don't, though. I mean, they really don't. Like, you look at any game that's made in Unreal 5 looks better than this. Any game. Like, it's just... Like, just nothing about it is good. Like, I don't understand. Like, what the fuck?
The big cities do look weird and ugly.
Yes.
Performance has improved in some areas, but still the frames dip
A
heavily
pickled
in
juice,
some other areas.
jalapeno,
the car is a nice addition to the game. If it didn't
pickled
feel slow,
juice,
clunky,
Diet
and get
Coke
stuck very easily.
jalapeno.
And I was afraid
Pickled juice,
because maybe
jalapeno
I
juice.
just lost touch with the games of Bethesda
Diet
Game
Coke sounds
Studios.
actually
But then
kind of
I
fucking
boot
good.
up
I'm not
Skyrim
gonna hate
again,
on Dua
and
Lipa
I
here.
feel that magic.
This actually sounds
With the
kind of
next
good.
gen patch from Fallout 4, I reinstalled it again, and I was like, I didn't lose my touch. Fallout 4, even though it has its flaws, is
I'd try it.
great.
Fuck it.
I love.
See, like, that's what I thought, too. And, like, I remember I went back and I played Dragon's Dogma 2, and the entire story was a complete piece of shit, except for the very end of the story when you go into the unmoored world. And that story sequence is so fucking ridiculously, insanely
It does
good
sound weird, but it does sound interesting.
that it actually shocked me how good it was. I was like, what the fuck? And it's like, no, I'm not the problem. That part, yeah, it was insane. It's these games that are the problem. Did you play Fall? I did not. Where was this the entire game? Exactly. It's still shit, though. I thought it was great.
Love it. And then I come back to Starfield, and it just, you know? So overall, Starfield, and especially this expansion, it isn't really bad, right? It isn't dog shit.
Yeah.
But we're used to something different from Bethesda Game Studios back in their older titles. And Starfield and this DLC doesn't capture it at all. Well, generally Fallout 4 was heavily loved. People did feel like there was a decline coming for Bethesda. But then
This
the
right
hardware
here,
change
just so
showed up.
this
And
is
it's
a
everything
water
we
line.
hoped for it to be.
So see
It was
right
great.
here
It
where
had
all this
choice,
debris
consequence,
is,
it
and
had
then
great
see how it's
dialogue,
clean
great
here.
characters,
Yeah.
This is the
great
water
writing.
line.
It
This
was
is how
so
high the water
incredibly
was
good,
in this
my
area.
opinion. And you know what's really funny?
So just to clarify, that's the water line. Where see where it's all shitty right here? Right there where it cleans up? Yep, that's the water line. So that is how high the water was in that area.
Far Harbor is cheaper than this expansion because
Jesus.
it used to release for 25 euros or dollars. And most of all, it added a lot of new great content, a lot
Yeah,
of
it's
new
like 4.5
weapons,
feet.
armors. But
The other,
especially a
what's
separate new
crazier,
island that felt
honestly,
really
it's
good
higher
to
than
explore.
that because see
And
this
your
window?
choice in this main quest
That
really
window's
mattered.
right here.
Far Harbor really
Like,
improved from
so
the base
it
game of
even
Fallout
higher
4.
than
You
that.
can definitely see Bethesda
It was
listen to
over
the
6
fans
foot,
and improved
over 5
a lot
foot,
in this
over
expansion.
5, 6
And I
foot.
really think
Because
many
that we
people
were
were
up
hoping
on when
for
I shot
Far
that, I
Harbor
was up
like
here and the
DLC
window's
for
like up
Starfield,
here.
because it was going to
On
be
this
one
balcony.
location again where everything was handcrafted, something we used
Imagine
to love
that.
from
Oh,
Bethesda.
God.
But it's
See, I
still
shot
missed
that
the
right
mark on
after
the
that.
Shattered Space DLC.
How you
But
think
say
that-
what you want about Starfield,
crazy.
but it did try something new with the planet. Eventually, it
Yeah,
was
it was bad.
No Man's Sky did the same thing. Like, it didn't. It just was. I just don't understand. I don't. I just like. Stop eating dicks. I know it's coping. Like, this is just. I get it that he's a fan of the games, but like, please see please open your eyes and see the truth. See the reality for what it is. This story is just the game. Everything about it was just so bad. Like it was I'm getting so mad, bro. You're hating on games you never played. It's wild. I'm level 100. I have the level 100 achievement. I played a lot. I played Starfield a lot. He meant the older titles. I played Oblivion. Like, it was okay. I mean, I guess it was okay for the time, but it was just like, I really just, I don't think it was that great. I think that the only reason I played it is because it was something to do. The moment, like, another game came out, I just immediately started playing that. I really just, I mean, it was better than Starfield. Wow. Sorry. I really just don't think it was good. You're such a hater, man. But saying the most popular games at the time were garbage is so immensely dishonest and dumb. I get that a lot of people don't like my opinion on Bethesda games. I understand that. I find them to be painfully dull, extremely slow. The gameplay is fucking terrible. The story is bland. There's just nothing good about any of them. I played like 3. I haven't played every single one. You're right. Maybe there's one that I'll like. But why would I try another game if I played 3 and all 3 of them were bad? It doesn't even make sense.
When I finish this, I think I might play some Tarkov.
Bethesda. I don't
Hop off, take a nap.
What's weird to me about
because
this,
I kind of want to stay up late playing Silent Hill too.
I can't even understand why somebody can like it. That's what's weird.
I'm thinking about it.
Like I can't. That's.
I'm thinking
like,
about maybe taking a little nap
why, like,
here in a
people
little bit.
Can get into like weird. I can imagine why somebody would be gay. I can understand why somebody would believe the Earth is flat. I can understand why somebody thinks the moon landing is flat. Like, yeah, I can see where they're coming from. Like I get it, but like I can't. I cannot wrap my head around the fact that people. I'm actually having like this isn't. Okay, let's move on.
He's making such a like.
There's
people are getting so mad at him.
Just really fucking. Really.
His audience is like. Loves this shit.
Just too many loading screens and too many empty, boring planets to explore. But it did have some of excuse because
I think that's
kind of
what
with
I'm
1,000 planets,
towards.
many would have to be random generated, right? But Shattered Space doesn't have that excuse anymore because it's one big location, but it still falls flat.
What I say versus what I do.
And we also used to give an excuse for Fallout 76 because it was also something different, right? It's
just
online.
a game.
But where do the excuses stop and when do we accept that Bethesda just has changed? I guess you can give one last final excuse, that Starfield tried something different. But for many people this was their last chance. But for the people that do want to give another chance, Elder Scrolls...
The only thing that Starfield did well was the shipbuilding. I will grant you that the shipbuilding was pretty good. But that's it. That's the only thing. This guy's the exact same thing. Yeah, I just... Elder Scrolls 6 is their last chance. I've heard that before.
Scrolls 6 have no excuses anymore. It's called Elder Scrolls. It's their most beloved IP. It's not on...
Focus on the L in Elder Scrolls.
Online, it's not a different IP. It's a single player experience we all want from Bethesda. But many people are afraid it isn't going to be what they hope it will be. They're afraid it isn't going to give that same experience as Morrowind, as Oblivion, as Skyrim.
Well, like, what do you think? Like, do you think that they're gonna be like, yeah, we put all the bad writers and we had them do Starfield, and we had all the good writers do Elder Scrolls? What? Like, we've got to be like, I mean, how many circles of coping are we in? What?
The thing about like Bethesda is it's like they got a cult following almost. Like there's some major Bethesda dick riders.
I just want Elder Scrolls 6 to be
I mean, I
good,
enjoyed
just like their
Elder.
previous
I
games.
enjoyed
Their
Elder
old
Scrolls.
games.
Like,
And maybe some
but
people
like I
think-
said, was for the
actually think
reasons
that
you make it
there
what
is a
you make
massive
it.
problem with fantasy stories.
But it's like from the
and
level
I
of
think
Cyberpunk,
so many
no.
fantasy
It's
stories
not as well
nowadays
developed.
are so boring and bland that nobody has innovated and made anything interesting. I don't think a lot of them are interesting. I think they're just, yeah, Witcher 3 was great. Yeah, why was The Witcher 3 great? Because it's built off of a story that was, like, massively fucking popular, right? Sure. Like, I need to, like... And the thing is, like, yeah, somebody said in chat, Freerin, it doesn't have to be like this. You'll hate Baldur's Gate 3? Why would I hate Baldur's Gate 3? Elden Ring, yeah, but like Elden Ring had like a lot of like Elden Ring didn't have like a narrative in the same way that like Starfield has a narrative or even Sekiro has a narrative. Like the Elden Ring it's all very like esoteric and it's like, you know, little pieces of lore that you have to put together. It's not really a narrative in the same way.
Yeah, but the problem is like Elden Ring has
But
a
that's how
soul.
we'll watch this.
Like that game has like maybe you know another thing that puts back the Elder Scrolls games is how easy they are. That could be maybe an issue that he's running into on a personal level because they are easier games. They're not like Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. That's a good point too. Yeah, Soul game, like you can tell how much they give a shit about their games. How much extra they go. You know what I mean? They go the extra mile beyond the extra mile. This might be one of my favorite shots. I love not this one, this one. Just because I love how blurred those leaves are that are flowing above it. I like the way that shot turned out. Shots with depth are my favorite. Dude, I was hungry too. I fucked that chicken up. I get it. Totally get it.
But again, for the third time, you used to make my favorite game of all time. I want your games to be good. A lot of people want your games to be good.
I remember making this video about World of Warcraft in 2018. Yeah, I made this video 6 years ago.
Again. Please make Elder Scrolls 6 great again. It sounds like I'm Trump for America, but no, we really want Elder Scrolls 6
I said the
your
same
next
thing.
game to be
Azeroth
good,
great
like,
again.
like the
No.
previous games you used to make. And the magic is still there.
He doesn't.
Why do
He
you
doesn't
think
know.
so many people still play Skyrim? 13 years after its
Oh,
release,
God.
currently more people play Skyrim more than Starfield. You can start a new save and experience what made those games so great. And I just hope Elder Scrolls 6 will be great. But I am afraid.
It
But
should be.
please let me know what you guys think. Did you enjoy Starfield? Did you enjoy this expansion? And are you hopeful for Elder Scrolls 6, or are you also afraid? Please share it with me in the comments down below, because I do read them all. Sorry for my rambling in this video, but thank you if you made it this far. And if you want to see more like this, or, you know, subscribe. And like this stupid video if you agree with my thoughts, or, you know, dislike it if you don't agree. But do share it with me in the comments down below what you
Man.
guys think, because I'm really curious where you guys stand on this. Anyway, thanks again for watching, and I hope to see you next time.
I feel bad for this guy, man. I really do. Like he I'll link you guys the video. It's only got 41 likes. Okay, it's only got 200 views. Give the guy a view. Give him a sub. He's got 7,000 subs. Bro, this guy needs something in his life. Like we gotta do something for him. Like this is just. He sounds poison. It's just, I feel so bad. Like Skyrim, Fallout, and Oblivion are fantastic games. I'm glad you like them. I'm happy that you're happy. I'm just so. It's, as I said, it's the one thing. It's like it's the one type of game that I can't understand why a person plays. Like, I can understand why somebody plays Farm Simulator, because it's like they just want to be a farmer. It's like, you know, a chill game. I cannot. I don't get it. I don't like, I'm just, oh God. I just don't understand, man. I really just don't, just for the mods. I think that, like, some people might think that I have an irrational hate for these games. And I want to let you know that you're probably completely right. You're probably completely right. And I can't stop it. I can't. Oh, it just makes me so fucking mad. I don't know what to do. It's completely justified. Look, I think it is. Okay? That's my opinion. That's how I feel. Diablo 4, the billion-dollar tragedy.
On June 6th of 2023, Diablo 4 officially launched, and it was an...
To be fair, everybody that's fucking addicted to the game bought the early access, played it on the first, but yeah, for sure.
instant home run success. Twitch was booming. The concurrent player base peaked
I
at
bought
over
it.
7 million players.
They got me again.
Long queue times. Twitch was
Fuckers
booming.
got me
The
again.
Oh, but where the fuck, like, Diablo 4's peak player count, where are people getting these numbers from? Wait. Did people just make this number up? Did people just make this up? Did this come out of nowhere? I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that it had 6 million concurrent players. Especially not 6.7 million concurrent players. I want to see the methodology on how that number was arrived at. Let's look at CSGO. CSGO's all-time peak players that it has ever had on Steam is 1.8 million. PUBG is the highest peak ever at 3.2 million. That's the last 5 months. God, why is... Bro, I knew that teacher was right.
My fifth graders with significant language-based learning disabilities could write better than non-disabled 7th graders can now.
If you're gonna tell me Diablo 4's peak player count was more than double the highest game on Steam ever, I don't believe it without evidence. Especially whenever this game has a $70 price tag. I want evidence. I'm not saying it's a lie, but I want evidence. Where are the receipts?
Current player base peaked at almost 7 million players. Long queue times and celebrities partook in the ride.
Yep.
Everybody thought this was the game they were going to call home.
I wish they had spent this money on making the game good. Maybe then people would still play it.
For a while. Now, there are as little as 400 people watching Diablo 4 on Twitch. Players are forced to complete world bosses and events completely on their own, and player population dropped by over 99%. The economy between Eternal and population
how do we get this number again?
Dropped by over 99%. The economy between Eternal and Seasonal Realms have been destroyed by rampant bugs. Season 1 content was an absolute disaster, and Season 2 looks to be the exact...
I mean, because I just don't believe that over 0.66% of people still play. I think maybe they lost 99.8, maybe 99.7, but only 99.3? Oh, guys, come on. Come on, it's way more than that.
Same. How did this happen? Where did this once beloved franchise go wrong? And what will it take to fix it? Today I'm going to explore the timeline of Diablo 4 from pre-release to what the game is now. Grab a cup of coffee and settle in, because this is the complete timeline of how Diablo 4 became the biggest disappointment in gaming history.
I don't know if it's the biggest disappointment, but it's a disappointment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Of course, I want to give a big thank
Especially
you.
how wrong they did us on the DLCs. I would have played the DLCs, but you had to fucking delete your shit and start over?
They are only PC.
And do it without you, and we'll talk a little bit more about this later. Now, ever since the late 90s, Blizzard Entertainment has been a staple in the gaming world, making some of the most popular and beloved gaming franchises of all time.
I had this.
The Warcraft trilogy,
I had this.
StarCraft,
I had
Diablo,
this.
Hearthstone,
I didn't have
Overwatch,
this.
and their most
I had
popular, the World of Warcraft.
I had that one too.
The Diablo franchise in particular was a real
Concord,
heavy
what?
hitter.
Yeah.
It embodied the true heart and
Bro, like, it's like, this is what Diablo used to be. Right there. You see that? That used to be Diablo.
Heart and soul of what the company stood for at the time. An incredible RPG gaming experience that is a mix of fantasy and dark gothic horror that many people across the world just couldn't put down.
Like,
Diablo 2 released...
I actually feel bad I haven't played Diablo 2 and Diablo 1.
The year 2000 and had a profound impact on the gaming world and revolutionized the ARPG genre. The social aspect alone fostered a sense of community among players, paving the way for future online multiplayer games. And if you didn't want to play online, you didn't have to. The game left a permanent mark on the gaming world by introducing multiplayer features, innovative gameplay mechanics, expansion packs, and DLCs that influenced countless titles that followed it. This iconic...
Diablo was like Dark Souls. Where, like, Dark Souls created a genre.
Concord. Dude, I don't even know what that
and
is.
Diablo also kind of created a genre. And I know, obviously, like, there are other games before Dark Souls that are like Dark Souls, or other games before Diablo that are like Diablo. But, like, they popularized it and turned it into a standard.
The game remains relevant even 2 decades after its initial release, leaving people hooked to this day. By the time Diablo 3 went into production, a whole new development team was in place, and in many eyes, this time period was the beginning of the end for Blizzard Entertainment. With the game finally launching on May 15th, 2012, the
And this was such a cock. You guys have to remember, like, Diablo 3 was a massive cock. And a lot of people weren't around for it, or they don't remember it the same way I do. I remember it.
Diablo 3 was bad.
It sucked.
Yeah, it was bad.
Infamous Error 37 plagued the internet, leaving countless players...
It was the highest trending hashtag on Twitter in the entire world. The night of Diablo 3 release. Error 37. And I said that Blizzard... remember what I said about Diablo 4 is that they don't have the balls to make the disconnect error 37. They should have done it.
in limbo on launch day.
This is a message to the people who work for Blizzard. Can't even play the fucking game! This is bullshit! This is bullshit! I paid money, cash money, dollar money, cash money!
The auction house, doing more harm than good, gave you the opportunity as a player to spend hundreds of dollars of your hard-earned real-life money on items in the game.
By the way, I actually don't think that the real money auction house had any sort of a negative effect on Diablo 3 because people bought and sold items for real money on D2JSP for years. I actually don't think that it had a massive impact at all. I think that the game was just bad.
Oh my god.
And
Season
this
3,
benefited-
248
Keep in mind,
players.
see, again, people that don't
That
remember
Suicide Squad
what I
game looked
remember.
like ass, though.
So the Diablo 3
I didn't even
auction
play it.
house
And I'm a
actually had
huge
cap
Batman
of
fan.
both
Love
2
Batman.
billion gold and also $250, which means that if you had an item that had a value of more than $250, you could not effectively sell it on the auction house. So you had to use it through a third-party website like D2JSP. Obviously, there was the Echoing Fury selling for $20,000 or $30,000. That was the most popular one, but many of the other ones also were sold for $1,000, $2,000, maybe $350, for example. And all of the high value and high dollar items were actually sold off platform. And it's ironic, again, that this is seen as like such a bad thing when the majority of the major transactions that occurred were not even with the auction house. Again, people don't remember what it really was. I do, because I sold items on it. It was great.
Greatly because they took a $1 cut on every successful auction.
Yeah.
And with the game's insane levels of progressive difficulty, it meant that if you wanted to progress in the game effectively, the perfect gear was just in wallet's reach for nearly 2 years until it was finally removed. It took many years of innovation to bring Diablo 3 to where it is.
I'll say again, I think that towards the end of its lifespan after Diablo 3 was improved, that Reaper of Souls was an overall downgrade to the game, and removing trading caused more negatives than positives. I would rather have RMT and trading than not have any trading. That's what I think.
Today, DLCs, seasons be.
Oh, by the way. Oh, bad take! Oh, no! Really? Well, then why is Path of Exile the better game? Even though it does that. Shut the fuck up, stupid. You don't know shit.
Being implemented, greater rifts, and non-stop updates for nearly 10 years. A game with a disastrous launch and some fundamental problems with its core design has grown into one of Blizzard's most long-lasting and beloved games that is currently being played and viewed as much as Diablo 4.
I really don't like this revisionism. Diablo 3 was a horrible game. It was a horrible game, period. It's still horrible. I think it sucked. I played it thousands of hours. That's how I know it sucks.
Now, with 3 games in the franchise under its belt, Blizzard was looking to announce Diablo 4 at BlizzCon. But with the horrific Diablo Immortal announcement at BlizzCon 2018...
With Android and iOS, we don't have any plans at the moment to do PC. Do you guys not have phones?
Yeah, you guys all have phones, right?
Trying to build excitement for yet another...
Blizzard is the worst company.
Blizzard game is something that seems very grim in today's world. The once king of kings in game development has fallen very far from what they once were.
Bro, I remember I watched this. This was like 2 years ago whenever this came out.
They're hoping their heavy hitter franchise like Diablo can once again spark life into the cold, bitter shell Blizzard is today. It all started with a grand announcement at BlizzCon, building hype and
And that trailer, dude,
amongst the
this
fans.
trailer was awesome. I really liked it.
Easily being one of their greatest cinematics to date,
Yeah.
the Diablo 4 announcement trailer left fans excited and happy to see Blizzard attempt and return to their truly dark and gothic roots of Diablo 2. Once the announcement trailer dropped, Blizzard was officially on the clock from the fans. And then, disaster struck.
More than 1,500 Activision Blizzard employees are calling for the resignation of the company's CEO, Bobby Kotick.
He's still the CEO. They didn't know this. They thought they were in their world. No, they were in Bobby's world. Bro, he's the main character. They're just like NPCs.
That Kotick had known about things, and he also had threatened to have an assistant killed at one point.
The company... Yeah, again, not in jail, massively successful. He made $200 billion off of the purchase from Microsoft, and he has multiple helicopters, multiple yachts. He is, again, the main character.
The company began to truly unravel midway through the development in 2021, with a major lawsuit against Activision Blizzard being filed for a near 2-year running investigation into the company from the state of California. Between the sexual allegations, unfair and unethical treatment toward women in the workplace, and more dark, evil secrets being surfaced, hundreds of employees at Blizzard walk out to protest against this frat boy culture and even more quit or step down from the company, leaving everything in disarray. And Diablo 4 was no exception to this. The ongoing sexual harassment lawsuit took a major toll on Blizzard. And
Bro, look at all the people that left. Like, I mean, I guess this guy, I kind of just got rid of him. But like, fucking Jeff, Ben Brode, this is the guy that makes, what's it called? Marvel Snap now.
And the company bled high-quality developers and talent rapidly. In Blizzard's earning report for investors, they clearly stated that it has become apparent that some of the Blizzard content planned for the next year will benefit from more development time to reach its full potential. They also said they need extra time to complete production and continue growing their creative resources to support the titles after launch. Though not stated explicitly, the wording in the report implies that neither Overwatch 2 or Diablo 4 will launch before 2023. So with
and Overwatch 2 was
Diablo 4
bad.
was officially delayed. For a
Good
while,
thing that happened.
During this time, Blizzard did what they do best. Feed and prey off the nostalgia of previous games from their fans. The nostalgia of the great times this company once had. They went down the line and re-released titles of all their beloved games.
Yeah, they killed Overwatch.
Like,
Overwatch is
3.
dead.
How about that?
Warcraft, which led to what is now the re-release of the Wrath of the Lich King. Warcraft Reforged, which is a
They have WoW
convoluted
tokens in Wrath of the Lich King now. Isn't that cool? So now you can buy gold.
disaster. And finally, Diablo 2 Resurrected.
Which, by the way, Diablo 2 Resurrected, I've only heard good things about. This is like the one time where like they did it right and it was good.
They knew that by releasing these games, it would make them hundreds of millions of dollars and give them more time to try and develop something new that the fans would come to love once again. But time and time after,
Blizzard didn't
they
make it.
fail to follow through with that promise and always come up short. With the new day and age of Blizzard's monetization, where they squeeze everything they can take, it finally took its toll. Classic era of World of Warcraft having expansion.
Mad Season was right. Nobody wanted to hear it. I said it. This is my favorite thing, is that I said the same thing that Mad Season said, but Reddit fucking hates me. So I was so happy whenever Mad Season made this video, because I was like, yeah, see, now you're gonna have to so you're gonna have to agree with me. Yes. And like everybody was like, yeah, this is really bad. The Dark Portal Pass. Oh my God. The beginning of the end. Yep, there it is.
Pack passes, character boosts, and now a new WoW token across expansions where you can literally buy gold with real life money.
Like, how do people just gloss over that? Like, what the fuck? You can just buy gold. You can buy gold and buy anything. Dude, what the fuck?
Overwatch 2 being a copy of Overwatch 1 with egregious monetization and broken promises of new content and story that never came to light. Warcraft Reforged being a reskin with even more broken promises. At this point in time, it seems as if the company continues to make the wrong decisions based on greed and simply takes advantage of its player base across every game they've ever developed. We had no...
I also don't think that it's entirely because of greed. I actually think that the people that make the game genuinely don't know what they're doing. I really mean that. I actually think they don't know what they're doing. You're not going to tell me that some sort of executive told them to make the fireballs on Uber Lilith's platform the same color as the platform. Bobby Kotick didn't come into the developer's office and tell them to code it that way. They did that on their own. They're incompetent, and it's obvious.
Choice. The only thing we can do now is hope that Diablo 4 doesn't follow this sad and beat down pattern. And for many others, including myself, This would be Blizzard's last chance at repairing what is a betrayed and broken relationship.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. Can somebody please, like, fucking find this guy, like, let's write this down on a sheet of paper, and whenever Diablo 5 comes out, let's see what he says. Get the fuck out of here. No, it's not. You really think you're gonna write a fucking essay about this? Bro, bro, Bobby's got his claws in you so deep, you don't even know they're there anymore. You really think you're gonna write out a fucking essay and then stop playing the game? Get the fuck... Dude, this guy's probably still playing Diablo 4.
And what used to be
one of the few people that still
So
is.
stop holding out hope.
This guy's probably still playing Diablo 4.
Blizzard, all the principles that Blizzard was founded on are dead.
Oh,
They've been
that's not
desecrated.
good.
Let Blizzard
Oh,
go.
fuck.
That's my main message, is let Blizzard go.
My mom bought me the... Oh, I used to have it next to me. I had to go put that back up. I remember my mom bought me a shirt just like... That's actually so fucking cool for me to see. Because my mom bought me a shirt on the release of Burning Crusade. I remember I wore it to school the next day. Or the day after, actually.
Appreciate what was created back when it was done. Stop
She
holding
bought
out
for me
hope
at the
that
midnight
it's gonna
release.
come back, because it's not.
Hope. Hope is all that remains.
Yep.
In August of 2022, Blizzard announced
Alpha playtest.
their Diablo 4 alpha playtest running for friends and family of Blizzard employees.
By the way, can we even get this hairstyle in Diablo? I'm pretty sure we can't. Like the iconic, the iconic Necromancer hairstyle. We can't get it. You can in Immortal. I said it once. We gonna say it again. Diablo Immortal has a better character creator than Diablo 4. And it's not even close.
Jason Schreier, a Bloomberg reporter, states on Twitter, "A bunch of people are playing an early build of Diablo 4 right now thanks to a friends and family alpha test. These players are under NDA, but I'm hearing mostly positive buzz."
Understandable.
Schreier also noted that there are no microtransactions in the alpha build, so players won't have much of an idea what to expect from monetization. Although, Blizzard has previously confirmed that small Diablo 4 purchases will be cosmetic only, aside from larger story expansions.
Which has been true. By the way, Diablo has not implemented any pay-to-win into the game. They have not implemented any pay for convenience into the game. And whenever they do, I will be very happy because I'll be able to farm, I think, probably 5 videos off of that, depending on what they add. So I'm looking forward to them adding that into the game, but it just hasn't happened yet. You still have to bet with that guy? I do. So if anybody forgot about this, I have a standing bet with a guy.
Oh, man.
That I told him I would buy him every single item in the Diablo 4 cash shop if 6 months after the game they had any form of stash tabs to be sold or storage for sale. So we're almost 4 months through. I've only got 2 months left. I think I'm gonna make it.
Diablo 4
I'll have to go
endgame
back.
beta invites go out in October of 2022, and the playtest officially begins. The playtest itself gave lucky testers a chance to go up against Lilith in the post-campaign Sanctuary and test out Diablo 4's endgame modes and instances. This included the Whispers of the Dead system, the
Super
progressively
exciting.
challenging Nightmare Dungeons,
Progressively
region-wide
challenging.
Helltides, the Fields of Hatred PvP, and the Paragon board progression system. This was the only endgame test they hosted before launch, with enough time to make changes. And this
Also keep in mind, apparently this endgame test was very short.
This is going to be important and a big conversation topic later. A couple months after that, a massive article comes out on the Washington Post stating that Diablo 4 developers are working overtime to meet the release deadline, and it also includes their own staff, stating there is mismanagement and disturbing script changes that might contribute to delays. It's a process.
I'm gonna say it again. I don't give a fuck. Like, this is not my problem. Like, I think that this is, there has been this like weird cultural shift where the players are meant to feel sorry for the developers. And it's like, we do commiserate. It does suck that you had to push the game out early. We understand that. It sucks. But if you push out a bad product, it's not the customer's responsibility to eat that cost. Like, how many of you guys have, like, you work somewhere and there's crunch time. Yeah, I mean, it happens. Now, I will say that it is indicative of what is crunch time indicative of. It is indicative of poor planning, bad decision making, and whenever you're in a rush to do something, it's probably not going to be as good.
That's been plagued by mismanagement and employees being promised perks for working late evenings and weekends outside of regular work hours. But employees stating they were simply negligible perks, such as a $25 DoorDash credit if they worked more than 10 hours a day.
Wow, that's almost as bad as the rewards in game. I wonder if the rewards designer for Diablo 4 also does the rewards for the company. Oh, you know what? They probably fired that guy because he was giving people too much stuff, and they hired the one that did Overwatch 2 instead.
They described a mounting sense of dissatisfaction and
That
malice
dude's
amongst
ripping it,
employees
bro.
as they endured leadership
He's
change
ripping
constantly.
him.
And that
He's
the Diablo
fucking
team has
ripping
been losing
him,
talent
bro.
for over a year as employees
Oh,
look for more
shit, he's
competitive
ripping him.
wages and better work conditions elsewhere.
Yeah.
Activision Blizzard's
Why would you want to work at Blizzard right now? The company's a meme. You get constantly assumed that you're like somehow complicit with the sexual harassment stuff. The pay sucks. Where's the upside here?
CEO Bobby
It ain't wrong.
Kotick attributed the company's stock price drop to the game delay of Diablo 4 and Overwatch 2.
He's probably right.
Rather than the ongoing sexual harassment lawsuit filed against the company in July of.
I agree with Bobby. I think he's right about this. I think that if Diablo 4 came out and it was really good and Overwatch 2 came out and it was as good as people wanted it to be, nobody would have cared about the lawsuits. Like, the truth is that Riot and Ubisoft had these same problems that Blizzard had. But the difference is that with Riot, at least, it had a very good community of people that liked their games. So nobody really cared about this, because you have to keep in mind that these lawsuits came out at the exact same time that World of Warcraft, which is Blizzard's biggest game, was in the worst state that it's ever been in. So it's like, not only is the game bad, but you're also fucking around at work? Like, what is this, right? So I think Bobby's right. I don't think the lawsuit would have had any impact on the company whatsoever if the current games were good.
2021. He quotes, "I think what affected the stock price more than the sexual harassment investigation is pushing out the release dates of Overwatch 2 and
right.
Diablo 4. His comments frustrated some of the company's developers who felt he was blaming them unfairly, stating,
It's true. He's right.
We felt very much like he just drove the bus over on top of us. As you can see, the relationship and chemistry within the company seems to begin crumbling. A person familiar with senior leadership found the performance shares unnecessary and even destructive, arguing that they incentivize leadership to cut corners,
I will say, keep in mind that the reason why they had to delay was partially because of the lawsuits. So the lawsuits did indirectly cause the stock loss. So if you're an internal person at the company, it actually makes sense that they were unhappy about it, and I can see their perspective. But ultimately, if those games had come out, then I don't think the stock would have gone down. So it's like, yes, but indirectly.
And ship products that are not ready to be released instead of doing what is the best thing for the long-term value creation.
Wow, shipping products that are not ready to be released. I can't believe that. And it's what's not best for long-term value creation? Really? I had no idea.
Employees state they just went to work every day and got angry. Either
This man just dude, you can like he has such a hate for
I don't know why, I just find that so fucking funny. It's just like the players.
Just like
because
the
tools were
players.
slow,
Oh,
or they simply
fuck.
did not like the game that much.
Jesus.
They also stated that it wasn't just employees
They
that
hated
left.
the game.
It was many with institutional knowledge and decades of experience, leaving brand new employees and developers brought in from elsewhere to fill in. Diablo.
I will have to say, like J. Allen Brack, I feel like, and this is somebody who like actually talks shit about me directly. right? Like, somebody emailed them. They're like, what do you think about Asmongold? And J. Allen Brack himself apparently responded to this email. He thinks, like, oh, he doesn't know shit. And it's like, okay, fine, right? I can appreciate the honesty. But, like, the dude, I did the math, and, like,
all right, I gotta get
within
my laundry.
6 months of him becoming the president, the lawsuit happened.
I'll
Bro,
be
he
back.
got left
Get me
holding the
updated
bag.
on if I missed something.
And I think it's obvious, right?
I
Like,
gotta
look at
grab
the
my
picture. Was his hair that color whenever he left? No.
4's unannounced internal
He's a
release
dick,
date went
but
from
damn.
2021
Wasn't all his
to
fault.
December of 2022, then got pushed back further to April 2023, and then finally June of 2023. A former employee stated, "We're at the point where they're not willing to delay the game anymore. So we all just have to go."
I don't think it would have mattered if they delayed the game more, because Blizzard's problem was that they weren't willing to respond to feedback. So it doesn't really matter how long you're going to delay. Like, they could have delayed Shadowlands for 5 years and they still would have released it with Covenants. So it wasn't the delay wasn't the problem. The problem was the mechanics, the design.
Along and figure out how much we're willing to hurt ourselves to make sure the game gets released in a good enough state. To help Diablo 4 get over the finish line, Activision Blizzard enlisted industry veterans such as Rod Ferguson.
Previously,
Rod
from
would
Gears of
hold
War.
weekly Zoom meetings known as Rodcasts, which during them he would talk about celebrities he's met and movies he enjoys.
It's like, I know obviously people are supposed to get mad about this, but it is kind of funny. It is. Like, because at least with this guy, it feels like you're not getting like a corporate shill.
Employees felt that not much actually came out of these discussions, stating, "To me, he came off as a bit of a clout chaser about where he came from, like Gears of War. We all thought he was going to come in and fix the game. And when nothing happened, that's when you started to see this massive turnover." The Blizzard Entertainment company that was once so dedicated to quality and putting out the best product they possibly can is currently rushing out Diablo 4 in a good enough state.
Every game gets released in a good enough state that's live service. That's the truth. They all do. So it's like, I don't see this being really a problem. The problem is that they didn't respond to feedback fast enough. People said they didn't like doing Renown in the beta. People said they didn't like losing the reset instance button. The problem is that they made changes to fix problems that nobody had. And they just made the game worse in a number of ways just to make things take longer. So, like, the problem really wasn't the release. It wasn't the developers. They didn't listen.
Employees and team members who don't get along, and leaders who are poor at taking care of their team members. All of
Yeah,
this
they got plenty
inside
of
of an
feedback,
environment
yeah.
that is polluted
Months
with
before the
greed
release.
and numbers more than anything. With launch just a few months away, Diablo 4 is looking grim. On February 21st, the developers officially released the Inside the World of Sanctuary video, where they had many developers speak upon the art direction, environment, monsters, gameplay innovations, and world building. They made promises and stated they wanted to bring the game back toward Diablo 2.
We wanted to bring Diablo 4 artistically.
They did. The art in Diablo 4 is great. They did. I think it's great. I like it. Now, I do wish there is a grim, bleak, masculine, fatalistic tone that Diablo 2 has that Diablo 4 does not even come close to. However, I will settle for Diablo 4's art.
More back towards like Diablo 2, the much darker style.
And they also emphasize non-repetitive gameplay features.
So you never feel like you're always doing the same thing. The pacing is always a little bit different.
On March 1st, they released a video showing the gameplay trailer for the beta early access of Diablo 4, announcing that you could play the game on March 17th through March 19th if you pre-purchase the $90 Digital Deluxe or $100 Ultimate Edition of the game. The $100 Ultimate Edition gives you the advantage to play up to 4 days early over everyone else.
Which, in my opinion, again, I think the early access to play games early is awful, it's player unfriendly, it's stupid, it's a waste of money, and if I was making a game, I would do it. It's a good idea.
The accelerated seasonal battle pass unlock, mounts,
And if
cosmetics,
I was making a
emotes,
game,
and even
I would
rewards
do it.
for their
Yeah.
other Blizzard games such as World of Warcraft.
Yeah, you get that mount, that fucking flying thing. I think this is all totally fine. Like, I don't care about this stuff. In an ARPG? Oh, about the gameplay repetitive? Yeah, I really don't care about this. This had nothing to do with the game being bad.
Diablo Immortal and Diablo 3. By this point, it is very well known that Diablo 4 was going to have a battle pass that was cosmetic only.
Dude,
and a
I
big
know,
reward
right?
combined
Like,
set of editions.
the day of
was a small boost through the battle pass. It's important to note that the battle pass was not available until the launch of Season 1, which didn't come until a month and a half after the game's launch.
And you had to complete
The
Season
early
1
access weekend
do
for
it.
Diablo 4 arrived, and the game was in the hands of the public,
This is
allowing
a
you to go up to
subscription
level
test.
25.
This is a
This
subscription
weekend is
test.
only available to players who have pre-ordered the Digital Deluxe Edition, and you can play as the Barbarian, Rogue, or Sorcerer. It only allows you to play through Diablo 4's prologue in one zone, and that is Fractured Peaks.
And this first beta
I'm confused.
was very
Zaya
well received. I
subscribed.
enjoyed it a lot.
Again, no endgame testing.
And it did
At
that.
first, the servers were plagued with horrendous
Oh,
queue times and error
resub.
codes.
Oh, I
A
need to
simple
change
explanation is that there is a repeating cycle going on where players would sit in a sometimes over hour-long queue,
Yeah.
finally get logged into the game,
And
to
then get
only then
DC'd
get
into another
disconnected
queue.
and be put back in an even longer queue after about 5
Yeah,
to 10 minutes
this
of
happened
playing.
to Quinn.
This continued through most of the night until Blizzard put out a patch that seemingly fixed the problem. This angered many people because they spent additional money to play that said early access weekend, and it started to raise some eyebrows.
I don't think that at the beginning, did they sell early, like, I don't like this idea, like, oh, I bought the early access, like, I don't know about that. Like, I don't think it was sold with that value add, but maybe it was, I'm not sure. Point is, like, this was bad, but it's still just a beta
Let's
thing.
see if I like this one better.
Browse in the community. Overall, though,
Yeah,
from
it's a test, guys. It's a beta test. Like, it's a fucking beta test. Like, what the fuck?
gameplay perspective, people were relatively happy with Diablo 4 as a game so far.
Yeah, they were.
But of course, there were concerns, and there were a few in particular that stood out to the community.
Should've been
And like a
underneath
dagger coated in poison, issues that seemingly never went away. Some of these include that there isn't anything in Diablo 4 that's redefining what an ARPG can be. Tedious grinds that you're forced to do and aren't even fun the first time.
Haha, that's a good
including
one.
Renown, Altars of Lilith,
I forgot I
Waypoints,
made
and
that
instead
back
of it
in the
being
day.
fun challenges, it was simply a Google search to find the location and
that's
run
a
around and
resub.
collect them all.
I thought that doing Renown once was okay. And I know that some people were unhappy about that opinion, but I actually think that it was okay. But the problem was having to do it every season, and for multiple characters, etc.
UI across the board needed work.
And I will go even farther. I think
Alright,
that
that's
you
a
should not have
resub.
included side quests into
Get
the
sub?
Renown
Oh, no, we gotta do
calculation,
something else.
because what that caused people to do was speedrun the side quests, and some of the side quests were genuinely good, but because there was a goal attached to them, people ignored them because they just wanted to achieve the goal.
Being forced to play online and having no offline mode worried player bases about server
Okay.
stability, and
I don't care about having an offline mode. I think this is a complete false problem, and there's only a handful of people that actually care about this, or they would use it.
This is a
the truth
subscription
that
test.
Diablo 3 had an offline mode. This is like, it's like such a fucking red herring. It's totally fucking irrelevant.
it felt like Diablo 4 wasn't created with the
That's
same
a
heart
sub
as
right
Diablo
there.
1 and 2 were. Little did they know, it only got much worse moving forward. The open beta weekend arrived, allowing everybody openly to play the game, and all 5 classes up to level 25.
Everybody says bad take. No, I don't think so. I think everybody has the internet and they just find something to complain about because it's not the same as the old games. I think they're totally fucking off their rocker. I think it's a made-up problem that boomers have because it's not like video games were in the 90s. It's just total bullshit. Like, of course everybody has the internet. Like, oh, wow, you're gonna lag out in a game. Yeah, well, your internet can die too. Like, your computer can die. Like, who cares? Just don't play hardcore. Imagine except hardcore players dying because of DCs. If you're playing hardcore in a video game, you are signing up to have your time wasted. I have no sympathy for any hardcore player that dies to anything stupid in a video game because it is a pointless method of difficulty. It's stupid. So if you're going to sign up to live on the razor's edge and you fall off, that's not my problem. You shouldn't have done that. You're intentionally handicapping yourself for no reason.
Now,
it's silly. Yeah, I think that the whole idea of having an always online mode being an actual problem, I think that nobody really cares about that and people just pretend to care.
Immediately, players are noticing the difference in power between the Druid and the Necromancer and coming to the conclusion that classes like the Barbarian and the Druid lag behind significantly in terms of kill speed, unlike the other classes leveling.
Which, ironically, again, the Barbarian was the best class at the beginning, but it just felt so bad to play. People want offline so they can shoot.
That's a follow.
Guys, you're not going to convince me. You're not going to convince. I think it's just stupid. I think people are completely faking it, and it doesn't actually move the needle at all. I think it's complete fake outrage. Nobody is actually not going to buy a game because of that. I don't think it's true.
The balance was so bad about the Druid that memes were being made, and the class was nothing but a laughing stock.
For 17.
This is a test bit alert for.
Oh no.
Players feel as though...
Bro, that was probably the best meme out of Diablo 4.
That the game is missing key features such as gem tabs, skill loadouts, more bank storage, inventory filters, and more quality of life features that are widely seen across gaming. Between the issues with the early access and open beta weekends, players are starting to believe that the game is poorly developed, and there is a lot of fine-tuning that needs to be done. Other than that,
Haunter, but
what is WASD in the game? Why do you release a game without WASD? Why?
This game of combat animations and story seemed good enough for now. After the open beta weekends, the official Diablo team releases the Into the Endgame developer update video, breaking down everything the game has to offer once you reach the end game. And developers made incredibly bold promises that were sadly never delivered upon.
Brand new activities that provide meaningful progression, no matter their playstyle.
There's going to never be an absence of something to do.
Paragon War is a place where we allow you to have a lot more depth, a lot more customization, many more options as you go. There's over 120 dungeons to play through and find in Diablo 4, and any one of them can become a nightmare dungeon.
We later found out that
That's not true, because you only have a certain amount of them that you can do each season.
Was simply not true, and that there was only roughly 20 nightmare dungeons and a rotation at a time, forcing you to do the same ones over and over again. A few days later, the Diablo 4 team announces they are making significant changes to character classes, dungeon design, UI changes, and more. This leaves people very excited that the developers are listening to player feedback and are excited.
Like they got rid of the dungeon reset button, only to add it back in.
And he ran
like I don't know, like how are they? I don't know how they do this.
Through the last
they made the teleport longer. Well, that was later on in the game.
Months before launch, the Diablo 4 developers assure us that they're going back to their
Darker and grittier, and Diablo 2 is kind of the inspiration.
We wanted to bring Diablo 4 artistically more back towards like Diablo 2.
Have we heard this story before? Is this something that Blizzard will do once again to touch on nostalgia? Is history going to repeat itself like it did with Warcraft Reforged, Overwatch?
I don't agree with this argument. I think that Blizzard trying to make the game like Diablo 2.
Yo, that's really the name of my best friend's server is Corn Pop.
It's just that they realized that they deviated from what was the artistic run of the franchise. It was a good idea. I don't think it's farming nostalgia.
I like
to change
it.
The
We're
vibe
leaving
of the
it.
game because a lot of people didn't like how bright
made
and high
these
fantasy
a long time ago,
Diablo
man,
3
but
was.
you just needed to add them or make sure they're working on Twitch, I guess.
There's no problem with fan service. Like, fan service is great. Like, oh wow, we're gonna give the people what they want. Everybody wants this. They want to have the old character come back or whatever. Great, let's do it. That's not bad at all.
World of Warcraft Classic. The only thing left to do now is hope what they say is true and await launch day. Before you know it, the internet is absolutely slammed with Diablo 4 marketing, whether it be the KFC
The Genshin one was better.
collaboration, the non-stop Megan Fox promotions, pre-launch dinner parties with big names in the gaming industry, the Diablo 4 cathedral painting in France, the Halsey Diablo 4 song, and even a launch live-action trailer. They also announced the Diablo 4 hardcore leveling competition, where the first 1,000 users to reach level 100 on hardcore will be eligible to have their battle tag engraved on a physical statue of Lilith on the Blizzard campus. Blizzard held nothing back in wanting all eyes of the world on Diablo 4, and they knew this launch was going to be a big deal for them. It was either going to make or break the company moving forward, and they were ready to show the world what they had in Diablo 4. At least, that's what we thought. On June 1st of 2023, the early access launch of Diablo
I'm leaving
4
that one.
finally
I didn't
arrived.
just get $30.
It doesn't
I'm
matter
just
too
I'm
much
just
how
messing.
amazing a game is, or even how well received it is. Shareholders, executives, and accountants want to know how well a game is selling.
Yeah.
They revealed that in just 5 days, sales of Diablo 4 had surpassed $666 million in revenue, estimating nearly 10 million game copies sold.
That's a
Not
lot.
even including the additional microtransactions so heavily apparent inside the game. In corporate eyes, Diablo 4 was booming, and it was nothing short of a monumental success.
Well, absolutely. I mean, like, again, the first, like, 50 hours of the game, or maybe 30 or 40, I don't know, it depends. Like, we're actually very good. I think that the game really starts to fall off once you get to World Tier 4, maybe World Tier 3 or so. Like, at the beginning, like, the campaign was fun.
There is a
like, it
repeating
wasn't
cycle
crazy,
going on.
awesome, amazing. But it was fun. It was a good campaign. And, like, getting into World Tier 3 was good. You know, you got to fight the new boss in, like, the dungeon, and it was actually kind of challenging. Like, I mean, not really, but, like, a little bit, right? And then you go through World Tier 3, and then you do World Tier 4 dungeon, and, like, Elias was pretty hard, right? Especially if you're doing it under-leveled. And then you get to World Tier 4, and it's just the same stuff. Like, really, it's the problem is that it fell off so early. There just wasn't enough content. But yeah, at the very beginning, like, Diablo 4 was a great game, especially for really casual players. The real problem is that, like, the people that are interfacing with, like, reviews and things online, these are the people who are very invested into video games to begin with. So they're the ones that are going to be playing all the time, and they're not getting what they want.
It became officially Blizzard's fastest selling game of all time.
There it is.
So, Activision Blizzard was back on top, right? Well, that statement couldn't have been more untrue. Shortly after launch, the internet was flooded with reviews about Diablo 4.
Oh, God.
The early game being relatively good from a gameplay perspective quickly dissipated as people headed.
And it's like, remember whenever I said that Druid and Barbarian played really badly at early level? And then people kept shitting on me and they said, yeah, it's because they get better later on. And then Blizzard finally changed it because no, they wouldn't listen. They didn't fucking listen. Like, I'm so sick of, like, giving feedback for a game and then the game dies and they say, wait a minute, well, maybe we should actually listen now.
Into the
so
end game.
Annoying.
Because the truth is, Diablo 4 had no innovation and nothing truly creative toward the ARPG genre. And Blizzard simply took no risks. Tree of Whispers are the same thing as bounties from Diablo 3. They kept the same generic gambling systems. Paragon boards are
Which
just
I think are fine. And also, I think Paragon boards are too complicated, and I think that skill trees are too simple. I think they should have not let you rotate them, and they should have just made the complication more in the skill trees.
Content from Path of Exile and Vulcan, Nightmare Dungeons are just riffs from Diablo 3. The new free choice leveling is the same thing as Diablo 3's adventure mode. Nothing here was brand new or innovative. It was the same reused and recycled content, and fans were simply bored of it within a few weeks' time. The most common mistake we see from games with lack of endgame presence is they make the grind to max level longer, so it gives them time to come up with something
New World. New World, man. I thought it was going to be so good. I was invested in New World.
Bad in the preview event
and
the beta. Remember whenever I said that? I said it was fucked at endgame. and I had a bunch of fucking graybeard boomers sitting here telling me I'm a stupid fucking nerd because they're level 24 and they're having a blast fishing. And I said, bitch, just wait. And they waited, and I was right.
Exactly just that. One by one, they were going across the board and nerfing dungeon farms to permit anyone from leveling too quickly from specific dungeons.
So stupid.
And when that wasn't enough, they completely nerfed elite mob density across the board.
That was the worst one. And I think also really the worst one wasn't any of this, it was nerfing cooldown recovery. Because cooldown recovery made it more fun to play your class. And after the nerf, it wasn't as fun.
One of the most fun aspects of the game. Instead of buffing the lackluster dungeons that were boring and slow...
Dude, this was so fun. This was so fucking badass.
They nerfed the fun ones.
Just go in and
They continue to do this with nearly everything in the game moving forward. Build diversity was the same result. Across all classes, you could see a clear-cut pattern in people using the same exact builds.
Yep, lunging strike, challenging shout, rallying cry, war cry, wrath of the berserker. Yeah, of course. It's because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like, it was obvious.
Over and over again. Instead of buffing weak abilities to bring them in line with the strong ones, they simply nerfed the abilities that were performing too well, making everything feel boring. And with the...
I think that, by the way, that wasn't a bad decision. I don't think they should have gone with the Diablo 3 strategy of buff everything and never nerf anything. I think that's how you got into quadrillions of damage, and it wasn't sustainable. They should have nerfed the overperforming abilities, but they went about it in the wrong way. And do you want to know why they did that? It's because they don't have any genuine insight into their own game, because you watch the developers play, they have no fucking idea what they're doing. They don't know how to play their own game. Straight up, it's actually, I really think it's that simple. It's that fucking simple, guys. Sorry.
Price of recost and the non-existence of skill loadouts or a dual specialization system in play, it was too risky to constantly be testing out and theory crafting new builds. It was too tedious to respec hundreds of Paragon points manually one by one, and flat out too expensive.
Yeah, like here's a good example. Why is there not a way to farm? Like, why can't you just click on a Paragon board and unlink everything inside of the Paragon board? Why can't you do that?
Having to grind out countless legendary aspects, uniques, and perfect affix rolls on every...
And Temerity was garbage on release too, keep in mind. Like, they gave Temerity bad stats on purpose. And they had to actually buff it because nobody was using the legendary. And then they would also give you 60% life, but it wasn't your maximum life. It was another maximum. It was your maximum life without the effects of your other maximum life, percentages added into it. So it's like even their own items were wrong. Again, like, well, what? Yeah, I know. It's just, again, they didn't know what they were doing. Base max life without multipliers? Was that it? Yeah, I forgot what it was exactly.
Rolls on every piece of gear was something that took too much time.
Yeah.
By this time, players were reaching level 65 plus, and the level pacing drastically slowed down, and so did the excitement of good loot rewards as well.
So the problem with Diablo 4 is that after you spend about 80 hours into the game, all of the gear upgrades that you can get are so minimal, there's nothing else to do.
So the time it took to level vastly increased, and the rewards and purpose for leveling became so much smaller. It's very obvious to everybody now that Diablo 4 has no endgame, and it was heavily front-loaded. The minor endgame testing, mixed with the constant changing of development teams, and major lack of inexperience and workplace professionalism, was finally starting to take its toll. During this time, the in-game cash shop is being flooded with skins and cosmetic options available for...
I don't think any of this really matters, the skins or any of this stuff. I think another big issue is that all the bosses in the game are badly designed. I don't think, like, nobody ever talks about this. But, like, you look at the bosses in Path of Exile 2, and you compare them to the bosses in Diablo 4. And it's a joke. They have no mechanics. The mechanics they do have aren't telegraphed well. The mechanics that exist are also annoying. Like, for example, the Tomb Lord is the worst one, who just becomes immune and moves away from you slowly. He's just backpedaling away from you, attacking you. Like, it's just such a bad boss. It's not interesting or fun. There's no, like, oh, wow, you have a guy that goes, and then he goes, and then he goes, and then he flies up, and then 2 ads spawn. Really? Like, the boss that you fight at literal level 2 is an end-game boss with no extra mechanics added in. It's pathetic. I don't even know what to say. Like, it's so fucking bad. It's amazing. And, like, the bosses that do exist, again, they're badly coded. Like, I think Uber Lilith is horribly coded. Like, I'm sorry, guys, but you shouldn't get hit by something that you're not in. If you're not into spikes, you shouldn't get hit by the fucking spikes. So fucking pathetic.
Purchase, even some cases where the cosmetic armor bought with real money would be bugged and not even appear on your character. The hardcore player-based drama is at an all-time high, with players dying constantly to server instability.
Should have never played hardcore. Hardcore, bro, that mode is a joke. People only play that for content on stream. Like, there's such a waste of time.
Disconnects and things being completely out of their control through bugs and poor optimization of the game. Even worse, to confirm your place as a winner in the race, you had to tweet the Diablo Twitter account a Diablo 4 hashtag, your full battle net and battle tag, and lastly, a picture proving you reached level 100. The amateur middle school system of confirming a challenge so important that hundreds of thousands of people are participating in ends up being a massive mistake, and they make errors announcing the wrong winners.
They do make errors. They do announce the wrong winners. I'm going to say, however, they did fix this. This was fixed, and it was improved. It was fixed.
This showed a major lack of effort and care in a multi-billion-dollar company, and once again, amateur or brand new developers making huge mistakes. Skating by and doing things.
How do you not have, like, a database for this, by the way? Like, you telling me they don't have a database of all the players that are level 100? You can't just do a query of, like, when there's 100 players? Like, what?
Just good enough, once again. There were even several websites out there that track the progress of the hardcore characters with having zero budget. So surely, Blizzard could have done it themselves. It became too difficult to manage storage inside of a full loot ARPG game. Between gems, legendaries, and aspects, rare items, uniques, inventory was quickly flooded within minutes of grinding out a single dungeon, and players demanded more room for their other characters. When Blizzard finally responded over a month later, they stated they couldn't add more because it creates a lot of memory overhead. When you see another player in game, you load them and their entire stash filled with all of their items.
I was so glad that he actually explained the problem, because I think it shut up so many of the people that were saying that, like, coding is really hard. You don't understand. The people that work there are so much smarter than you are. You have no idea what you're talking about whenever you say just fix it. And then you get a peek behind the curtain and you realize that it's a clown show. You know, he caught so much shit for this. You know what it also could have been? It could have been that Joseph knew that it was fucked up and they didn't want to fix it. And so he knew that if he made it public about how fucked up it was, they would have to fix it because the entire public would see how fucking stupid they were. So it could also be the other one. I'm not going to blame him for that.
Things like a gem tab, leaderboard, stash tabs, loot filters, ability loadouts, all announced to be added in future expansions, sometimes as
bug fixes or content.
Far as 6 months to a year from now.
Bug fixes or
after the game
content.
launches, they hosted a developer live stream bringing us all some crucial updates to try and calm the community down. To kick off the show, they gave us a 30-minute segment on their new Diablo Immortal class, the Blood Knight.
Which is really cool. Like, but I don't know, why does Diablo Immortal get to have hot goth girls and all we have is Lilith? Like, this girl is really hot. Like, why isn't she in Diablo 4? What the fuck?
The whole lore behind the mobile game right now. They also finally showed off the Battle Pass monetization and the seasonal blessings that are implemented to help us quickly.
By the way, I don't think the Diablo Immortal thing was like really a bad thing. Like if I were them, I would have done it too. Like yeah, sure it'll piss people off, but it's better to promote your product. Like for sure, it was the right decision, even though it's not ideal.
Gain crafting materials, gold,
and they said it. They literally said that they were gonna do it. Like they posted in the announcement that they were gonna do it in that time frame. People that cry about that, I think, are being unreasonable.
Experience points more efficiently. This is in regard to having us create whole new characters inside of seasonal realms. And believe it or not, those completely backfired as well.
Yeah.
When you spent Smoldering Ash to increase the amount of gold or materials that you would gain, there was a bug that would increase the amount of cost.
Oh yeah, dude, remember this? Here, I'm gonna go back just to hear this again.
Those completely backfired as well.
Listen.
When you spent Smoldering Ash to increase the amount of gold or materials that you would gain, there was a bug that would increase the amount of costs of everything as well by the same exact percentages.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
So it became nothing but an illusion of choice. And to even acquire all of your Smoldering Ash, you actually had to obtain max level to acquire them all, leaving you a system that is nothing but broken and contradictory. Only half of your renown carried over, and half of the brand new content and class changes in Season 1 was locked to the seasonal realms and was forbidden on the eternal realms. Meaning that if you wanted all of these brand new changes and updates, you had to start all over and create a whole new character. You were then forced to go onto seasonal realms, and players were quickly flooded with additional monetization.
Well, the other problem was that Diablo 4 was made for really casual players, and really casual players and 3-month seasons don't mix. People don't want to have to re-level every 3 months if they're casual players. They want to just make a character better over time. So I think they had a huge problem with this.
Yep. That was my problem.
Coincidentally made the paid accelerated battle pass button the largest icon and glow red on the homepage. They also coincidentally didn't add a confirmation button so that if you accidentally clicked it, you spent your money without any warning. Bugs even went rampant through season.
The problem was that on console, your selector on console, whenever you went to the store, I think maybe if you were just using a controller, it would automatically select the purchase button. It started there. And it's where I learned the term dark pattern, because this is apparently a common practice in like a lot of mobile games. And I believe that Fortnite actually just recently lost a lawsuit over it. And that's why people are able to get refunds on purchases and skins that they made during a time frame of like 2018 to 2021. And so they got a $200,000 fine, or sorry, $200 million fine for this. Should it be fucking illegal? Well, it clearly is. That's why they got the fine.
One, with people having the ability to trade hundreds of millions of gold, legendaries, and even unique items between the eternal and seasonal realms, completely destroying hard-earned player progression.
Trading items to the seasonal realm, I think, was really bad. Did it ruin the game? No, I don't really think it ruined the game. Like, I really don't think so. I think it was beating a dead horse. It didn't matter. Most people play Diablo 4 completely solo. I really just don't think it did anything.
By this point, players were at their limit. Metacritic scores plummeted, and the population slowly dwindled down to nothing within a week of Season 1 being launched. And with the final nail in the coffin, Larian Studios released Baldur's Gate 3 on August 3rd of 2023. Easily being the front runner for the game of the year, it knocked Diablo 4 out. The game had longer replayability, no egregious monetization, good developers, better RPG aspects, innovative design with stable servers and a real character creator, and gameplay sections with freedom of choice throughout your entire playthrough. Most of these things Blizzard used to take pride in, but those days are now over. A game that just a few months ago had a...
This is also a problem with live service games, is that live service games are often designed in a way to waste your time. I really enjoy live service games, and I have a lot of fun playing them, but it is a huge issue with them, is that, like, time is the economy in that game, whereas with Baldur's Gate 3, you buy the game, got your money, bitch. That's it. You might as well let them play the game. So, like, think about, here's a great example, right? is look at how easy it is to farm items in Elden Ring compared to Lost Ark. How easy is it to get a +10 weapon in Elden Ring? Pretty fucking easy. Compare that to getting a +25 weapon in Lost Ark. There you go. Is it single player games that are like not like online only don't have the same incentive to create these massive time waster grinds?
Population of almost 7 million concurrent active players at once has now lost more than 99% of its total population and is shrinking more and more by the day. So what was the exact cause of Diablo 4's failure? Was it the constant change in development teams before launch day? The loss of key figures within the company due to the allegations and walkouts?
I think the reason why Diablo 4 was a failure, and I don't really know about it being a failure, but like the reason why it wasn't received very well, is because number one, the gameplay was stale and boring. I think the developers have no genuine insight into how to make a good game. I actually don't think they know what they're doing. I really don't. And there's that. And then also, they didn't react to feedback. Players gave feedback of what they wanted in the game, and it wasn't added into the game. It's that simple. They said, hey, we want
what
this
got
in the
me
game.
though was definitely
We don't want
that, like,
Renown.
when they
And then they put Renown in the game.
whenever I
That's
found
the
out
problem.
that you would have to remake
Like,
your
that's the
character
reason
on the
why the game failed.
DLCs, I checked out.
Is that they force players into playing systems that weren't fun.
Developers disliking
I was
the
like,
game they're
so I'm doing all
creating
this for
and
no
the
reason?
increased malice
I was
between
like,
leaders and company team members?
nothing to do
Was
with
it the
Bobby.
constant delays, the microtransactions
He's
being
gonna say it
forced
was
onto
everything.
players?
Even if I
Or
wasn't
is
even
it
gonna
just
play the
simple
DLC,
Transactions were
the
not being
fact
forced on
that
players
my,
in
the
Diablo 4
option
is completely unreasonable. I think
was
I
taken
think
away
Diablo
from me.
4, you can play the game
I was
completely
out.
without microtransactions.
That's literally the moment
Fuck,
I
the
quit.
thing was
I was like,
$70.
this is not.
It was a $70 game. Like, I don't think anyone was being forced to buy a microtransaction. But like, that being said,
Yeah, I was
if you buy a
done.
$70 game, the fact that there weren't a lot of really
I mean,
cool
I play
skins
Escape
for
from
throwing
Tarkov, and they
losses.
have
Here,
wipes,
let me
but
give you
at
an
least
example.
like every time
The
you do that,
horse
you're
you
getting
get
new
from killing Uber
content,
Lilith,
and I don't
it's
have to
not
pay
really
for
that
it.
much visually different.
It's like
than a
literally
horse that you
part
just
of what
get
they
from like a random
provide.
drop. So you didn't have a lot of like really cool skins. That
But
you
also,
could
it's
show
a
off
totally
in town.
different game.
And this was a huge
Like, if
problem.
I'm getting on to
And
play
lot of
like a
games have this
third-person
issue,
like
right?
overview game,
But,
I don't want it to have a wipe.
I think they could have done a better job. I'll at least say that. They could have done a much better job. Unique skins, yeah, exactly. Like, it was a huge issue.
Fact that Blizzard has completely lost its touch, and the era of this once King of Kings is now over. No one really knows exactly. But one thing is for sure. No game in history has had almost 7 million concurrent active players at one time, and within
Unestablished, undocumented, unexplained. That number is complete fucking theory crafting. It is not an official number.
a couple months, get reduced down to less than 40,000 active players throughout the entire day.
Yeah.
A 99.4% loss in player base count. This is why Diablo 4 is the biggest disappointment in recent gaming history.
Jesus Christ.
Hopefully heading into 2024, they can bring loads of improvements into the game and maybe flip the script on this whole situation.
What do you mean, dude? Like, look at this right here. These are the mobs that are just the ghouls in Act 1. They're literally just the ghouls in Act 1. Like, for example, I used this example before. Whenever Harvest came out, keep in mind, PoE's free. Whenever Harvest came out, they used the servants of Kitava. You know, those fuck asses that are the really big fuck asses that like have the wings and they'll jump on you and they'll shoot like the red things at you. They reuse those in Harvest. But they also have a new ability in Harvest. They have like that explosion thing. So even whenever PoE reuse the mobs, it's still better. And also, like, for example, Harvest added the fucking Crush Claws. You know, they added, I think, a handful of other mobs too. I'm trying to remember, like, yeah, they had the Devourers that we already had in the game. There was, like, I think 5 or 6 new mobs added with Harvest.
Maybe, just maybe, we can have a
Yeah, there was like after Diablo, even it was actually I think during Diablo, there was like a period where I just hit stop. Like, I'm done buying video games. Because some of them just suck. Like, there was a point, like, I mean, literally a point where I was just like, I'm done buying video games. Like, I'm literally only going to play Dead by Daylight, Escape from Tarkov, and if there's a good new story game, I'll buy that. I.e., Silent Hill, i.e., the new Metal Gear game, i.e., yeah, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, even, I want to play, I still would like to go play that game that you were telling me about, the one that's kind of like Elden Ring, but it's not. But it was just, I was playing Elden Ring, and then it came out, and I was literally still on Elden Ring. Like, but I was just like, I'm not going to buy a game. But it's on my wish list for later. Like, I will buy it eventually when it goes on sale, and I'll beat it on stream. But, like, I didn't need to buy it on the hype. Like, Silent Hill 2, I want to beat that game on the hype. I want to play that game now. Yeah, I can't remember the name of the game. I mean, it looks good. You play as the monkey. You know, you play as a monkey guy that can, like, do magic and shit. I don't know. Can't remember the name of it. It's cool. It's a cool game, but... Oh, yeah, Wukong. Yeah, I'd play it. I'd play that right now, but I don't want to play that right now. I'll play it eventually. But see, that's, like, where I'm at now. It's like, old me probably would have bought it. Yeah, Liza P's, that's a good game. My brother-in-law played it. I watched him play it, but I don't own it. I just, kind of what he's talking about, I bought Diablo, and I was like, this game, I got my monies out, maybe, I don't know. But, like, I don't even know. Like, Alien Isolation, what a great game. Dude, I got that for like $10. Destiny 2's in here. Like, fuck, dude. When I think about some of these games, I just feel my pockets bleed. Like, Destiny, I just feel my pocket bleed. I'm just like, I wasted so much money on that fucking game. I wasted so much money on that fucking game. I wasted so much money on that. I've wasted so much money on Call of Duty. I still play Call of Duty, though. But, like, Destiny, yeah. At least with Escape from Tarkov, like, I'm still playing it. I'm still getting my money's worth out of that. Sucks. All right, let's hop on here, see how my market's doing. Oh, wait, English, continue. What's going on here? Oh, my God, I got to re-log in. Bro. Bullshit. But I went through my phase with Escape from Tarkov too. They were doing some shady shit. Yo, what's up, Cody? You can be on for a bit? Yeah, I think I'm about to hop on Tarkov right now if I can log in. I am getting like a small like migraine, so I think I might take some medicine and lay down before I jump into Silent Hill tonight. I might lay down, but I am getting like this slight migraine in the back of my head. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let me know. What? Oh, dude. I put 2 L's instead of 1 L in the username. The password wasn't even wrong. And I reset it. At Gmail L. Fuck. I just reset the password too. Fuck me, dude. It's fine. But I have to wait another 10 seconds to try to log in again. There we go. For a game that has a bad hacker problem, they make it a bitch sometimes to log in. Let's just say it. Just call it like it is. Cody, did you part my gun out? Cody hit me with the gun out. Hey, my level 6 armor's back, though. Cody parted my fucking gun out. Hey, that's fine, man. At least I got it back. Ooh, look at all that money. Ooh. Ooh, we broke 20 mil on that one. We broke 20 mil on that sell. Let's go. Yeah. I do this. That's what I do. I do this. So I do it to him. Now he did it to me. But I do that all the time. Oh, shit. That's not what I thought I would get, but whatever. 5 hours. Kodak Black has to be the most annoying rapper. Yeah, he's pretty annoying. Oh, fuck. I think I am going to go and take a break. I was thinking of hopping on, but I redeemed my money and I'm good to go. Look at it, dude. I got my gun back, Cody. I see you parted the shit out of it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to at least take some medicine and maybe, like, sit on the couch and watch a movie. And then I'll hop back on. I'll play a little bit before, yeah. My man. No, thank you, though. I mean, honestly, the good thing about doing that is people aren't going to loot your shit. But the bad part is now I got to put it back together. But honestly, I can just do this. This is what I'll do. There we go. Boom. Boom. Right there. Okay, let's do this now. Boom. 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 Wait, what? Fuck. It's switched. Wait, maybe if I do this, it won't realize it. Let's see. Let's see if I can outsmart this system. Damn. That didn't work either. I'll actually have to, like, lose. Oh, here. Well, I guess I could just build it up. Yeah, there we go. Just fuck. Oh, that goes on this. Which thing goes on this? What else am I missing? Damn, you took the piece off the suppressor too? Damn, you really got committed on this one. Shit, how do I put this back on here now? Cannot add one into the modifier. You take up more space than available. Oh, it's okay. Gotcha. Honestly, this is fine. That's why you don't part out my guns. Dude, look, the one day where you're thankful I part your guns out, one day you'll be thankful that I part your guns out, because there'll be like some little scab that comes over there and starts digging in the pile, and they're like, oh, look, a fully kitted gun. But they're not going to dig in the pile and find all of this shit. You see what I'm saying? I will never be thankful. Well, this will be just like a relationship thing that me and you do to each other. You know, it's like you know, it's like leaving the laundry basket full. You know, like I just always part your gun out. Like. Yeah. Well, you can count on it. It's just gonna be our special little thing. Something I do for you all the time. It's just for you. And for everybody else that I play with. I just part their gun out. Look how quick and easy that was. See, look. We lowered the risk of me losing my shit, and all I had to do was pop a few things back and forth. You know, just a little. And we're back in the business. It's all good. Good to go. But alright, guys, I am going to go ahead and end the stream. Much love to y'all. I'll hit you guys up if I get back on. It's been a good day. Got some work done. Hung out. No gaming happened, but I did make, like... I'm at 21 mil, so... Hey. I could just easily hit Alt-click and put it in my players, so I'm ready, but now I got to take 3 minutes putting it back together. Yeah. Well, Shit happens. It's like that one guy we played with, and we were like, bro, are you running my gun from last raid? I can't remember who that was that we were playing with. We were like, dude, this dude just jacked your fucking gun and is running it. Like, yeah, no, I tossed it. You'll get it back in insurance. No. Not happening. Dude, this shadow that is being cast. What is this shadow that's being cast on my head from the... What is that? From the light below? Look, what is it? Like, means... This crazy shadow. My eyebrows are looking menacing right now. It goes away. Look. Oh, look at that. Oh. Like, what the fuck? But, alright, yeah, I'll be on later. Silent Hill tonight, so... Let's see. Actually, I'm curious to see what the time is now. Let's go down here. Silent Hill. Store page. Let's see. Yeah, 3 hours. So, yeah, 10 o'clock. Oh, my gosh. Yeah. 3 hours. Boom. Yeah, the shadow brows, dude. Step into the shadow realm, Yu-Gi-Oh! With my shadow brows. All right, y'all. I'll catch y'all later. Y'all have a blessed one. See y'all in a little bit. We're diving in.